Chapter 305, Eye for Eye. Chapter 305, Eye for Eye. It was Jiyu Dongliu from the cottage. Behind him were Shui Yi and Luo Fan. The three nobles of the cottage had appeared in Nandu Nation. Jiyu Dongliu had come personally. Zhisong stared at Jiyu Dongliu. This man had defeated Lu Nantian at the Dongqin Academy. No one could defeat him except those legendary figures of each top force. Since Jiyu Dongliu was here, everything was settled. Qin Li and the others all shut up. Ever since that fight, Jiyu Dongliu's status in the Eastern Barren Territory was undisputable. The people of the Nandu Nation looked at the newcomer, wondering who he was. The palace instantly silenced with his arrival. Even those from the top forces didn't dare talk back to him. Third senior brother. Yi Futian smiled at Jiyu Dongliu. He knew how significant it was for Jiyu Dongliu to come personally and felt warm inside. Hearing this, everyone's eyes flashed. Yi Futian's senior brothers had arrived. Today is the fight between my junior brother and the Nandu Nation. Anyone from the Eastern Barren Territory who interferes will become the cottage's enemy. Gazing at everyone, Jiyu Dongliu continued calmly, "Next, you can just watch." His calm voice was filled with indescribable dominance. The top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory were only allowed to watch. The people of Nandu were all shaken. Yi Futian's senior brother seemed to be more powerful than all of them. Had they thought incorrectly earlier? The cottage wants to be in charge of even us? Qin Li asked. The Futian Sword clan agreed with his question and looked to Jiyu Dongliu. Jiyu Dongliu gazed at him. Yes. His reply was only one word. Qin Li's smile froze while everyone else looked at Jiyu Dongliu. The cottage style was so familiar. The atmosphere tensed. Qin Li didn't continue. He was the grandson of Emperor Qin, but he wasn't at the same level as Jiyu Dongliu. His father would be more suitable. At this moment, a group of figures arrived inside the palace. It was the strong cultivators of the Royal Shen Temple and Luo Junlin. After He Yulu brought them over, he guarded Luo Junlin as he cultivated. He disliked Luo Junlin greatly now, but he still hoped Luo Junlin could kill Yi Futian. He gazed at Jiyu Dongliu. Had the third disciple of the cottage come? If it wasn't the cottage, Yi Futian wouldn't force Shiro to die. It was also because of the cottage that he couldn't even avenge for his daughter's death. Yi Futian and Luo Junlin both went into the air. More and more people gathered over. There were countless strong cultivators now. Royal Shen Temple, step back, Jiyu Dongliu said coldly, gazing at the people around Luo Junlin. He Yulu's eyes flashed and hardened. "I will watch here," he said. "Step back," Jiyu Dongliu repeated, his tone colder. He Yulu's anger flared. The others from the Royal Shen Temple were also furious. "My second senior sister is gentle and kind, so only one person died at Chaoga. My third senior brother isn't so easy," Luo Fan said coldly from the back. The Royal Shen Temple dared to protect the person who tried to kill his junior brother. If it had been Jiyu Dongliu instead of Zhuge Hui at that time, things would have been different. They weren't familiar with first senior brother, the Sword Saint, but they obviously knew Zhuge Hui and Jiyu Dongliu's personalities. Both were obedient to the teacher, but Zhuge Hui was a woman, after all. She was naturally softer. Jiyu Dongliu was more overbearing. The surrounding people all looked at Luo Fan. Since when was their second disciple gentle and kind? That woman had smashed the gate of the Dongqin College when she arrived and threatened to stop the battles. The Royal Shen Temple all looked uncomfortable. He Yulu waved his hand. "I'm sure the cottage will keep their promise." Yi Futian and Luo Junlin had promised that whoever lost would die. The cottage could change this rule, so he was afraid. He took the Royal Shen Temple back, stepping out of the range. The space was empty and ready for Yi Futian and Luo Junlin. "Will your people retreat too?" Luo Junlin asked Yi Futian. "Don't worry. I need to finish some things." Yi Futian chuckled and looked to Emperor Yi's side. "Imperial advisor," he called. A man walked out from beside Emperor Yi. When he saw Emperor Luo, his eyes hardened. It was Mo He, the imperial sorcerer of Nandu. "What's going on?" Many of the Nandu nation were confused. He shot into the air and went to Futian. He was blind but very sensitive. Facing the people of the Nandu nation, he said, "I am He, the imperial sorcerer of the old royal family of Nandu." This caused everyone's eyes to focus on him. He was from the old royalty and had been the imperial sorcerer. Luo Tianyi was once the guard of Emperor Nandu, He said calmly. That year, His Majesty, Luo Tianyi, and I entered the ancient barren world together. Luo Tianyi sneakily killed His Majesty and blinded my eyes. He stole His Majesty's fate and entered the noble plane. He claimed to be emperor and stole the throne. Emperor Luo's face was livid. "Nonsense," he uttered. "Senior, please go back," Futian said to the imperial advisor. Looking at Emperor Luo, he continued, "We can worry over the validity of that later. But what about Donghai City? I conferred a title upon you but you refused. What can I say?" Emperor Luo said. "Good. It seemed that you blessed me," Futian said, smiling. "In that case, I will bless you too. After you die, you can kneel before my Grandmaster and repent for eternity." "You." Emperor Luo's expression was ugly. Futian hadn't even fought with Luo Junlin yet but wanted to kill him? "Take him down," Futian ordered coldly. Silver Snow Guards instantly stepped forward to Emperor Luo. A horrible iciness descended. Thinking of how the other 6 emperors had died, Emperor Luo trembled. He reacted quickly too. He shot into the sky, wanting to transform into lightning and escape. But then, a figure shot up too, standing right before Emperor Luo. It was an icy girl. She looked at Emperor Luo and he felt coldness seep in from head to toe. Then he turned to ice, transforming into a statue in the air. The girl grabbed in the air and brought Emperor Luo's ice body to Futian. A group of nobles appeared behind her. They all had terrifying auras. The Silver Snow Guards froze, surprised at her appearance. The sudden changes came too quickly. In only one moment, Emperor Luo was captured and defenseless. The woman who had captured Emperor Luo bowed to Futian. "I am Lan. Greetings to the sun." "Greetings to the sun," the other nobles said, also bowing. Futian was surprised. They called him the sun, so they must be sent by the empress. That woman had sent such a strong force here. Futian. Luo Junlin's aura was going wild as he glared at Futian. They hadn't even started but Futian already acted. "You're breaking the rules." Lu frowned. Futian glanced at Luo Junlin and said to Lu, "Luo Junlin is a disciple of the Royal Shen Temple, so I followed the rules of the Eastern Barren Territory to challenge him. Whoever dies will lose. My grudge with the Nandu nation is another matter." With that, he looked to Emperor Luo. The man's eyes were filled with fury as he glared at Futian. Futian didn't care. "Do you feel hopeless?" he asked. He had dreamed that Luo Junlin could defeat Futian and he could continue to rule. It was just a dream. Even if Futian lost, it would have nothing to do with Emperor Luo. Futian would treat him how he treated Futian before. "Disable him," Futian ordered. "Yes." Lan nodded. She hit Emperor Luo's body with her palm. At that moment, horrible icy intent ate into Emperor Luo's body. He yelled as the coldness entered his bone marrow. He shook with deep, deep fear. He was an emperor but was now being disabled. Even now, he couldn't accept this. He was the leader of Nandu, he was an emperor. Countless eyes fell on him in confusion and shock. Was the emperor of the Nandu nation really being disabled just like this? The battle hadn't even started yet but Futian had disabled an emperor. No one had thought of this, including Emperor Luo. No. He could feel the coldness damaging his organs. His brows were covered in white frost. Feeling the loss of power, he was in despair. At this moment, he thought of a scene from before. He was writing a decree in his library. At that time, he had been an emperor that ruled over the land. Now, the situation was flipped. Futian didn't give him any chance at all. Him too. Futian pointed at Minister Hua, who was completely dazed. He knew his fate when he saw Emperor Luo disabled. He didn't even dare to escape. If he tried, Yi Futian would notice him. With a plop, he fell onto his knees. He was at the peak of the Arcana plane and shouldn't be so cowardly. But seeing Emperor Luo disabled right before him, he was completely shaken. Fear won over his pride. I was just following orders. Please forgive me, Minister Hua begged on his knees. Yi Futian stood in the air, looking down coldly. Following orders? It was a laughable excuse. Without any mercy, Minister Hua was disabled just like Emperor Luo. Of course they were in despair. Yi Futian had experienced that despair before. When Xia Feng, chief of the East Sea Prefecture, had announced the decree, it was like being struck by lightning. No one could imagine how hopeless he had felt. Now, it was payback. An eye for an eye. Chapter 306, Duel. Chapter 306, Duel. Countless eyes from the Nandu nation looked to the disabled Emperor Luo and Minister Hua. It didn't feel real. There was no way to fight back. With one word, Yi Futian disabled an emperor and minister. They inhaled sharply and looked to Yi Futian. He was so domineering in his revenge. Back then, Emperor Luo hadn't given him any way to fight back. Now, he made Emperor Luo feel the same despair. Everyone thought that Yi Futian would resolve his problem with the Nandu nation after his fight with Luo Junlin. However, he didn't give Emperor Luo any shred of hope, just like what Emperor Luo had done before. Yi Futian had thought about returning with absolute power. However, the assassination told him that Luo Junlin and Emperor Luo still wanted him dead, even when he was in the Eastern Barren territory. Thus, he decided not to play with them anymore. Since they acted that way, it was easier. He'd wanted to use the cottage's power to challenge Luo Junlin. After killing him, he would kill Emperor Luo with the Kangye Kingdom and the other 6 emperors to fully resolve the matters with Nandu. With the cottage present, no forces of the Eastern Barren territory would get involved. However, things didn't go as he'd planned. The other 6 emperors had betrayed them, but the nobles of ancient Lulan listened to him. This way, things were even easier. He's so serious. It seems that what happened really is a thorn in his chest, Luo Fan murmured in the crowd. He'd never seen Yi Futian like this before. Imagine if it happened to you, Shui Yi whispered. Since they'd come to Nandu Nation, they naturally knew what had happened before. It was unforgivable for an emperor to bully a youth. Yeah, I'll be harsher. Luo Fan nodded. Jiyu Dongliu looked calmly to the palace. Yi Futian had a cold aura now. His attractive features emanated a cold cruelness, similar to Jiyu Dongliu. Their teacher had once said that being murderous would hurt themselves. However, he also lived by another phrase, kill all evil. Emperor Luo was the ruler of the Nandu nation but treated Yi Futian so horribly. He clearly was an evil person to play with a youth's fate. He didn't have any pity at all. An emperor like that deserved to be killed. Even if Yi Futian lost today, Jiyu Dongliu would have killed Emperor Luo. There was so much evil in the world that one couldn't read it all. But since it happened to someone beside him, he would act as the judgment and rid the evil. Yi Futian looked at Emperor Luo with no pity, there was only coldness. Did you think this day would come when you sent out that decree? He asked. Emperor Luo was still trembling. Of course he didn't think that one day, Minister Zhuo would be right. This was a calamity for the Nandu nation. He didn't believe in fate, but in the end, fate still played him. Do you regret it? Yi Futian gazed at Emperor Luo and Minister Hua. An emperor and minister were being toyed by a youth. Regret? Of course they regretted it. Everything was over. Minister Hua still remembered the scene when Yi Futian stepped foot inside the Nandu clan. He had been sitting high up, watching the brilliant youth burst in. 2 short years later, it was the other who was playing with his fate now. Can we start now? A dark voice said. Yi Futian looked over to Luo Junlin. The aura around Luo Junlin was chaotic right now. He witnessed everything but couldn't change anything. Back then, he was the high and mighty crown prince. His single utterance could determine Yi Futian's fate. Now, Yi Futian had the cottage and many nobles to work for him. He could determine the Nandu nation's fate. Now, only Luo Junlin had the opportunity to kill Yi Futian. Yi Futian was calm. His white robe and black hair fluttered despite the lack of wind. At this moment, the chaotic world seemed to quiet down. Only these two facing each other existed. Luo Junlin was a legendary crown prince of the Nandu nation. He had double life spirits and became the crown prince as a youth. He was the future emperor of Nandu and worshipped by countless. Some people were born to be great. He was one of them. He'd definitely displayed his brilliance before. He was the first of the 100 lands to make people from the Eastern Barren Territory come and take him as a disciple. It had been such an honor when the royal Shen temple came for him that day. Every emperor came to congratulate him. If Yi Futian didn't exist, Luo Junlin would absolutely become the legend of the Nandu nation. However, the heavens seemed to purposely create an opponent for him. The youth from Donghai City had rejected the decree and fled for his life. He'd entered the Kangye kingdom. When he'd returned, he stole the spotlight of the Tingfeng banquet with his staff and dharma. Even though Luo Junlin had been accepted by the royal Shen temple, he still couldn't steal Yi Futian's thunder. After that, forces of the Eastern Barren Territory went to Kangye to fight for people. Apparently, Luo Junlin and Shiro were there too. The battle between Luo Junlin and Yi Futian seemed to be fated, destined since their first meeting at the Donghai Academy. Luo Junlin was royalty, but Yi Futian displayed the aura of an emperor. Thus, they stood before each other today. Yi Futian waved his hand. The silver snow guards around him retreated, emptying the space. Only the two stood proudly above the Nandu nation. A wild aura burst forth. Noble intent exploded. Luo Junlin had entered the Arcana plane 1 year ago. Now, he was in the 2nd level. Though he was only in the 2nd of the 9 levels of the Arcana plane, he was still 4 levels higher than Yi Futian at the 7th level Dharma plane. There was also the big difference of plane. How could Yi Futian make up for this? Even now, Luo Junlin couldn't understand where Yi Futian got the confidence from, other than having the cottage behind him. The difference in plane was also why Zhe Song, Qin Li, and the others thought Yi Futian would lose if the cottage didn't interfere. Luo Junlin of the Royal Shen Temple wasn't useless. He wasn't a regular cultivator of the Arcana plane. A regular Arcana cultivator without noble fate from the ancient barren world would be much weaker. Faced with someone with noble intent, the difference in plane would be wiped out. The next moment, Luo Junlin released his Dharma. It was a huge stone phoenix dozens of meters long. It pressed down on the sky with terrifying red light streaking across its surface. Flames flowed through the brilliant feathers like lava. One could feel various types of noble intent from Luo Junlin. He had twin spirits. The phoenix and stone figure were dharmas created from his twin spirits. The moment they were released, Yi Futian felt scalding heat and horrible pressure. Spiritual qi of the world flowed violently towards Luo Junlin's body and the Stonefire Phoenix. At this moment, Luo Junlin was like a true king ruling the world. So powerful. Countless eyes fell upon Luo Junlin. Yi Futian had disabled his father today, pressing down everything. Right now, Luo Junlin probably had fury burning like the phoenix. His eyes seemed to contain fire as he stared at Yi Futian. Horrible power weighed down on Yi Futian. Countless eyes fell upon him, watching the handsome figure stand facing the wind. The next moment, dazzling light shot out. It was his noble fate. The red fire noble fate and purple lightning fate danced and roared wildly in the air. After that was sharp golden fate, heavy earthen fate, green wooden fate, a ripping gale, and extremely icy frost intent. 7 beams of colored light rose right into the clouds. Yi Futian was now bathed in full attribute noble aura. He was young but he was like a noble. His body seemed frail but was extremely impressive. Qin Li, Chu Yaro, Qian Shanmu, Qin Mengruo, and the others all looked at him. His talent was truly monstrous. No wonder he'd broken so many records of the ancient barren world and was invited personally by Jiyu Dongliu. But could his talent make up for the difference in plane? Boom! An extremely wild aura burst from Yi Futian as he released his Dharma. The horrible apparition of the divine ape appeared behind him. It was covered in shocking light. Gold and dirt yellow light flowed across. It also glimmered with purple electricity. The powerful divine ape's body was like a dragon. It also had dazzling golden feathers behind him that covered the sky. The wings should be from the golden rock, but it transformed in Futian's Dharma. It was huge and beautiful, fitting perfectly with the divine ape. One's impression of the Dharma was that it was beautiful and powerful. It seemed to contain many top forms. Futian's body seemed to meld into the Dharma too, as well as various noble fates. This Dharma. Many people were speechless. His power seemed untouchable. Junior hasn't had a true fight since entering the cottage. We'll be able to see his true abilities today, Luo Fan said, smiling. Futian was well known throughout the Eastern Barren Territory. However, he'd used rhythmic sorcery against Chen Shanmu and instantly defeated Qin Mang. Today's battle with Luo Junlin would allow them to finally see Futian's combat ability. Jiyu Dongliu stared forward. He was excited to see Futian challenge an arcana cultivator from the Royal Shen Temple as a 7th-level Dharma plane. Luo Junlin stepped forward. The stone phoenix flapped its wings. Soon after, sharp meteorites appeared in the sky. Fire wrapped around the meteorites, covering the sky and blocking the sun. Die, Luo Junlin uttered coldly. His voice was filled with murderous intent. This spell was the meteorite attack. The moment he spoke, countless sharp flaming meteorites fell from the sky. A wind spell followed, wrapping around the mountain-like boulders and hurling them towards Futian. Futian looked up. Each meteorite was thousands of pounds and had sharp points at the bottom. It would be horrible if he was hit. Chapter 307, Combat Ability. Chapter 307, Combat Ability. Futian reached out. Wind and thunder converged in his palm. A horrible gale wrapped around and purple lightning danced. Even his eyes seemed to shine with purple light. Wild spiritual chi formed a frightening image in his palms. It spun like a windstorm. A shocking spell was about to be born. Everyone discovered with surprise that 2 different spells emerged from Futian's hands. A horrible windstorm was created on his left hand. On his right hand, a terrible lightning dragon was forming. It seemed to have been carved. Endless lightning transformed into a chain that swung towards the falling meteorites, locking them in lightning. The wind and lightning dragon was still growing wildly. Our junior can inscribe. Shui Yi's eyes flashed. Futian used his spiritual energy and powerful sense of spiritual chi to inscribe in the air without an inscriber's pen and paper. He released a spell that was above his plane. An inscriber who could inscribe in the air was similar to a summoner. When their spiritual energy and sense of spiritual chi were powerful enough, they could inscribe spells in the air. Of course, it would be much slower. Casting a spell of the same level could be instantaneous. But to inscribe a spell above one's level, one needed to gather stronger spiritual chi and control it with extreme spiritual energy. Any mistake could cause the entire spell to fail. Boom! Extremely terrible weight descended under Luo Junlin's control. Instead of dodging the attack, Futian gathered his spell. He was crazy. Futian stepped in the air and welcomed Luo Junlin's spell. Then he threw his hand forward. A real dragon and elephant seemed to roar. This hit landed squarely on the sharp boulder. The next moment, a purple dragon appeared. It filled the entire sky and wrapped around all the falling meteorites. A true dragon appeared as well. It ran past, crushing everything. Thunder Dragon Spell, Dragon Elephant Roar Martial Arts Technique, Shui Yi said. He'd read tens of thousands of books and knew millions of spells. He'd transcribed practically every spell in the book cave of the cottage. The spell Futian used, Thunder Dragon Spell, was in the Arcana plane. The Dragon Elephant Roar was a powerful martial arts technique. He had combined martial arts and sorcery, casting both at the same time. They complemented each other and created even more power. The overlapped attack was much stronger than a scattered attack. The falling meteorites instantly shattered or cracked. Now, the spell in Futian's left hand was activated. A horrible wind swept past, destroying everything. The meteorites in the sky all turned to dust. Nice, Luo Fan praised. Yi Futian's reaction was practically perfect. There was a big difference in plane, but he'd resolved the attack. He was flawless in both sorcery and martial arts. Added to his full attribute talent, he was a genius talent. Luo Fan felt some pressure as the senior brother. Qian Shanmu, Qin Mengruo, and the others all watched seriously as well. They were slightly surprised. It was their first time seeing Yi Futian fight with his full ability. Qin Li had said that Yi Futian had never proved himself in battle. Today, they saw his combat ability. He'd displayed his monstrous talent in one attack. Luo Junlin looked coldly at Yi Futian. Since Yi Futian dared to challenge him, he would naturally be able to take more than one hit. Luo Junlin was prepared for this. Wild flame spiritual qi gathered. The stone phoenix flapped its wings and flew out. Lava-like flames flowed through the air towards Yi Futian, burning the sky red. It seemed able to burn everything. Liquid firelight appeared in the vast sky. Yi Futian's surroundings were all covered. He was now in a fiery red world. Luo Junlin's Dharma seemed to come to life and attack endlessly. Yi Futian released his sun Dharma. It hung high in the sky. There seemed to be a divine tree inside the sun with twisted roots. He himself seemed to transform into a furnace that could burn everything. Runes of fire wrapped around him. He released his wild noble intent and stood there, watching the incoming fire. Lava-like flames dropped onto him. He seemed to be inside the sun, feeling the horrible destructive power. Even though he cultivated fire spells, he still couldn't overlook this attack. But his own power and the flame intent wove with the sun Dharma to create a shield. The divine tree extended, absorbing the incoming flame power. The sun grew more dazzling and gradually expanded. Luo Junlin's fire attack was ineffective against Yi Futian. It even felt like it was strengthening Yi Futian's fire. Yi Futian stepped forward and passed through the fire. He went towards Luo Junlin. He was so overbearing and ignored everything. The stone phoenix flapped its wings hurriedly. A spell shot towards Yi Futian like a sharp knife. Yi Futian slapped forward. Like a burning handprint, he swept past everything and burned the sharp knife. Many people were shocked. Luo Junlin's fire attack seemed to be helping him instead. The stone phoenix returned to Luo Junlin's side and didn't continue attacking. Luo Junlin stared at the approaching Yi Futian. Animosity grew. No matter how powerful Yi Futian was, Luo Junlin was in the Arcana plane and didn't fear the Dharma plane. The stone phoenix Dharma seemed to meld into him. Beautiful wings appeared behind him. Yi Futian stood in the sky and looked down on Luo Junlin. His eyes were wild. 1,000 mirror images. As soon as Yi Futian spoke, a water elemental spell was born. It transformed into countless mirrors that reflected upon Yi Futian. Then he moved. In a moment, thousands of images appeared around Luo Junlin. They were all reflections of Yi Futian. It was impossible to determine which was real. Even worse, the sky within range of the spell turned into a mysterious mist. It covered his aura so Luo Junlin couldn't use it to find Yi Futian. As Yi Futian moved, the countless images in the sky surrounded Luo Junlin. It was dizzying. Luo Junlin's wings flapped and he rose up. Boom! Yi Futian cast a spell that transformed into a mountain that smashed down at Luo Junlin. Under the 1,000 mirror images spell, endless mountains seemed to be coming at him. Luo Junlin's wings turned into blades and swept past. Wind tore through the sky, passing through the mountains. They were apparitions instead of a real attack, but he had to clear them all. At the same time, Luo Junlin used a spell to smash the illusory images, but his spell went straight past. The 1,000 mirror images was a water elemental spell. It had no attacking power but was also unable to be destroyed directly. Boom! With a huge boom, the solid attack came and shattered under Luo Junlin's spell. But at the same time, lightning flashed in the sky. Crack! Purple light filled the sky and the lightning dragon unfurled. The lightning dragon spell erupted once again. Thousands of dragons seemed to go to Luo Junlin. His expression was ugly. With the 1,000 mirror images spell, every attack multiplied. They were fake but he had to react. Otherwise, the real attack could hurt him. A boundless storm gathered around him, enveloping him and tearing apart everything else. The true lightning dragon descended upon the windstorm. Lightning and wind intertwined. Luo Junlin's windstorm continued rising, trying to escape from the spell. Yi Futian wouldn't allow it. Endless vines curled towards him. At the same time, the dragon elephant roar was activated and charged towards Luo Junlin. Trapped by the spell, Luo Junlin could only defend instead of attack. He was in the Arcana plane but was restricted by Yi Futian. This shocked many people. Yi Futian's every attack was filled with noble intent and reached the Arcana plane. It was as if he was truly in the Arcana plane, rather than Dharma. Qin Li stared at the battlefield, looking uncomfortable. He'd wondered if Luo Junlin could kill Yi Futian, but the latter's abilities were beyond his expectation. Luo Junlin was restricted in every aspect and his features twisted. He stopped trying to burst free. Endless spiritual qi gathered around him. His dharma entwined with his body. Bits of stone appeared. He seemed to be turning into a stone figure and kept expanding. Soon, a stone giant more than 100 meters tall appeared. Its surface burned with horrible flames. However, the giant's eyes were Luo Junlin's. He didn't fight back and just allowed the spells to fall on him. The giant stone man shook and the spells kept damaging the surface rock but couldn't hurt him. The broken stone skin quickly recovered as if it was undying. "How can you defeat me?" Luo Junlin roared. He swept his arms across, almost filling the entire sky. But at that moment, inside the 1,000 mirror images, a staff appeared before Yi Futian's might body. It kept enlarging. The divine ape melded with Yi Futian's body. He grasped the staff with immense strength. Unparalleled power gathered in his body. Everyone saw a beautiful scene. Inside the spell, thousands of figures twirled the staff at once. The wind and clouds howled, the world changed. This scene was too beautiful. Chapter 308, The Death of Luo Junlin. Chapter 308, The Death of Luo Junlin. Shining with the light of divine ape's figure, Yi Futian played out thousands of illusory figures with his long staff. He had a very mighty aura. Luo Junlin was in the sky too. While observing the countless illusory figures, he internalized his dharma into his body. Soon, a good amount of magma erupted from the crevices on his enormous rock-like body. He reached out his large rocky hand and a horrible noble intent soared into the sky. He folded his hands and roared angrily. Numerous flaming meteorites fell from the sky, turning the entire sky red. Bang, bang. Some of those meteorites, falling down in a certain place, were all crushed. Luo Junlin looked there and found one of the 1,000 figures was real. Only the real one could have such a strong force. Simultaneously, the thousands of figures targeted the rocky body. Yi Futian kept twirling his staff. Spiritual qi of the world converged like terrible waves, getting strong and stronger. Luo Junlin still looked indifferent. The world around him changed, creating continuous heavy pounds. The strong cultivators in the Arcana plane could resonate better with the natural world. The plane was also known as nature and man as one. Luo Junlin lifted his palms and pounced toward Yi Futian's real body. The flames on his palms dazzled like a noble handprint, extending endlessly and crushing everything. Yi Futian suffered the horrible gravity pressure brought by the handprint. Clearly, Luo Junlin was oppressing him with a gravity spell. Worse was that the flaming rocks from the sky kept falling down on him, seeming to bury him in this space. The Royal Xian handprint. The top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory were all surprised. The Royal Xian handprint was an aggressive spell combining martial arts with spells. It was very fierce. As long as the handprint was thrown out, the target would be trapped in a space of extremely scary gravity. Everything around would fall down on the target automatically. Right now, Yi Futian was the target at the center of the attacks. Countless flaming meteorites crushed fiercely toward Yi Futian, but he seemed to not be worried at all. His body seemed to have a magical rhythm. Every blow of his staff shattered the incoming meteorites. Though he hadn't reached the Arcana plane, Yi Futian still had the power to gather the power in the world and resonate with the natural world as a strong cultivator in Arcana plane could nature and man as one. What a fierce attack! People were amazed by Yi Futian's dancing body and magical rhythm full of strength. The flaming meteorites all disappeared, but Luo Junlin's large handprint followed. The entire sky darkened. Endless horrible pressure crushed down like a coffin to bury Yi Futian. Suddenly, Yi Futian felt like there was a king in that handprint sitting high on the throne and scorning him. The scene didn't stir Yi Futian's heart. Taking advantage of the time, he threw out his staff to rip the sky apart. All of a sudden, the divine ape roared, shaking the world. Rumble. There was a horrible explosion. Then the huge palm print was split from the middle. Huge meteorites kept blasting, but a very strong force came down to Yi Futian's staff. The staff trembled. His body was forced back. Luo Junlin's ferocious eyes stared at Yi Futian. He slowly folded his palms and endless spiritual qi gathered around him. Another wave of boulders fell down from the sky. A giant illusory stone figure appeared behind Luo Junlin like the king of stone. A second handprint was sent out. At this time, two king figures loomed simultaneously over the numerous falling meteorites, pouncing toward Yi Futian at the same time. He Yulu looked at this battle indifferently. This time, Luo Junlin would definitely kill Yi Futian. The ape roared angrily. Yi Futian's aura grew more fierce and aggressive. When the attack came, he waved his staff and split the air. A crack appeared in the sky. The meteorites and handprint were totally demolished. With another roar, more illusory king figures appeared in the sky and sent out more handprints. By comparison, Yi Futian's body was very small. Though he had the divine ape as a guard, he seemed to be almost buried. This time, Yi Futian stood still. His dharma broke out into the sky. An extremely enormous figure of an ape appeared behind him. With seemingly endless strength, he twirled his staff and auras of the world all gathered to the staff. No matter how strong the attacks were, he just stood still in place. The noble handprints came down upon him but all shattered. He just couldn't be defeated. Poof! People were shocked to find that Luo Junlin spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was burning too. An incomparably frightening aura loomed and rose up. He folded his palms again. Blood kept rushing out from his mouth. The whole world was shaking. Countless nobles appeared in the sky. How can it be? The top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory were all stunned by this scene. This was the true Royal Xian handprint, but only cultivators of the noble plane could use the Royal Xian handprint. Those below the noble plane could only create the embryonic form as Luo Junlin had at first. It was the limit. However, the kings in the sky were all real, looking down at Yi Futian. The spiritual qi around Luo Junlin all resonated with his aura. Horrible airflow came and trapped Yi Futian in the midair. So powerful. At this moment, all the spectators looked up at the heart-shaking scene. The kings in the sky glared at Yi Futian, seeming to crush him beneath their feet. Very good. Qin Li grinned hideously. He glanced at people of the cottage, wondering whether they would help Yi Futian. If they acted, they would be the enemy of the Royal Xian Temple. But certainly, if Yi Futian won this battle, the Royal Xian Temple would not be happy either. The plight the cottage faced now was what they had been plotting. The age of the cottage and the college should come to its end. Jiyu Dongliu's group watched the battle. Junior Yi had done his best. His every blow was of the arcana plane. His dharma helped him become stronger and stronger. Even the world was shaken by his staff. But unexpectedly, Luo Junlin used the Royal Xian handprint, risking getting hurt or ending his own life. But if he succeeded, this blow could be fatal to Yi Futian. Emperor Luo and Minister Hua closely stared at the front. Die! They'd been disabled, but they still wanted to witness the death of Yi Futian. In the vast space, countless eyes stared at this scene. The sky was chaotic, the airflow was terrible, and the power was destructive. It had never been expected that the battle could be so fierce. Yi Futian looked up at those illusory figures. Endless spirit gathered and entered his body. He could feel the threatening pressure in his body. Even at this moment, he didn't give up. His eyes were extremely calm and fearless. His staff kept spinning. There was some unknown power growing in his body. His blood seemed to be burning and boiling, his veins and bones were snarling. The ape's roar and the dragon's growl shook the ground. A beam of sacred light appeared above Yi Futian and soared into the sky. His noble fate pierced into the sky. Everything in the sky bathed in the light and converged to produce a beam of more dazzling light. What is that? People stared at Yi Futian's body curiously. His noble fate seemed to be activated, becoming more dazzling and dreadful. At this time, Yi Futian became a true king without the help of noble intent. His body spun and his staff twirled. The sky changed color and his noble fate turned into beams of light. Light rushed into the staff. Then, all the power in the world gathered here as if he was the sovereign of the world. Bang! Yi Futian stepped heavily in the air while the ape ascended. The staff slashed through the air. "I'll kill you." Luo Junlin raved toward Yi Futian. He spat out more blood. The kings in the sky sent out more threatening handprints, wanting to kill Yi Futian on the spot. The giant ape and Yi Futian acted as one, raising the staff together. Everywhere the staff swept, those meteorites were shattered. Yi Futian descended above Luo Junlin. He glanced at Luo Junlin indifferently. His staff slashed down. This was the fourth hit of the 9 heavenly attacks. The staff slashed down with the imperial tactics. All the dreadful royal Xian handprints were split by the staff. The flaming staff slashed down toward Luo Junlin below. Seeing the staff getting closer and closer, Luo Junlin's eyes revealed a hint of despair. The staff loomed and he roared angrily, "I will not accept." Bang! The stone figure shattered. Luo Junlin's body burst into ashes as well, seeming to disappear. In the sky, only one handsome figure stood there proudly with a mighty illusory figure of an ape behind him. He seemed unshakable, as if what people saw was not a strong cultivator in Dharma plane but an emperor of the world. The turbulence in the sky dispersed and the meteorites disappeared. Yi Futian withdrew his noble fate so that others could not sense his emperor's intent. Though he'd activated the imperial tactic, he covered that with his noble fate. Therefore, others would regard it as some kind of strong spell. With rumbles, some meteorites fell onto the imperial palace on the ground. However, people still looked up to the figure in the sky, unwilling to look away. Luo Junlin was so strong, he even used the royal Xian handprint. Nobles had been everywhere. Everybody thought that Yi Futian would be killed, but Yi Futian had killed Luo Jun with one blow. Luo Junlin was killed on the spot. Chapter 309, ended. Chapter 309, ended. Countless people had gathered outside the imperial palace, but there was only a deafening silence at the moment. Today, in the sky above the Nandu Nation imperial palace, Prince Luo Junlin battled Yi Futian and was killed. At this instant, many people from the Nandu Nation recalled the scene when Luo Junlin became a disciple of a powerful cultivator from the royal Xian temple. He was extremely glamorous and various emperors came to Nandu to congratulate him. Today, however, the legendary prince of the Nandu Nation only managed to make another person famous. He was the unparalleled young man who came from Donghai City and was forced to leave his hometown by Luo Junlin and Emperor Luo. When he returned, many nobles listened to his orders and called him the Sun. When his senior stood beside him, nobody from the top forces in the Eastern Barren Territory dared to touch him. He was only in the Dharma plane and crossed 4 levels to kill Luo Junlin. If Luo Junlin could be called a legend, then what about Yi Futian? The Nandu Nation is totally over. Everyone had this thought in their minds. It was already certain that the rulers of the Nandu Nation would change. Emperor Luo was disabled and Luo Junlin was killed. The fate of the Luo family would be changed completely. The people from the Nandu Nation looked at Yi Futian, the miraculous young man who came from Donghai City. 2 years ago, he defied the emperor's order and wrote his own fate himself. In the future, he would be the legend of the Nandu Nation. In addition, with his talents, even the vast Eastern Barren Territory would probably also become a stage for him to perform. The young man who looked like an all-powerful emperor when he fought was born extraordinary. Emperor Luo trembled and his hopeless look gradually turned blank. His son Luo Junlin had been a genius since he was a child and had twin spirits. In reality, this was also true indeed. How many people in the 100 lands could win him in the battle just now? However, destiny was just so cruel. Since Luo Juanli was so talented, why would a person like Yi Futian exist? Why would such a person be born in Donghai City? His mind was filled with regret. If everything could start all over again, he would go to Donghai personally and kill Yi Futian. However, it was already too late to regret at the moment. He regretted, but could not change anything. At this very moment, he recalled many things in the past. That time, he planned a trap and killed the Emperor of Nandu in the ancient barren world. Taking away the Emperor's noble fate, he eventually managed to enter the noble plane and took over his position, becoming the Emperor of a kingdom. He went against God's will and changed his own destiny. He was not resigned to his fate and changed it himself. In the end, however, everything was still lost. Compared to the young man standing proudly in the air, he seemed so petty at the moment. The Emperor was but an ant. A tear actually appeared at the corner of Emperor Luo's eye. It was not that he was not strong enough, but instead, he felt that the world was really unfair and everyone's fate was unpredictable. He had paid a lot to reach the position he was at now. However, his most talented son was killed and he was disabled, and an inevitable death awaited him. Thinking about his entire life, he was not resigned. He Yulu from the royal Shen temple clenched his fists firmly as his face turned gloomy. He was unconcerned about Luo Junlin's death. Although his daughter, He Shiro, had begged him before dying, he had already given Luo Junlin a chance. As long as Luo Junlin could kill Yi Futian in the battle, he would try his best to protect him. However, he failed himself and did not manage to kill Yi Futian. Compared to Luo Junlin's death, he was more concerned about the fact that Yi Futian was still standing there in one piece. Not only was he alive, but he also displayed an astonishing combat power and attracted everyone's admiration. Luo Junlin was his disciple, so he obviously knew how strong his disciple was. Even though Luo Junlin was weaker than those top geniuses, he did not know if any other young person in the Eastern Barren Territory could cross 4 levels and kill Luo Junlin like what Yi Futian had done. At least, he did not know such a person. This was the best chance they had, and yet Luo Junlin did not manage to kill Yi Futian. In the future, even if the Royal Shen Temple wanted to take revenge, they could not fight against the cottage. How about another assassination? That depended on whether they could pay the price, and the answer was obvious. Let's go. Turning around, He Yulu walked away and showed no signs of wanting to stay. Luo Junlin was already dead. What did the other issues of the Nandu nation have to do with him? The people of the Nandu nation watched as the cultivators from the Royal Shen Temple took their leave. They knew that the Luo royal family was totally done for. The Royal Shen Temple abandoned them and left. Luo Junlin was killed, but they did not say anything at all. Nobody knew the exact reason, but at least they knew that the people from the Royal Shen Temple were weaker than the people in Yi Futian's clan. Previously, Jiyu Dongliu had warned the people from the Royal Shen Temple to back away, and nobody dared to disobey him. Suddenly, Yi Futian started walking in the air, attracting everyone's gaze. He walked up to Emperor Luo, who also raised his head and looked back at him. At this moment, Emperor Luo felt somewhat dreary. As an emperor, he once viewed Yi Futian as an ant. Now, however, Yi Futian was far superior and was looking at him from above. Yi Futian. Suddenly, everyone heard a clear voice. Yi Futian turned his head and saw a charming figure, Luo Mengyang, the princess of the Nandu nation. Yi Futian looked at her calmly. I won't ask you to let him off, but the tragedy at that time was caused by him, my brother, and Minister Hua. Many people from the Luo family are innocent. Can you please let them off? Luo Mengyang did not show up just now, and she also did not plead Yi Futian to forgive her father, for she knew well that this was impossible. A person should pay for what he had done, but it should not involve the entire Luo family. In the future, the direct descendants of the Luo family shall be ordinary people, Yi Futian said. All right. Luo Mengyang felt very sad, but she still nodded. That time, the order from her father involved all the relatives of Yi Futian, and an elder whom Yi Futian respected a lot was killed. Later, her father and brother also went to Kangye and threatened Emperor Yi to hand over Yi Futian's master and masteress. Now, Yi Futian decided not to kill every single one of them. What else could she say? Silver 9, bring the two of them to Donghai City and freeze them in front of the school of the Emperor Star. I want them to kneel down before my grandmaster's statue to repent, Yi Futian said. Yes, son, Silver 9 nodded. Then, he brought Emperor Luo and Minister Hua and left the place. The emperor and the minister were carried off by him just like two ants. The emperor of a kingdom would kneel down before the school of the Emperor Star, causing many people to sigh. Donghai Academy would probably become famous in the Nandu nation. Yi Futian walked back and stood above the imperial palace, scanning the crowd. The hatred between him and the Luo family finally ended, and he also completed what he had been bothered by for a long time. He wished that his grandmaster could now rest in peace. Luo Tianyin stole the Nandu nation, and it shall now be returned to the Nandu royal family. My uncle Nandu Wenshan, a descendant of the former Nandu royal family, will be the emperor of Nandu in the future. The sin that Luo Tianyin has committed will not involve anyone apart from those directly in the Luo family. Next time, if I can become powerful enough, I will also try to help the Nandu nation. I hope that Nandu can become more and more prosperous, Yi Futian said loudly. Then, he looked at Nandu Wenshan and smiling, he said, Uncle, I will leave everything else to you. After he finished speaking, he smiled and backed to the side. Nandu Wenshan took a deep breath and walked forward. He went to the spot above the crowd and felt very emotional. In the past, his ancestor had been killed. Now, the Nandu nation was finally returned to him. He recalled the scene when he first met Yi Futian. That day, in the Luo palace, he was extremely suave, and shocked everyone with his melody of the white feather. That time, Nandu Wenshan already somewhat admired Yi Futian. However, he did not expect Yi Futian to create such a miracle in only 2 years and help him get back the Nandu nation. Some elders of the Nandu clan trembled in excitement. The nation was finally returned to them. Fortunately, Yi Futian did not hate the entire Nandu clan because of Nandu Tai alone. Fortunately, the relationship between him and Hua Jiyu was firm enough, otherwise, they would not be able to get control over the nation. Greetings, Your Majesty. Outside the Nandu Nation Imperial Palace, many courtiers bowed to salute. The guards also knelt down on one knee. Greetings, Your Majesty. Seeing a group of people taking the lead, more and more people started to salute Nandu Wenshan. They knew that while Nandu Wenshan's level may not be very high and he was not even a noble, he would sit firmly as the emperor because of Yi Futian's presence. Nobody would be able to change this. Emperor Luo ended up like this. Who would still dare to touch Nandu? The earth-shattering voice echoed in the sky. In the imperial palace, the faces of the people from the Luo family turned pale, and there were even some who started to escape. Yi Futian landed on the ground. He stood beside Hua Jiyu, and Hua Jiyu held his hand. The two gripped each other's hand firmly and smiled at each other. Both of them could finally set their minds at rest. The problem in the Nandu nation which had been bothering them for a long time was finally over. Futian, thank you. Hua Jiyu's voice was as gentle as water. She knew that Yi Futian chose to forgive the Nandu clan and let her uncle become the emperor not because he had any special feelings towards the Nandu clan. Nandu Tai had treated him poorly, how could he have any affection for the Nandu clan? He did everything only because of his affection for her. Do you want to marry me in return? Yi Futian smiled and looked at Hua Jiyu. Hua Jiyu blushed and widened her eyes at Yi Futian. This guy. Everything just ended and he is already starting to show his real self. No problem. Hua Jiyu gave a charming smile. I'll take it for real. Yi Futian also smiled. Beside them, Hua Fengliu and Nandu Wenyin smiled as they looked at the two, after which they glanced at each other. In the eyes of the other, they could both see relief and joy. The two had really grown up and had surpassed them. To Hua Fengliu, Yi Futian was his disciple, and also his son-in-law. Yi Futian was no different from his own children. He recalled the scene when his life spirit was destroyed in Qingju, and Yi Futian carried him to Donghai. The two relied upon each other for life. Now, he felt that all bitterness had ended and sweetness had begun, as everything was over. At the moment, he only had one wish, that Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu could be happy and safe for their whole life. He already had such an amazing daughter and son-in-law. What else could he ask for? Qin Li, Chu Yaro Yaro, Qian Shanmu, Qin Mengruo, and Jasong all looked at Yi Futian. They each had different expressions on their faces and all felt somewhat shocked. Although today's battle did not happen in the Eastern Barren Territory, many people still witnessed it. From then on, nobody would question Yi Futian's combat abilities. Looking at Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu who were standing together, Chu Yaro Yaro lowered her head slightly and felt a complicated emotion surging in her heart. Turning around quietly, Qin Li and the rest were ready to leave. When Qin Li passed by Jasong, he smiled and said, "Together." Jasong looked at Qin Li, after which he nodded, "All right." Then the people from the Eastern Barren Territory left the place one after another. Still, there were many people in the crowd who were staring at Yi Futian. Emperor Yi, Yi Danchen, Yi Lingxi, and Lin Yu Yaro were also here. Clearly, she would not miss the occasion. At the moment, she was smiling very brightly as she blessed the couple in her heart. Chapter 310, Let Me Help You Measure It. Chapter 310, Let Me Help You Measure It. A bright smile appeared on the faces of Jiyu Dongliu, Shui Yi, and Luo Fan. "He's indeed my junior. He has my style," Luo Fan said with his head held high. "Shameless." Shui Yi looked at him in disgust and said, "You? If little brother is at your level, he will defeat you with just one strike." Luo Fan looked at Shui Yi and said emotionlessly, "Brother, this time sister allowed you to leave the mountain because of little brother. When you go back, you should stay there and cultivate. I plan to travel around the Eastern Barren Territory for a while before going back." Shui Yi widened his eyes at Luo Fan. "Let's go," Jiyu Dongliu said emotionlessly as he turned around. Luo Fan walked up and asked, "Third brother, do we just leave like this? The issue here is settled, and little brother no longer needs us now. We'll let him have his own time here." Jiyu Dongliu continued walking and left the place. With the nobles from ancient Luolan beside him, nothing would happen to Yi Futian. The people from the Eastern Barren Territory did not dare act so recklessly. Jiyu Dongliu, Shui Yi and Luo Fan's white clothes swayed in the air as they took their leave. Yi Futian glanced in that direction. He did not go there and also did not thank them. To him, the cottage disciples were all like his family members. However, at the moment, not all those who had stayed behind were happy. Many emperors from the 100 Lands had come here to watch the battle. They all could not keep calm, especially those who had drunk and chatted with Emperor Luo. They felt very uneasy because Yi Futian had seen them that day. Now that the general situation had already been determined, they no longer had the chance to switch their position. A few emperors approached Yi Futian and lowered their heads respectfully. "Mr. Yi, we're here to apologize." Yi Futian stared at them. Immediately, all the emperors trembled with fear. Looking at the scene, many people from the Nandu nation sighed in their hearts. Even emperors felt scared before Yi Futian. "Later, go and find Emperor Yi and the Emperor of Nandu to discuss it," Yi Futian said, waving his hand. He did not have the time to deal with these people. That time, the emperors from the Yunchu nation and the like apologized and surrendered, but they betrayed him immediately after Luo Junlin returned. They even used Yi Lingxi and Yi Danchen as hostages. Therefore, Yi Futian was already not bothered with these emperors at the moment. Of course, these emperors had not done anything to him before. Otherwise, he would not choose to forgive them again, just like Emperor Chu. Seeing Yi Futian's cold look, the emperors nodded and said, "Yes." Then, they stepped back respectfully. They were also very emotional. He was such a young Dharma plane cultivator and yet his status was already above the emperor's. Many strong nobles listened to his orders. Emperor Yi, Yi Wuchen, and Liu Feiyong walked up to Yi Futian. "Uncle Yi, do you need my help to handle the issues here?" Emperor Yi said. "That would be great," Yi Futian said, smiling. Emperor Yi had been an emperor for a while and would, therefore, be able to settle these issues easily. Meanwhile, He could teach Nandu Wenshan as well. On the other hand, Yi Futian could not bother to deal with these things. When are you going back? Liu Feiyang asked. After I finish handling everything here, Yi Futian said. All right. Now you already have powerful cultivators protecting you. I will stay here for a while and then go back to the Eastern Barren territory first. Liu Feiyang smiled. Yi Futian nodded, after which he looked at the imperial palace. He then walked towards that direction. Next, they needed to put the imperial palace in good order. Yi Futian went to a courtyard in the palace. There, he saw Minister Zhuo. You're finally here. Minister Zhuo looked at Yi Futian. He stood up and said, Please sit. Minister Zhuo, you don't have to be so polite, Yi Futian said. Okay, Minister Zhuo nodded. Do you blame me? That time, if he had not treated Yi Futian so well and even gave him the decree of the minister, many things would probably not have happened. Last time when I met the princess, I asked her to tell you that I do not blame you at all. Yi Futian shook his head. Minister Zhuo, do you want to follow me to the Eastern Barren territory? Minister Zhuo shook his head. I do not belong there. Although I am an astrologer, I need to hide this ability. Otherwise, there is a high chance that I will die earlier. I will continue to stay at Nandu. All right. Senior, can you continue to be a minister and help my uncle? Yi Futian said. Minister Zhuo was a minister and many courtiers were chosen by him. If he was willing to help, it would be much easier to organize the Nandu nation. Yes, I would serve him, Minister Zhuo nodded. Yi Futian folded his hands and said, Thank you, Minister Zhuo. Minister Zhuo stared at the handsome young man in front of him. Perhaps, even he himself did not know about his future. The Nandu nation faced a major reorganization. In the Nandu nation imperial city, Yi Futian's name spread to all the restaurants, inns, and any place where there were people. In just one day, everyone knew about him. However, just when everyone was discussing Yi Futian, he and Hua Jiyu left the place quietly. Even his master, Masteress, and Yu Sheng did not know about it. Of course, the Lulan Silver Snow Guards were still following them and protecting them secretly. The East Sea was extremely vast. There were ships sailing in the boundless sea. They appeared to be particularly tiny and lonely in the sea, especially when it was nighttime. At the moment, in the sky above the East Sea, a demon was flapping its wings and flying forward. The first light of the morning could already be seen. In the distant horizon, a trace of red light appeared and shone onto the sea. Immediately, the East Sea turned golden. Such a beautiful sunrise. On the back of the demon, a charming lady was folding her legs casually, and her body formed a gentle curve. Under the radiance of the first light of dawn, she looked like an elegant fairy, and nobody would have any evil thoughts upon seeing her. However, suddenly, a pair of hands grabbed her slim waist from behind. If anyone else saw the scene, the person would certainly die of envy. Indeed, it's beautiful but not as beautiful as you, Yi Futian said, smiling. Hua Jiyu glanced at him with a passionate look. Are we there already? Hua Jiyu asked softly. Yup, should be reaching soon, Yi Futian nodded. The red sun ascended into the sky slowly and the sea started glistening, producing a fascinating view. In the distance, an island city could roughly be seen. That was the city of Qingju. It was Yi Futian's hometown, and also where the two of them met and fell in love. Now that all the problems of Kangye had been settled, Yi Futian wanted to go back to Qingju and take a look. He wanted to try his luck at his house to see whether his father had returned. The black-winged condor sped up and brought the two across the East Sea. It reached the shore and without stopping, it headed towards the city of Qingju directly. This island city was peaceful as usual. Every day, it had its own stories. After the monster tide that year, the city was slowly regaining its vitality as well. Since the Yi house was rebuilt, it still looked quite stylish. When Yi Futian arrived and saw the state of the Yi house, a strange expression appeared on his face. Could it be that my bastard father is really back? The black-winged condor landed in front of the house. Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu walked towards the house and the guard outside was shocked by their appearances. At the moment, Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu were already no longer the young teenagers they once were. That time, although they were already good-looking, their auras were far weaker than now. Their looks alone were already telling everyone else that they were extraordinary. Furthermore, the demon had a very sharp look. It must be a powerful one. Mr. and Miss, may I know who you are looking for? The guard asked. Are the people from the Yi house back? Yi Futian asked. You are referring to Yi Baichuan's family, right? They have already been missing for a few years. My master rebuilt this place, the guard said. Feng house? Yi Futian asked. Yes. Do you know my master? Do you need me to inform the people inside? The guard said politely. Is Uncle Feng inside? Yi Futian asked. Nope. The lady stays here, the guard said. A strange look appeared on Yi Futian's face. It's actually that girl. Never mind then, Yi Futian said, smiling. He grabbed Hua Jiyu's hand and turned around. Don't you want to meet her? Hua Jiyu smiled and looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian pinched Hua Jiyu's hand. This fox is actually teasing me. Are you just going to leave like this? Behind them, a voice spread out suddenly. Yi Futian turned around and saw a charming figure running out of the house. Feng Qingxue was already 19 this year. Standing gracefully at her spot, she looked even prettier and her body was tall and sexy. Seeing her, Yi Futian smiled and said, Qingxue, you have grown taller. Feng Qingxue looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu. Yi Futian was already more mature and also more handsome. On the other hand, the girl who was once a legend in Qingju Academy was also more attractive and stunning at the moment. Then am I more beautiful as well? Feng Qingxue smiled. Unlike in the past, she already knew how to control her emotions now. Yes, much prettier, Yi Futian said, smiling. Feng Qingxue gave a sweet smile and asked again, are you still cultivating in Donghai Academy? Nope. Yi Futian shook his head. Last time when he came here with Minister Zue, he was still a disciple of Donghai Academy. Then where are you cultivating? Next time, if I have the chance, maybe I will go and find you, Feng Qingxue asked, smiling. Sure. I am cultivating in the college cottage in the Eastern Barren Territory, Yi Futian replied. Hua Jiyu sighed in her heart. She could clearly see the emotions in Feng Qingxue's eyes. However, she probably did not know what the college cottage meant. I'll take note of that, Hua Qingxue nodded. At the moment, she had not realized that this was probably a place that she would never be able to go. After a few days, there would be news from Donghai City. It would be hard to imagine how she would feel after knowing the truth. I'll leave now, Yi Futian said. Okay. Bye. Feng Qingxue nodded. Help me to say hello to Uncle Feng. Yi Futian waved his hand at Feng Qingxue. Then, he grabbed Hua Jiyu's hand and returned to the back of the black-winged condor. The black-winged condor flapped its wings and flew off into the distance very quickly. Feng Qingxue still stood at her spot and gazed blankly at the slowly disappearing figure. The encounter was plain and simple, but she was still somewhat sad. In the sky, on the back of the black-winged condor, Hua Jiyu smiled at Yi Futian and asked softly, do you miss her? Seeing Hua Jiyu's mischievous look, Yi Futian smiled and nodded, of course. Her body shape was good last time, and it is even better now. Have you noticed how long her legs are? Hua Jiyu blinked her eyes. Then, she widened her eyes at him looking displeased. Sitting down, she extended her legs that were crossed. A pair of slim and tender legs were presented in front of Yi Futian just like this. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled and he said, Fox, let me help you to measure it. As he spoke, he put his hands on her legs. The soft legs were very elastic and felt extremely good. Go away. Hua Jiyu kicked him gently and quickly moved her legs away, her face turning red. Chapter 311, Lin Qiu. Chapter 311, Lin Qiu. Qingju Academy was vibrant with many youthful disciples. Today, Qingju Academy appeared to be exceptionally busy, because it was the day of the spring quarter examination. The disciples of the academy had gathered together for the examination, and the heads of the School of Martial Arts and School of Sorcery had also arrived. At the moment, Qingju Academy was particularly lively. The city lord of Qingju, Qin Shuai, was also here, along with many other high officials of the city. Qin Shuai's daughter, Qin Yi, was now sitting beside him. She watched as the young teenagers in the gymnasium displayed their talents and powers. Qin Yi was already 20 years old. Her body, which was already extremely sexy in the past, was becoming even more attractive. She was still teaching in Qingju Academy and was a goddess in the hearts of many disciples. Of course, at the moment, she already had a boyfriend. He was Lin Qiu, the most talented disciple of Qingju Academy over many years. He was also the direct disciple of the headmaster Ji Yu Mu. At the moment, Lin Qiu was sitting beside Qin Yi and Qin Shuai. The two did look like a suitable match. Nowadays there are more and more geniuses here. Qin Shuai smiled as he looked at the battle platform. Beside him, the master of House of Swordsmen, Leng Qingfeng, smiled and said, "Yup. Qingju Academy was badly damaged after the monster tide that year, but the young generations of Qingju all started cultivating harder after that. Furthermore, Lin Qiu's talents have also encouraged many." Lin Qiu was just over 20 and had already entered the Dharma plane. In Qingju, this was definitely considered as extremely amazing and his talents were outstanding. After all, he has been to the outside world, the Lord of the Metal Pavilion said, smiling. Our Qingju Academy has not had such an excellent disciple before, right? Qin Shuai's eyes sparkled. Have we not had such an excellent disciple? Smiling, he shook his head and did not say anything. However, two figures appeared in his mind uncontrollably. If they did not leave the academy, they would have become legends of the academy long ago. Of course, they were not meant to be bounded to Qingju anyway. General Qin, when will Lin Qiu and Qin Yi be getting married? The Lord of the Metal Pavilion asked, smiling. I'm not in charge of this. You should ask them about their own opinions. Qin Shuai smiled, while Lin Qiu looked at Qin Yi. There's no need to hurry. I will serve father for a few more years and will not get married so early, Qin Yi said, smiling. Everyone nodded and did not say anything. The spring quarter examination continued and the academy was very lively. Suddenly, a demon flew past the sky above Qingju Academy. It flew towards a particular place in the academy while descending from the sky. Many people noticed the scene. They raised their heads to look at the demon one after another and a strange expression appeared on their faces. There's someone on the back of the demon, someone said. The few pavilion lords of Qingju Academy squinted as they stared at the diving black-winged condor, wondering about the identity of the people on top. The demon in the sky was, of course, the black-winged condor which was carrying Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu. It landed in a certain courtyard. The courtyard looked somewhat deserted and was uninhabited. It was the place where Hua Fengliu and Hua Jiyu used to live. It was here that Yi Futian once had many warm memories. The two landed on the ground and felt very emotional upon seeing the dilapidated courtyard. Hua Jiyu took a step forward. The stairs and rooms were all filled with dust. She wanted to go in but ultimately stopped. Turning around, she smiled and said, "Let's go." She was only here to take a look. Okay, Yi Futian nodded. Today, Qingju Academy seemed to be particularly lively as the spring quarter examination was being held. They should have been noticed by many just now. The two stepped onto the black-winged condor and were ready to leave. However, suddenly, many people ran to them. Seeing Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu, they were clearly stunned momentarily. Yi Futian. The look from Leng Qingfeng, the master of the House of Swordsmen, froze. 2 years ago, Yi Futian had returned here once together with Minister Zhuo. Today when he returned again, he was even more mature and handsome. However, he heard the news from Donghai City that Yi Futian was wanted by Nandu. He was unsure about how the situation was like at the moment. Hua Jiyu was back as well. The lady who was once a legend in Qingju Academy already had a stunningly attractive look now. "Senior, how have you been?" Yi Futian said, smiling. Yi Futian, today the spring quarter examination is being held in Qingju Academy. Why not you go there and help to teach your juniors? Leng Qingfeng invited. He was not very clear about what happened in Nandu, but he knew that Yi Futian, a former disciple of Qingju Academy, had amazing talent. No, Thank you. Yi Futian shook his head. Although he had some memories in Qingju Academy, he did not have much emotion towards it. General Qin is also there. Leng Qingfeng knew that Yi Futian had a good relationship with Qin Shuai and Qin Yi. Yi Futian looked at Hua Jiyu. Hua Jiyu held his hand and smiling, she said, "Let's go and meet General Qin." "All right then," Yi Futian nodded. "Let's go." Leng Qingfeng smiled and nodded. Then, the group walked down the slope and arrived at the gymnasium. When the people in the vast gymnasium saw Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu, many froze. Although the younger ones did not know them, many teachers and disciples of Qingju Academy did. Qin Yi was stunned for a while. Then, she dashed out and approached Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu. She looked at the two and a bright smile appeared on her face. Then, she said to Yi Futian, "Hey, shouldn't you come and visit me first after returning? Am I not here already?" Yi Futian shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Qin Yi looked at Hua Jiyu again. Smiling, she said, "It seems that you have gotten yourself a beautiful girlfriend. It's no wonder that you have forgotten to visit me. Am I the kind of person that values gals over pals?" Yi Futian said softly. "Humph." Qin Yi smiled and glanced at him. "Let's go and meet General Qin." Yi Futian held Hua Jiyu's hand and walked to the main seats. Qin Shuai stood up to welcome them. After the news from Donghai City, he had always been very worried about Yi Futian. Seeing that the two were well and so outstanding now, he also put his mind at ease. That time, if it was not because of Yi Futian, he and Qin Yi would certainly have a miserable life. "General Qin," Yi Futian shouted, smiling. Qin Shuai patted on his shoulder and said, "Futian, come and sit beside me." "Sure." Yi Futian nodded and sat beside Qin Shuai. Hua Jiyu sat beside Yi Futian, while Qin Yi sat on the other side of Qin Shuai. Below them, Lin Qiu's eyes sparkled. He had heard about Yi Futian before but did not know much. After all, in the island city of Qingju, there was limited news that he could receive. At most, he would hear some news from Donghai City. When he saw Hua Jiyu walking towards him, he was immediately stunned. There was actually such a beautiful lady in the world, and moreover, she had cultivated in Qingju Academy in the past. If he also started cultivating in Qingju Academy a few years earlier. "I heard some bad news from Donghai City about you. Are you okay now?" Qin Shuai asked in a serious tone. "I have solved them all," Yi Futian said, smiling. "That's great," Qin Shuai nodded. "In the future, if you are free, come back more often. Qin Yi also talks about you every now and then." "Did I?" Qin Yi widened her eyes at Qin Shuai. Who would betray his daughter like this? "I also miss senior sometime. I miss the days when you were teaching me how to cultivate during lectures," Yi Futian said, smiling. "How many lessons have you attended?" Qin Yi stared at Yi Futian in despise. "You can continue pretending." Yi Futian gave a dry laugh. "Did I not attend any?" Hua Jiyu also gave a charming smile. He was really thick-skinned. Suddenly, Lin Qiu turned around and looked at Yi Futian. Smiling, he said, "I am Lin Qiu, Qin Yi's boyfriend. Qin Yi mentions about you often, and today I finally managed to see you in person. Indeed, you are extraordinary." Yi Futian blinked and smiled. "I am Yi Futian. I'm really jealous of you. Senior Qin is the goddess in my heart. Now you have managed to get her." "Yes, lucky indeed," Lin Qiu said, smiling. He glanced at Hua Jiyu who was beside Yi Futian and criticized in his heart how hypocritical Yi Futian was. Yi Futian's girlfriend had such an outstanding look, and yet he said that he was jealous of Lin Qiu. Ha! In the past, he also thought that he was lucky. Qin Yi was, after all, the goddess in the hearts of many disciples of Qingju Academy. She was sexy and pretty. However, after seeing Hua Jiyu, he felt that he was in fact not that lucky. "You can continue," a pavilion lord said to the disciples of the academy. The young teenagers of the academy stopped looking at Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu and continued their examination. Seeing the lively, friendly competition between the young disciples, Yi Futian recalled the fall quarter examination that he once participated. Qin Shuai smiled and asked, What do you think? Not bad, Yi Futian nodded. However, you should encourage the disciples to go out and see the world outside for themselves. Only when one had traveled to the outside world would one know how small the city of Qingju was. In the past, his master Hua Fengliu was in the Arcana plane. Even though his life spirit was destroyed, he was still the strongest person in Qingju. Even the headmaster was only at the peak of the Dharma plane. There was such a huge difference between the isolated island city and the outside world. Yi Futian and Qin Shui chatted casually. Of course, most of the time he was chatting with Qin Yi. Slowly, the spring quarter examination was also nearing its end. An elder announced the names of those who would be officially accepted, as well as the ranking of the examination. Many disciples of the academy danced with excitement. Looking at them, Yi Futian seemed to have seen his young self. Noticing the end of the spring quarter examination, Leng Qingfeng smiled and said, "Futian, do you want to go and say something?" "No, it's fine." Yi Futian shook his head gently. He had no intention to be in the spotlight. "Lin Qiu, go and say something," Leng Qingfeng said. Lin Qiu nodded, after which he walked onto the gymnasium and said, "Today, I feel very happy to witness the talents of all the juniors during the spring quarter examination. However, learning never ends, and it is even more so for cultivation. As the disciples of Qingju Academy, we should not belittle ourselves, but we should at the same time broaden our horizons. Qingju Academy once had many outstanding disciples, such as Yi Futian. Today, it so happens that he is here as well. Does everyone want to meet him?" Just as he finished speaking, countless people stared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian was stunned and he glanced at Qin Yi. "What is this guy doing?" Qin Yi frowned. Many disciples of the Qingju Academy started looking at Yi Futian. "Brother Yi, why not we broaden the horizon of the juniors of Qingju Academy?" Lin Qiu looked at Yi Futian and smiled. Chapter 312, Conflict. Chapter 312, Conflict. Lin Qiu did this obviously because he was somewhat unhappy. After Yi Futian appeared, he noticed the attitudes of Qin Shui, Qin Yi, and Leng Qingfeng. Qin Shui looked as though he really wished that Yi Futian would be his future son-in-law instead. Even his girlfriend Qin Yi was extremely warm towards Yi Futian. Qin Yi was not so active when she was with Lin Qiu, until now he had not touched her hands. He was even thinking if there was something going on between the two. Even the master of the House of Swordsmen, Leng Qingfeng, treated Yi Futian in a very different manner. Was Qin Yi's boyfriend him, Lin Qiu, or Yi Futian, after all? Was the most genius person from Qingju Academy him or Yi Futian? Of course, there was another important reason. Yi Futian's girlfriend was actually such a beauty. He had never seen such an attractive lady before. As the genius of Qingju Academy, he had been to the outside world when he was young. After his return, he became the disciple of Jiyu Mu, the strongest person of Qingju. He was a talented mandate sorcerer himself and had entered the Dharma plane. Naturally, Lin Qiu would feel somewhat arrogant. He was extremely unhappy about what happened after Yi Futian arrived. Therefore, he clearly had to prove certain things. Hearing his words, the disciples of Qingju Academy all started to get excited. Even the young disciples of Qingju Academy were only a few years younger than Yi Futian and had heard about his name. They really wanted to see how outstanding Yi Futian was at the moment and whether he could be compared to their genius senior Lin Qiu. "Lin Qiu, what are you doing?" Qin Yi was unhappy. She could naturally see that Lin Qiu wanted to compete with Yi Futian, maybe because their attitudes had caused Lin Qiu to be displeased. However, what was their relationship with Yi Futian? She and Yi Futian knew each other well in the academy long ago. That time, her father was disabled and many people of Qingju Academy all looked at her with much contempt. On the other hand, their enemy, the Murong family, was flushed with success and obtained the position of the city lord. Who dared to stand out to make sure that justice was served? Yi Futian broke into Qingju Academy alone and killed the then mighty Murong Qiu, after which he escaped. After he returned, he eliminated the Murong family and allowed her father to become the city lord. Because of all these, her family was able to reach where it stood today. Did she need to consider Lin Qiu's feelings before deciding how she and her father should treat Yi Futian? That would be too unfair to him. She had told Lin Qiu before about the things regarding Yi Futian and her father. If Lin Qiu really loved her, he would be able to understand her and should not try to compete with Yi Futian. Lin Qiu frowned. His usually gentle girlfriend Qin Yi actually blamed him openly because of Yi Futian. This obviously caused him to be even more unhappy. Is she trying to protect Yi Futian? Xiao Yi, I only wanted brother Yi to display his talents in front of the juniors to encourage them. I'm doing nothing else, Lin Qiu said, smiling. How should he display it? Qin Yi said in an unhappy tone. Yi Futian already said that he did not want to go. Lin Qiu said this directly before obtaining Yi Futian's permission, and this was clearly very disrespectful. How could Yi Futian not know what he was trying to do? How about have a friendly fight with me? Lin Qiu said emotionlessly. Then, he looked at Yi Futian directly and asked, Brother Yi, what do you think? Yi Futian found it both funny and annoying. Glancing at Qin Yi, he said, My talents are only ordinary and I obviously cannot beat you. I admit defeat. How could he go and beat Lin Qiu, Qin Yi's boyfriend? After all, he had to give some face to his senior. Furthermore, it was really an uninteresting thing to compete with someone from Qingju. Brother Yi, how can you belittle yourself like this? We'll stop immediately after the winner has emerged. Yi Futian was not interested, but Lin Qiu did not want to give up. Does he want to avoid the battle by just speaking? Lin Qiu, this is too much. Qin Yi stood up and her tone was very cold. Yi Futian was already like this, and yet he was actually so aggressive. Did he think that Yi Futian was really weaker than him? Lin Qiu frowned and looked at Qin Yi. His look also turned somewhat cold. Who was he? He was the most talented young man of Qingju and the direct disciple of the headmaster. Furthermore, he knew that a few days ago, his master had already entered the Arcana Plain. Even among the many island cities of the East Sea, only a few could be compared to his master, not to mention Qingju. Even if he was to go to Donghai City, he would still be considered as a powerful cultivator. He had once cultivated in Donghai City as well. Qin Yi scolded him openly for another man. It's none of your business, Lin Qiu replied emotionlessly. Qin Yi froze at her spot immediately. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward at once. During the spring quarter examination, a conflict actually erupted between the perfect match, Lin Qiu and Qin Yi, in the eyes of everyone from Qingju Academy. Although this was normal for a couple in love, it was quite serious under such a circumstance. Qin Shui looked at Lin Qiu. In the past, he was the general of the Dark Kailin Knighthood. Seeing Lin Qiu's attitude, he said, Qin Yi, I think you can forget about continuing the relationship with him. Yap. Qin Yi nodded gently. It seemed that they still did not understand each other well enough. Moreover, they did not have strong feelings for one another. She accepted Lin Qiu as her boyfriend only because she was already over 20. In a small city such as Qingju, ladies of her age would usually be engaged. Lin Qiu was indeed considered exceptionally outstanding in Qingju, and furthermore, his master was the headmaster Ji Mu. Everyone thought that they were suitable for each other, and therefore she wanted to try being together with him. However, in reality, she did not have strong feelings towards him. Lin Qiu wanted to chase her probably because her identity and appearance were suitable for him as well. Both of them only found the other merely suitable. Lin Qiu, from now on, there will be no relationship between the two of us, Qin Yi said, looking at Lin Qiu. The whole place fell into a deafening silence. Qin Yi wanted to break up with Lin Qiu, and she announced this before everyone. Since Lin Qiu tried to provoke Yi Futian, Qin Yi would not be in a difficult position only by ending the relationship with him. In this way, whatever Lin Qiu wanted to do would be irrelevant to her. Yi Futian similarly would not be in a difficult position to respond. Yi Futian gave a bitter smile. He did not expect his appearance to cause Qin Yi to break up, but from this incident, it was clear that Lin Qiu and Qin Yi were only reluctantly together. Thus, it was also good that they could realize this. Hua Jiyu held Yi Futian's hand gently and glanced at him. She was glad that they really loved each other. Are you sure? Lin Qiu's handsome face looked somewhat gloomy at the moment. Yes, Qin Yi said. Ha! Lin Qiu sneered. Then, he glanced at Yi Futian and said, could it be that there is something between the two of you? How dare you? Qin Shui shouted coldly. Lin Qiu was clearly referring to something and was actually trying to ruin Qin Yi's reputation. Qin Yi also did not expect Lin Qiu to say something so shameless. Her face turned very black. She looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu in apology and felt that she had been wronged. Yi Futian also squinted. It was all right for them to break up because of a conflict, and he could ignore Lin Qiu's provocation as well. However, Lin Qiu actually wanted to ruin Qin Yi's reputation before everyone. Lin Qiu, stop talking, Leng Qingfeng said. Go down. Lin Qiu ignored him. Smiling, he looked at Qin Shui and said, General Qin, why are you so agitated? You and Yi Futian seem to be very close. Have you ever wanted him to be your son-in-law? Ha, he is but a garbage city lord. So what if he rebuilt the Black Kylin knighthood? His master was a real Arcana plane cultivator and had a very high status. Take him down, Qin Shui said coldly. Yes. Behind Qin Shui, several cultivators in black armor walked forward. However, suddenly, someone said, General Qin, what are you doing? As the voice diminished, a figure walked over. It was Jiyu Mu, the headmaster of Qingju Academy. Headmaster, Lin Qiu said something very inappropriate. I was helping you to discipline him, Qin Shui said. I will discipline my own disciple. General Qin, you should not be troubled with that, Jiyu Mu said emotionlessly. Qin Shui frowned and said, Headmaster, how do you plan to discipline him? Of course I will teach him to speak carefully next time. Jiyu Mu looked at Lin Qiu and said, you should not have spoken so inappropriately on such an occasion. Master, I am wrong. Lin Qiu bowed at Jiyu Mu. He could naturally tell that his master was trying to protect him. That's it. Qin Shui's face darkened. General Qin, what do you want then? Jiyu Mu said emotionlessly. Qin Yi said openly that she would break up with Lin Qiu. Shouldn't she consider Lin Qiu's feelings as well? It is inevitable that Lin Qiu spoke so impulsively. Jiyu Mu had been cultivating over the years and was disconnected from the outside world. He was very emotionally affected by the events during that time. Finally, he had managed to enter the Arcana plane a few days ago. After entering the Arcana plane, his mentality also changed. He treated Qin Yi quite well and was happy that Lin Qiu was with her. However, Qin Yi did not give his disciple any face because of Yi Futian. Did she even care about his existence? That time, Hua Fengliu had a high status in Qingju, and his disciple behaved very arrogantly in Qingju Academy. Now, Hua Fengliu had already been disabled, and Jiyu Mu was in the Arcana plane. How could he allow Hua Fengliu's disciple and daughter to suppress his disciple? A strange expression appeared on the faces of many. A conflict actually broke out between the headmaster and General Qin. Jiyu Mu turned his head and ignored Qin Shui's expression. He looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu. Then, he asked Hua Jiyu, how is your father now? Hua Jiyu looked at Jiyu Mu but did not reply. My master is, of course, doing very well. Beside her, Yi Futian smiled. I have not seen him for very long. If he ever returns to Qingju, I would like to have a friendly fight with him, Jiyu Mu said. Headmaster, you managed to break through, a pavilion lord of Qingju Academy asked. Yap. I have entered the Arcana plane. Jiyu Mu nodded. Immediately, the place turned completely to silence. Qin Shui's face turned very black and he finally understood why Jiyu Mu's attitude had turned so domineering. It turned out that he had entered the Arcana plane. I don't think you will have that chance. Yi Futian looked at Jiyu Mu with a faint smile on his face. He looked really confident after entering the Arcana plane. Is it? Jiyu Mu said emotionlessly. Since I won't have that chance, how about you and Lin Qiu have a friendly fight since you are both here? Lin Qiu stared at Yi Futian. Everything seemed to have returned to its original state. He's too weak. Yi Futian, however, did not look at Lin Qiu. He said directly to Jiyu Mu, how about you give it a try instead? P.S. I saw many questions about why Qingju was so closed. When I was introducing the city of Qingju, I wrote that it was an unruled island city and had little contact with the outside world. Hua Fengliu was the strongest person even though he was only in the Arcana plane and had suffered a severe injury. Also, not many people knew that he was known as the Guqin Devil. Even Donghai Academy in Donghai City was a legend, not to mention places even further away. The Tingfeng banquet in the Imperial City caused at most a short wave of excitement in Donghai, so they wouldn't know about the changes in the rulers so quickly. Yi Futian went to Qingju right after everything ended, so the news obviously would not spread that fast. Chapter 313, End of the Nandu Nation. Chapter 313, End of the Nandu Nation. Yi Futian's words caused everyone in the vast space to stare at him. They were all stunned. Did he ask the headmaster Jiyu Mu to fight him? The headmaster already said that he had entered the Arcana plane not long ago. With such a level, he could be considered a legend in Qingju. How old was Yi Futian? It was said that he started cultivating at the age of 15, and now he had only been cultivating for 3 to 4 years. He was simply mad. Many people in Qingju Academy did not like Yi Futian. Hearing his words, their faces turned cold. He was indeed as supercilious as before. Actually, Yi Futian also felt quite speechless. Was he so incompatible with Qingju Academy? When he participated in the fall quarter examination for the first time, he ranked first for the written test. In the fighting test, he wanted Yu Sheng to get first, but in the end, Murong Qiu got it because of the relationship between the Pavilion Lord of the Earth Pavilion and the leader of the Murong family. This caused many subsequent disturbances, and he also left Qingju Academy because of this. Now when he returned, Jiyu Mu had entered the Arcana plane and was very arrogant. Did he want to fight with Yi Futian's master? He also asked his disciple to fight with Yi Futian. It was already obvious what he was trying to do. Idiot. In the gymnasium below, Lin Qiu said to Yi Futian, "You should look at the situation first before trying to show off. What are you? How do you dare to talk to my master like this?" This was Qingju Academy after all, and his master was the headmaster. Even though Yi Futian was no longer wanted by Nandu, he was really an idiot to behave so arrogantly in front of the Arcana plane headmaster in Qingju Academy itself. Yi Futian glanced at Lin Qiu and then said to Jiyu Mu, "Since you do not know how to discipline your disciple, I'll help you." After he finished speaking, he stepped out in the air and walked towards Lin Qiu. Dharma plane. The looks from countless people in Qingju Academy froze. Only Dharma plane cultivators could walk in the air without using any wind elemental spells. Clearly, Yi Futian was also in the Dharma plane. He was such a young Dharma plane cultivator. Furthermore, he was a mandate sorcerer. Lin Qiu also frowned. Yi Futian was actually also in the Dharma plane. This caused his face to darken. He was weaker in terms of cultivation talents. Lin Qiu released his Dharma plane aura. Since Yi Futian was also in the Dharma plane, he could only prove himself by defeating Yi Futian. Following a splashing sound, many sky vines that covered the entire sky swept towards Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu wanted to avoid them, but the vines were everywhere and he could not escape at all. Flames erupted from Lin Qiu and a flaming bird Dharma actually appeared, trying to burn the vines away. However, the vines glittered with red light and survived the flames. They wound around Lin Qiu's body firmly and tied him in the air directly. Seeing the scene, the disciples of Qingju Academy all turned speechless. Was this their most talented senior Lin Qiu? He actually could not even withstand a hit from Yi Futian. You were jealous over a trivial matter, and then humiliated the lady whom you once pursued. I think you should just be an ordinary person, Yi Futian said casually, causing many to tremble. Was Yi Futian going to permanently destroy Lin Qiu's foundations? How dare you? Lin Qiu's expression immediately changed as he stared firmly at Yi Futian. Many sharp blades formed from the vines and pierced into Lin Qiu's body. With his character, it was very likely that Lin Qiu would avenge Qinyi in the future. Thus, Yi Futian would rather be the bad guy. Anyway, it was not the first time that he acted as the bad guy in Qingju Academy. "Master, save me," Lin Qiu cried miserably and stared at his master with a horrified expression. Jiyu Mu's face turned extremely gloomy. A mighty arcana plane aura erupted from him and he said coldly, "Let him go. I said that since you do not want to discipline him, I'll help you do so." Yi Futian glanced at Jiyu Mu. "You are really daring." Jiyu Mu continued releasing his arcana plane aura and his face darkened. He did not expect Yi Futian to actually be so strong. However, he still could not tolerate Yi Futian behaving so arrogantly in Qingju Academy. Sword chi whizzed in the air and a frightening might engulfed the gymnasium. Jiyu Mu stepped forward and charged towards Yi Futian directly, bring along a terrifying sword will. "Headmaster, show mercy." Leng Qingfeng also did not expect the event to go in such a direction. If he knew this earlier, he would not have invited Yi Futian to come and watch the spring quarter examination. With an endless might, Jiyu Mu's sword charged towards Yi Futian like a bolt of lightning. How could he stop now? However, Yi Futian only stared coldly at Jiyu Mu. It seemed that there was a reason for the fall of Qingju Academy. As the disciple of Jiyu Mu, Lin Qiu behaved in such a way. Instead of punishing him, Jiyu Mu only flaunted his superiority as an arcana plane cultivator. How could anyone under his teaching become outstanding? Since this was the case, Yi Futian could only solve the problem of Qingju Academy on the fundamental level. "You wanna die?" Lin Qiu stared at Yi Futian firmly with a ferocious look. The sharp blades from the vines pierced into his body and he gave out a miserable cry again. Yi Futian looked at him emotionlessly. "Idiot." Yi Futian. Jiyu Mu arrived with an appalling sword will. Suddenly, a noble will enveloped Yi Futian and his white shirt started to sway in the air. Looking at the incoming sword, he raised his hand and punched in the air. A monstrous lightning dragon actually appeared and the howls of dragons filled the place. Even the color of the sky changed as the dragon penetrated through the sword chi and charged towards Jiyu Mu. Jiyu Mu's sword will collapsed wildly. Feeling the frightening, noble-like might, his heart trembled fiercely. How could this be? Countless people froze as they gazed firmly at the scene in the sky. The lightning dragon destroyed everything in its path and its huge head appeared in front of Jiyu Mu. It opened its ferocious mouth and bit towards him. Jiyu Mu's body glittered with lightning. He gave an angry roar and struck out his arcana sword. However, the lightning dragon moved forward with a crushing force and engulfed his sword directly. Then, its monstrous teeth gripped onto his body. An extremely astonishing scene appeared in the sky. Yi Futian reached out his hand and released a shocking lightning dragon which bit Jiyu Mu directly. Leng Qingfeng stood up and could not stop trembling. It was as if everything had returned to the day when Yi Futian participated in the fall quarter examination when he used the hand of the dragon. Even time seemed to have stopped. The Qingju Academy Gymnasium was in a deafening silence as all the disciples looked at the scene in astonishment. The headmaster Jiyu Mu, an arcana plane cultivator, could similarly not even withstand a hit from Yi Futian. This overturned their knowledge about cultivation. Could any person's talents really be so strong? No, no. Lin Qiu watched the scene in desperation, and his face turned very pale. His master, an arcana plane cultivator, actually could not even take a single blow from Yi Futian. This caused him to feel extremely scared and helpless. Just now when he saw Hua Jiyu, he thought that Yi Futian was very lucky. He believed that his talents were no weaker than Yi Futian, hence he was jealous and the subsequent events followed. All the pavilion lords of Qingju Academy stood up one after another and their hearts raced wildly. The scene was really too astounding. Nobody expected the young man who had left a few years ago to already be so shockingly strong at the moment. Your disciple was wrong. Instead of punishing him, you actually allowed him to act freely. Since this is the case, you'll follow him together. As Yi Futian finished speaking, the lightning dragon howled fiercely and an endless amount of lightning penetrated Jiyu Mu's body directly, causing him to glitter with radiance. Jiyu Mu cried in pain as the lightning dragon brought his body onto the ground. Accompanying a dragon howl, the lightning dragon disappeared, but Jiyu Mu lied miserably on the ground like a dead body. Actually, Yi Futian would not have done this just because of the incidents today. However, during that time when Xia Fan was flaunting his superiority and disabled General Qin, and when the Murong family was in power, Jiyu Mu, the head of the Holy Land of Cultivation in Qingju, never once stepped out and said anything. He did not deserve to be in this position. Today, just because he had entered the Arcana plane, he was so supercilious. His disciple tried to ruin Qin Yi's reputation, and yet he was so domineering towards General Qin. This caused Yi Futian to be totally enraged. Hence, this happened. Lin Qiu's face was as white as a sheet. He looked helplessly at his disabled master who was lying on the ground, and his heart was filled with coldness. Following a splashing sound, the vines carried his body and smashed him onto the ground. With a loud bang, he lied with his master, and his meridians were similarly destroyed. In the dead silence, someone in Qingju Academy suddenly said, "Yi Futian, even though you hate Qingju Academy, this is really too much." The person was a trusted aide of the headmaster Jiyu Mu. Was it too much? In the past, maybe Yi Futian would not have done this. However, he had experienced too many things over the years. Luo Junlin relied on Hishiro's powers to deal with Kangye, and they even tried to assassinate him. The 6 emperors from the Yunchu nation and the like also betrayed him. Therefore, he knew much more about human nature. Jiyu Mu and Lin Qiu behaved like this. When he was here, he could still deal with them. However, what would happen after he left? If Jiyu Mu really hated them, he could do much evil before running away. If something were to happen to General Qin and Qin Yi, there would be nothing Yi Futian could do. Even if he was to kill Jiyu Mu by then, it would be meaningless. Master Leng, in the future you'll be the headmaster of Qingju Academy, Yi Futian said, looking at Leng Qingfeng. Leng Qingfeng had a good character and could sit well in this position. Leng Qingfeng felt very emotional. He also did not expect Yi Futian to actually be so powerful. However, Jiyu Mu was the headmaster of Qingju Academy after all, and he was disabled by Yi Futian. If he was to become the headmaster, the people of the academy would probably not accept him after Yi Futian left. Someone very close to Jiyu Mu said, "We don't accept this." Who are you to decide on the headmaster of Qingju Academy? Yi Futian scanned the crowd coldly. Then, he shouted loudly, "Silver Snow Guard." Just as he finished speaking, the temperature in Qingju Academy seemed to fall immediately. In the sky, several figures stood proudly and their might enveloped the whole region. When their aura filled the place, the people from Qingju Academy all started trembling. The figures that had appeared in the sky were like the kings of the void. Yes, they roared simultaneously. "Who does not accept my decision?" Yi Futian said emotionlessly. Those who were not convinced looked at the people in the sky, and their hearts twitched. What level were these people? Even the emperor of the Nandu nation was determined by me. Why can't I determine the headmaster of Qingju Academy? Yi Futian seemed to have changed into another person altogether and was extremely dominating. Hearing his words, the people from Qingju Academy were all flabbergasted. Could Yi Futian determine the emperor of Nandu? Jiyu, Yi Futian said. Hua Jiyu smiled and looked at him. Walking forward, she approached Yi Futian. The black-winged condor gave a long tweet and came before Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu. "General Qin, Senior, if you have any problems, you can go to Donghai Academy and find Yi Xiong, the headmaster. If he still can't solve it, you can go to the Nandu Nation Imperial Palace and look for the emperor, who is Jiyu's uncle. He will inform me about it." Yi Futian looked at Qin Shui and Qin Yi. Smiling he said, "I will take my leave now. Senior, take care." After he finished speaking, the black-winged condor extended its wings and flew into the sky. The nobles then followed them and left. In Qingju Academy, countless people gazed at the departing figures in the sky and could not remain calm. They would probably not forget about this in their entire life. This bastard. Qin Yi's eyes were slightly red. Why did he have to ask those nobles to show up before leaving? Obviously, she knew that it was all for her. A crystalline tear flew out from the corner of her eye, but her face was still filled with a bright smile. The once young juvenile had already turned into a fully grown eagle. The sky would no longer be able to bind him. Chapter 314, Teaching. Chapter 314, Teaching. When one was only slightly stronger than the rest, perhaps they would be jealous of one and not convinced by one. However, when one was so powerful that the rest did not even dare to be jealous, they could only look up at one in awe and respect. Yi Futian was precisely trying to leave such an impression in Qingju Academy. From then on, nobody would dare to disrespect General Qin and Qin Yi. In the end, he still did not manage to meet his family members, but he finally settled everything else here. In the 100 Lands, various emperors went to Kangye and Nandu to send their congratulations. The emperors who had drunk and chatted with Emperor Luo all stated that they were willing to be absolutely obedient and accept all conditions. Hua Fengliu and Nandu Wenyin spent a few days in the Nandu Nation Imperial Palace. Then, the group returned to the Eastern Barren Territory. Yi Futian first sent Hua Jiyu back to the Moon Clan, after which they went to the Guqin Gardens of the Divine Capital. When Yi Futian and Yu Sheng finally returned to the cottage, more than a month had already passed since their departure. On Book Mountain, the cottage was peaceful and harmonious as always. Beside the bamboo forest, in front of the small huts. "Little brother, you're back." Seeing Yi Futian, Beitang Xing'e smiled gently. She had 2 lovely dimples on her cheeks. "Yap. After 1 month, you have become more beautiful." Yi Futian smiled. Beitang Xing'e was already used to it. Smiling, she said, "Sit down. You returned just in time for the meal. I'll go and call the 4th brother here. Next time I join any place, I will definitely be the youngest," someone sighed. Yi Futian smiled and looked at the 5th brother who was cooking. Then, he said, "5th brother, why didn't you spend a few more days outside the mountain?" Luo Fan widened his eyes at Yi Futian, who was rubbing his nose in it. At first, he planned to enjoy his time below the mountain. However, the 3rd brother actually said that without him, nobody would be here to cook for the 2nd sister. This is too miserable and inhuman, Luo Fan thought. "Are you complaining?" Suddenly, a gentle laughter was heard. The 2nd sister came out from the bamboo forest and smiled at Luo Fan. "Sister, please sit. The dishes will be ready very soon." Immediately, Luo Fan was filled with enthusiasm and his lifeless look from just now was completely gone. Only then did the 2nd sister smiled in satisfaction. She looked at Yi Futian and said, "Little brother, you didn't bring Jiyu here?" "Sister, Jiyu went back to the Moon Clan," Yi Futian said. "Okay. She can come whenever she is free," Zhuge Hui said, smiling. "I heard them talking about your battle in Nandu. Even I regret not going to Nandu myself to watch it." Yi Futian scratched his head and said, "Obviously I cannot disgrace to the cottage." "Yap. Finally, there is a decent brother in the cottage," Zhuge Hui said. "Come here and sit." Luo Fan's face darkened. The face of Yi Xiaoshe, who was walking over, was also wet with tears. That was the impression their senior had of them. Luo Fan and Beitang Xing'e finally returned. The meal was ready and the group sat in a circle. Yi Futian asked, "Where is the 3rd brother?" "He went to cultivate," Beitang Xing'e replied. Yi Futian nodded gently. Suddenly, Zhuge Hui seemed to have thought about something and said, "Little brother, I heard from them that your martial arts are significantly stronger than your sorcery." "Yap." Yi Futian nodded. He obtained the body-enhancing technique from Emperor Yi Qing and the art of the 9 heavenly attacks was passed to him from the snow ape. The spells that he had learned were not as strong, so naturally, he would be better in his martial arts. In fact, at a high level, there would be no particular advantage of being a sorcerer or martial arts cultivator. It depended on which area one was more talented at. Go tell Zongshu that little brother and Yu Sheng will be going to their training field later to cultivate, Zhuge Hui said to Shui Yi. "Now?" Shui Yi asked. "What do you think?" Zhuge Hui said, smiling. "All right." Shui Yi put down his chopsticks, looking hurt. Then, he left the place. "I have no human rights. I have not eaten yet. The difference in treatment." "Thank you, sister." Yi Futian smiled brightly. The sister was really nice to him. Hearing Yi Futian's voice, Shui Yi sped up with tears in his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. Suddenly, Some footsteps approached. Yi Futian turned around and saw a cold-looking figure walking towards him. It was Luolan Shui, the virgin of ancient Luolan. However, to Yi Futian's bewilderment, the pure virgin Luolan Shui was actually holding a basin at the moment. In the basin, there were many pieces of washed clothes. Yi Futian choked on his rice. Cough, cough. Was this still the virgin of ancient Luolan, the cold beauty Luolan Shui? Luolan Shui glanced at Yi Futian and then said to Zhuge Hui, "I'll go and dry the clothes in the sun." "All right. After you're done, come and eat with us." Zhuge Hui nodded. "Okay." Luolan Shui nodded gently, after which she walked towards the back of the bamboo forest. Beitang Xing'e looked at Yi Futian, feeling somewhat embarrassed. In the past, she used to do all this. "Little brother, what is it?" Zhuge Hui asked Yi Futian, who was choking. "Nothing. I ate too fast." Yi Futian lowered his head and continued to eat. Thinking about the imposing manner of the fourth and fifth brothers outside and the things that they had to do on the mountain, Yi Futian was gradually able to accept the truth. The cottage was a special place. It could not be judged in an ordinary way. Maybe, perhaps. Washing clothes is also a kind of cultivation. "Eat slowly," the second sister said, smiling. "Since she will become your servant, I'll help you teach her." Cough, cough. Hearing this, Yi Futian, who had lowered his head to eat, was choked again. His eyes turned red and he was almost moved to tears. Why was the sister so outstanding? After Luolan Shui hung the clothes, she returned and stood quietly at the side. "Help little brother to fill his bowl first," the second sister said. "Okay," Luolan Shui nodded. She looked at Yi Futian and extended her slim arms. Yi Futian passed his rice bowl to her. Luolan Shui filled the bowl with rice and passed it back to Yi Futian. Only then, the second sister said, "Sit and eat together." Luolan Shui sat down quietly beside Yi Futian. All this while, Yi Futian had been lowering his head and eating in silence. "Little brother, eat more." Zhuge Hui smiled and helped Yi Futian to fill his bowl with meat. Then, she looked at Luolan Shui and said, "Little brother is so skinny. You should help him to take more meat. In the future, you'll do all these tiny things. Don't wait for someone else to tell you that." "All right," Luolan Shui continued nodding. Yi Futian continued eating with his head lowered. Luo Fan, Yi Xiaoshe, and Beitang Xing'e all tried to keep their faces straight. On the other hand, Yu Sheng looked at the scene with satisfaction. The second sister is really thoughtful. Futian better be used to this. Zhuge Hui smiled and looked at Yi Futian and Luolan Shui. The little brother was outstanding in all aspects except that he was too kind to beautiful ladies. Since Luolan Shui requested to be his servant, she clearly had to be ready for it. Zhuge Hui heard that it was the intention of the celestial empress of ancient Luolan. Did she want her daughter to enter the cottage like this and become a disciple? Then she would need to be a servant first. Nevertheless, Zhuge Hui was quite satisfied with Luolan Shui's performance so far. She did not behave like she was a princess at all and was very obedient. Thus, she could be taught slowly and in the future, she would definitely become a competent servant. Shui Yi only returned after they finished eating. Zhuge Hui asked him, "Is it settled?" "Yap. Little brother and Yu Sheng can go to the training field anytime." Shui Yi nodded. "Then bring them there now," Zhuge Hui said. "All right," Shui Yi nodded. "Can I go and take a look?" Luolan Shui said softly as she looked at Zhuge Hui. "Bring her along," Zhuge Hui said to Shui Yi. Shui Yi nodded. Then, he brought Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Luolan Shui out of the cottage. They came to another mountain of the college. This mountain was ruled by Mountain Elder Zongshu and was known as Mount Chong. The mountain was filled with many orderly arranged palaces and attics. An ethereal mist filled the place, making the mountain look like a fairyland. The cottage is probably the simplest among the 9 mountains of the college, Yi Futian thought. Of course, there were only a few people in the cottage in the first place. The Mount Chong training field was a very famous cultivating area in the college. Every day, many disciples would come here to cultivate and train. The arrival of Yi Futian and his team caused a great disturbance at the training field. It was as if the disciples on Mount Chong already knew the news. Clearly, Mountain Elder Zhong Shu had deliberately told them the message. Standing at the edge of the training field, Yi Futian could not keep calm. This was the first time he came to a place of cultivation in the college. The training field was built using purely white stone. It was in the shape of a canyon which was tens of meters deep. At the edge of the training field, there were a few towering boulders carved into statues which resembled humans. The statues were slanted and faced the training field. From them, a terrifying might was emitted, pressuring the people in the training field. Although Yi Futian was standing on the edges of the field and did not step into it, he could still feel a noble-like pressure. Apart from that, the entire training field was also enveloped in a matrix. Yi Futian could feel a very strong pulling force that was trying to suck him into the canyon. It was an extremely powerful gravity. Many people went around the group and looked at them. Little brother, seems like Mountain Elder Zhong Shu has already told everyone about it. Now, many disciples are coming to Mount Chong, and they probably all want you, a cottage disciple, to train with them. Take care of yourself. I will not accompany you. Shui Yi patted on Yi Futian's shoulders and smiled. Then, he left the place alone and Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Luolan Shui were left here. He is gloating, Yi Futian muttered to himself. Then, he said, Yu Sheng, let's go down. After he finished speaking, they walked through the air and headed towards the training field. Just as they entered the sky above the training field, they felt an extremely strong gravity trying to pull them down. Immediately, they started to fall at an incredible speed and landed in the canyon like two bolts of lightning. The gravity is so strong. Yi Futian stood in the canyon and felt that his footsteps were extremely heavy. Apart from that, the noble might coming from the enormous stone statues above him also made him feel like he could not even move a single step. This was indeed a good place to train their martial arts skills. Luolan Shui did not go down. She only stood at the edge of the canyon and watched in silence. Apart from her, many people at the edge of the training field looked at Yi Futian. Among them, someone with an outstanding temperament smiled and said, I heard that Yi Futian killed Luo Junlin, who was in the 2nd level of the Arcana plane when he was only in the 7th level Dharma plane. I wonder how strong Luo Junlin's combat abilities were. In any case, Yi Futian's combat power is certainly very strong indeed. Beside him, another young man smiled. Yap. Since this is the case, anyone on Mount Chong who is below the 2nd level of the Arcana plane can go and have a friendly fight with Yi Futian or Yu Sheng if you want to. There's no need to hesitate. The young man smiled. It was a rare chance to have two cottage disciples to help in their training. Chapter 315, Training Field Cultivation. Chapter 315, Training Field Cultivation. At the side of the field, more and more people gathered above the gorge. These were all disciples of Mount Chong that hurried over after receiving the news. There was a mountain above the training field with a building. That was the cultivation ground for Mountain Elder Zhong Shu. Right now, he stood at the edge of the mountain and looked down. The cottage had recommended Yi Futian to cultivate at Mount Chong's training field and he naturally agreed. This could motivate his disciples. Yi Futian obviously noticed all the people who'd arrived, but he didn't care. He tried walking, running, and displaying his martial arts strength in the gorge. He realized that his every move was restricted. Horrible noble might and gravity weighed down. Each move became difficult. The training field was big. There were other cultivators present, all in different planes. Most were above the Arcana plane. It was difficult for someone of the Dharma plane to move here. There were also all sorts of weapons made of white stone here. If I can move naturally in this field, I will definitely have a breakthrough, Yi Futian thought. If he could reach a certain speed and strength under this pressure, what would he be like without the pressure? His abilities would soar. At that time, someone flew over and landed with a boom. A youth appeared before Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Duan Lan, 8th level Dharma plane. I specialize in martial arts and would like to exchange experiences. The youth gazed at Yi Futian and issued a challenge. Countless eyes from above the gorge looked over. Someone had started already. Yi Futian, 7th level Dharma plane. Futian said, smiling. He wouldn't refuse. Since the disciples of Mount Chong wanted to use him to train, he would use them too. Duanlan stepped back and then charged towards Futian. Each step was extremely heavy and mighty. He soon started running. He seemed to contain horrible strength, filled with wildness. He punched, fist hurling towards Futian with terrifying power. The might and gravity of the training field seemed to be working for him, melding into the powerful punch. His moves flowed like water, not affected at all. Clearly, he'd practiced here many times. A dragon and elephant roared above Futian. Seeing the incoming attack, he stepped out and raised a fist, punching over. He wasn't used to the mightiness and gravity here, so his punch was a bit uncoordinated. It didn't affect his speed or power though. A true dragon and elephant seemed to burst from his fist. The two attacks crashed with a deafening boom. Then Duanlan's fist started shaking. With a grunt, he flew back, spitting out blood. So powerful. Duanlan stared at Futian. Futian had Emperor Yi Qing's body-enhancing technique, and the three life spirits were extremely large divine beasts. He was practically made of steel. One could imagine how powerful he was when adding in the dragon-elephant roar. Boom! Another figure landed. It was Shan who climbed up Book Mountain with Futian. He was now cultivating at Mount Chong. His burly body landed before Sheng. "I want to challenge you." "Sure." Sheng nodded. He sprinted forward, creating consecutive booms. Because of the pressure and gravity, his every step seemed extremely heavy, shaking the earth. This sound gave everyone pressure. He gradually sped up and landed explosively before Shan with a punch. Accompanied by a huge crash, Shan flew back. Many people trembled inwardly. Sheng's strength was perverted. Many people challenged Futian and Sheng afterward, and the two defeated them all. They gradually became used to the gravity and their moves became smoother. A group of youths stood above the gorge. "What do you think?" the one in the center asked. "Very strong," the youth beside him answered. Futian must have cultivated a body-enhancing technique. He contains extreme power. Sheng's burst power is even more terrifying. This is natural-born talent. His body-enhancing technique isn't any weaker. Yes. I heard that Sheng once lifted and took away the demonic tripod in Chaoga. He probably cultivates the demonic method. The one in the center smiled. "You should try." "Okay." The one on the side nodded. He stepped out, walking in the air before landing in front of Futian and Sheng. "It's Xia Huchu." Everyone's eyes glistened. Xia Huchu was in the first-level arcana plane, but he specialized in strength. He was born with godly power and was a genius of Mount Chong, ranking in the top 5. He was also Mountain Elder Zhong Shu's personal disciple. Xia Huchu, first-level arcana plane. "I'm too used to this training field. You two can fight together." Futian had killed Luo Junlin, but this didn't affect Xia Huchu's confidence. They were fighting in the training field. Sheng stepped forward, shaking the earth. He roared and shot into the air. His fists came down at Xia Huchu. Xia Huchu looked coldly at him. Power burst around him and he stepped forward as fast as lightning. He rushed at Sheng and the two crashed in the air. With a boom, Sheng flew back. He skidded backward after landing and almost fell. Xia Huchu landed steadily on his feet. Dark gold light gleamed on Sheng's body. He seemed to have a layer of dark gold armor. Horrible demonic might bloomed, turning him into a demonic king. He started sprinting again. Xia Huchu wasn't intimidated. He also ran forward and they crashed again, creating continuous booms. Each crash was terrifyingly strong. Finally, they separated. Xia Huchu's hands trembled. He looked at Sheng as if looking at an anomaly. Sheng was covered in dark gold light as if a true demon had taken over. Xia Huchu turned and walked to where the weapons were. He took out a huge mace. It was made of white stone, so it was entirely white. He dragged it across the ground, creating screeches. Looking at Sheng, he said, "Go get a weapon too." Sheng's hands radiated with terrifying dark gold light. He stepped forward. Instead of going to get a weapon, he ran towards Xia Huchu. Seeing this, Xia Huchu waved his mace. Wind roared. When Yu Sheng approached, Xia Huchu flew into the air and slammed the mace down, about to split the earth apart. Boom! Yu Sheng resisted the mace with his body. There was an earth-shaking force and he flew out. He crashed onto the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. But he didn't seem affected. He climbed up and wiped the blood away. Yi Futian frowned. He walked to the weapons and picked up a staff. It felt as if he picked up a mountain. The stone staff was long and felt like thousands of pounds. Yi Futian gripped it and yanked it up. He twirled it with difficulty. Now he understood why Xia Huchu could hurt Yu Sheng with one hit. The weapon was so heavy that it was shocking. If he could get used to it and fight with such large weapons, his power would be unimaginable. It's useless. You just got here so you can't be used to wielding such heavy weapons, Xia Huchu said. His confidence was understandable. He was used to the might and gravity of the training field, but Yu Sheng and Yi Futian had just arrived. Yi Futian ignored him. He pulled up the staff and started twirling it, going from slow to fast. His moves had a unique rhythm. It sped up bit by bit and felt like it was getting smoother. When the staff swept past, wind whistled around Yi Futian faster and faster. It gradually flowed like water. An extremely large force gathered above him. His noble intent bloomed. A subtle figure of the divine ape appeared. The air popped when the huge stone staff moved, stirring the clouds and wind. Yi Futian went to Xia Huchu, golden wings shining behind him. The worlds might seemed to lie with him. Xia Huchu arched an eyebrow. He felt some pressure. A wild aura burst from him. His dharma was a huge demonic ox. When he saw Yi Futian fly over with shocking might, he roared and charged with his mace. The pressure was like a mountain. He burst out with extreme power. With a boom, the mace was shattered by the staff. The staff continued to sweep Xia Huchu's body. With a thud, he was flattened. Blood spurted out and many of his bones were broken. Various figures descended. They supported Xia Huchu and looked coldly at Yi Futian. One stepped out. Challenge. Do the disciples of Mount Chong like going in rounds? Yi Futian mocked coolly. Sorry, I will not accept now. You. The other stared coldly at him. I'll play with you all after I get used to this training field. Yi Futian turned to Yu Sheng. Let's go cultivate. Yu Sheng scanned them coolly and left with Yi Futian. Everyone trembled inwardly. Cottage disciples truly were terrifying. They'd just gotten here but defeated Xia Huchu, in the Arcana plane, while only being in the 7th level Dharma plane. They would become even more frightening after they got used to the field. It took much time. Yi Futian exercised his physical body and strength. 2 months passed without them realizing. He and Yu Sheng could not overlook the gravity and pressure of the training field. Their strength had reached the limit. They could imagine how fast and strong they would be outside the training field. Chapter 316, The Giant with Innate Strength. Chapter 316, The Giant with Innate Strength. In the training field, Yi Futian was practicing fist forms. There seemed to be a fantastic rhythm in his postures. He acted unrestrainedly, like an emperor. The dragon's roar, ape's growl, and thunder could be heard in his fists, which made him very mighty. His body moved flexibly like a rock flying in the sky. The strong pressure didn't deter his actions. Finishing the exercise, he lifted his long staff again and began to practice with only his physical strength. Horrible explosions were heard again. He didn't need to gather power for the 9 heavenly attacks. He only needed pure physical strength to wield the staff and control the rhythm. Without the gathering of power, every move was exhausting to Yi Futian. He needed stronger power. With the extremely heavy staff in hand, it was very difficult for him to practice, especially in the training field. However, Yi Futian practiced repeatedly. Sometimes, he was forced to stop and there would be a huge explosion in the air. People constantly looked at him. Every blow Yi Futian managed to slash out made him stronger. An invisible power was growing stronger and stronger in a horrible way. While he kept practicing with his staff, some dreadful crackling sounds came from his body. The dragon's roar and thunder became more and more sonorous. His blood seemed to boil crazily in veins. Finally, the sky was shaken by another blow. A stronger momentum appeared above him. His martial arts entered another level, the 8th level Dharma plane. He glanced at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng was looking up at the statues in the midair. A few days ago, Yu Sheng had made a breakthrough. Observing those statues could help strengthen mentality. This was what Futian taught Yu Sheng. This training field was the perfect place for martial cultivators to cultivate. What Mountain Elder Zhong Shu mastered in was martial arts. But Futian could also practice spiritual energy by virtue of those statues here. Futian put down the stone staff. Staring at those statues, he began to meditate, which made those statues clearer to him. Suddenly, those statues seemed to come to life. Their faces loomed, and an extremely might came down to oppress his mentality. Futian looked very calm. He kept staring at those statues, resisting the might with his mentality. Soon, some sweat oozed on his forehead. The mental deterrence was more painful than physical impediment. Futian needed to take a break from time to time. After that, he would practice martial arts again. Finally, after some days, Futian, sitting in the valley, had a breakthrough mentally. Both his martial arts and sorcery entered the 8th level Dharma plane. He was getting closer and closer to the Arcana plane. When he was cultivating in Qingju City, the Arcana plane used to be a legend to him. Futian stood up and stepped forward with the staff in his hand. He looked up at the edges of the valley and announced loudly, "Anyone of the lower Arcana plane would like to have a battle? I am waiting here." His voice could be heard throughout the whole training field. Countless eyes fell upon Futian. Was he finally going to accept the challenges? 2 months ago, Futian defeated Xia Huchu. After that, everyone wanted to challenge him. At this time, he was still in the Dharma plane but wanted to challenge cultivators in the lower Arcana plane. Futian was so audacious. The lower Arcana plane included levels from the 1st to the 3rd. In the sky, a man stood proudly and looked at Futian. Walked to above the gorge, attracting everyone's attention with his burly body. His short hair made him look very vigorous. He was Mo Bei, a strong cultivator in the 2nd level Arcana plane. "Senior brother Mo," many people exclaimed. Mo Bei was an excellent disciple of Mount Chong. He swooped to the ground with a shocking oppressive force. Futian looked up at the comer and felt extreme pressure as if it was a mountain coming to him instead of a person. Boom! White light dazzled. Mo Bei's legs trampled down like 2 towering mountains, seeming to crush everything beneath his feet. Futian raised his head. His long staff began to spin. The might grew stronger and stronger. Gradually, a horrible windstorm formed, seemingly because of the spinning staff. The hideous might pervaded the space. Spirit in the natural world all gathered here. Futian clutched the staff and slashed at the descending Mo Bei. For an instant, the long staff spun and soared like a dragon while Mo Bei was like a noble statue, treading and crushing everything. When the two collided, a sonorous explosion sound was heard everywhere. Mountains broke down and stones exploded. Mo Bei's body was thrown up high in the sky, faster than how he had come. He spat out a mouthful blood in the air and then fell down like a parachute. Somebody flew out to carry the badly hurt man. Mo Bei spat out more blood and his face was very pale. This frightened, people trembled. They didn't expect Mo Bei, who descended with such extreme oppressive force, would be defeated so miserably. Who else? Futian erected his staff by his side and looked up at those people like a king. The might in the valley remained still, but Futian was not disturbed at all. He had been practicing physical strength in the training field. His physique had become very strong. His long staff weighed several tons. Every blow he slashed out gathered all the power. People could imagine how strong he was. In this bout, Futian in the 8th level Dharma plane defeated Mo Bei, a strong cultivator of the 2nd Arcana plane, so easily. Mo Bei was hit squarely by Futian's staff. How could he bear it? Futian's voice rang throughout the gorge, threatening all the cultivators. They all stared at that handsome figure. The disciples cultivating on the Mount Chong were very indignant. This was their place, but Yi Futian made it his own stage. However, Mo Bei was defeated. Very few people in the lower Arcana plane here could defeat Yi Futian. Right at this time, a straight-backed figure descended. With an explosive sound, the whole training field shook. All the spectators trembled too. They looked down at the valley and saw a large figure standing there like a giant. Looking at the figure, Yi Futian was greatly surprised. He had never seen anyone with a larger body than this man. Yu Sheng was burly enough, but this man was even taller than Yu Sheng. He was covered in muscles and stood there like a mountain. Tu Ling is going to fight. People were all amazed by this scene. They turned to a young spectator who folded his hands behind. The young man was the direct disciple of mountain elder Zhong Shu, Zhonglihan, who was the number one among those disciples on Mount Chong. He was in the noble plane, was very talented. Tu Ling was the disciple of mountain elder Zhong Shu too, but he only followed Zhonglihan's order. Obviously, Tu Ling's appearance was arranged by him. Zhonglihan stood there with his hands folded behind. He knew how strong Tu Ling was. He had the strongest physical strength on Mount Chong. Yi Futian challenged the status of Mount Chong. Zhonglihan believed that Tu Ling was going to let others know how powerful the Mount Chong was. Tu Ling's large body made him look like a muscle mountain. He went aside to fetch a very hideous stone hammer, then treaded toward Yi Futian. His eyes were full of murderous intent. He began to run quickly with his large body. Every step he made shook the valley. Yi Futian felt a fierce pressure from the rival. He wielded his staff again and his body spun. A stunning hit was prepared for Tu Ling. Tu Ling pounded Yi Futian's long staff with his stone hammer. The hammer and staff collided. Bang! A sonorous sound was heard everywhere. Yi Futian was forced back. He twirled his staff again, wanting to collect strength, but Tu Ling came up with another pound. With a loud sound, Yi Futian's body was thrown away. The long staff supported him so that he didn't fall down. Third level Arcana plane, you have an inborn strength. Yi Futian looked at Tu Ling. He was a monster like Yu Sheng. Bang, bang. Tu Ling treaded toward him step by step. Yi Futian stood up. Suddenly, a figure rushed toward him. It was Yu Sheng. With a long lance in hand, Yu Sheng descended like a demon and rushed toward Tu Ling. Tu Ling clutched his hammer with both hands and smashed down heavily. Yu Sheng was instantly thrown away by the strong force. Such explosive strength. Yi Futian stared at the rival. Tu Ling stood there like one of those statues in the sky. He had an innate large body and power. Tu Ling was much stronger than Luo Junlin. People above the valley were watching this battle. They were not surprised. If someone in the Arcana plane could defeat Yi Futian, it must be Tu Ling. Mountain elder Zhong Shu once said that Tu Ling's strength was stronger than anyone else he had ever seen. However, Tu Ling was not very smart. Bang! Tu Ling stepped toward Yi Futian again. Looking at that large body, Yi Futian yelled, "Hey, big guy." Tu Ling stopped walking, but his face grew fiercer as if he was going to swallow Yi Futian up. "Your strength is not bad. What's your name?" Tu Ling glared and treaded toward him. His every step shook the ground. Another pound by the hammer came, but Yi Futian escaped. He sprang up into the sky and stared at the big guy. Tu Ling looked up at Yi Futian. His eyes told of his extreme anger. Another attack was sent out. Yi Futian kept evading the attacks. He didn't intend to confront Tu Ling directly. People became curious. It was a very smart choice to not fight directly. There was a huge difference in level between Tu Ling and him. Even if they were in the same plane, Tu Ling's strength was incomparable. "What a tough guy!" Yi Futian exclaimed, seeing Tu Ling glaring at him. "Dodge? Is that all you can do?" Tu Ling spoke in his deep voice. "In a battle, strength is not everything. I have hundreds of ways to defeat you, but I appreciate your strength, so I don't want to hurt you." Yi Futian had encountered many other talents, but Tu Ling was the first one he had met whose strength could be compared with Yu Sheng's. People were made speechless by his words. Yi Futian was forced to dodge in such an embarrassing way. How dare he say something ridiculous like this? Chapter 317, The Qin Dynasty's Proposal of Marriage. Chapter 317, The Qin Dynasty's Proposal of Marriage. Tu Ling stared at Yi Futian with his big eyes. He jumped up and wielded his hammer at Yi Futian. Swathed by a gust of spiritual qi, Yi Futian stepped forward. In an instant, multiple illusory figures appeared around him. Tu Ling's hammer hit those illusory figures. Suddenly, with a loud explosion, a long staff slashed down on him. Tu Ling roared and turned around. He threw his hammer out again, but all he saw were multiple layers of Yi Futian's illusory figures. Bang, bang, bang. Within a short period of time, Tu Ling was hit more than 10 times. He fell down on the ground but wasn't wounded. He glared at that figure in the air. You just can't hurt me. Tu Ling stared at Yi Futian maliciously. Try this. Yi Futian's body spun and rose up above the valley. He came down to those stone statues and danced in the air. For a moment, the power and pressure contained in those statues were gathered by his waving staff and converged to his body, making him stronger and stronger. Yi Futian lowered his head and looked down at Tu Ling beneath. Then his body rushed down at Tu Ling with lightning speed. Seeing the figure falling from the sky, Tu Ling felt like those statues were alive. The statue's deterrent force entered Yi Futian's body, making him look like a god descending from the sky. The heavy staff, 1,000 times heavier by the gravity spell, chopped down. The air shrieked and a line of light appeared in the air. Feeling the strong power, Tu Ling trembled a little. He roared with anger and wielded his hammer toward the sky. Bang! There was a loud collision. Tu Ling's hammer was cleaved. He closed eyes. The earth was shaking, but he didn't get hurt. He opened his eyes and found that the long staff had brushed past his shoulder. Yi Futian ascended into the sky and smiled. You are strong, but you can't win with only strength. This is your fatal weakness. Keep working. Then he turned to Yu Sheng and said, Let's go. Yu Sheng also flew up and went with Yi Futian. Lu Lan Shui had already left. Around the training field, many people still looked at that fading figure with some surprise. His last blow seemingly borrowed the deterrent force from those statues above the valley and was very formidable. If Tu Ling really got hit, he would very possibly have died. When Yi Futian and Yu Sheng returned the cottage, it happened to be lunchtime. Lu Lan Shui prepared the table diligently. Yi Futian wasn't used to this. Junior Yi, Liu Feiyang and Liu Chenyu are your good friends, right? Luo Fan asked. Yi Futian was confused about his question but nodded and said, Yes, we are very good friends. Things in the Eastern Barren Territory are a little bit different now. Recently, the Qin dynasty has been very active, Luo Fan continued. Yi Futian felt something ominous and asked, Is there anything to do with Liu Feiyang and Liu Chenyu? After returning from the Nandu Nation, Chu Yaro of the Moon Clan directly went to the Dongqin College for cultivation. Her romantic relationship with Qin Li is said to be confirmed. Besides, the Qin dynasty also established diplomatic relations with the Royal Shen Temple and the Fuyun Sword Clan. The two forces all have sent some disciples to Dongqin College for cultivation. Luo Fan continued slowly. When the Dongqin College was found, the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan persuaded many forces' disciples to cultivate there. It is very popular now. Not long ago, the Qin dynasty claimed that they would go to the Liu kingdom for a marriage proposal. Qin Yuan, the youngest son of the Qin emperor, will marry Liu Chenyu, the princess of Liu kingdom. Yi Futian's hand with chopsticks froze. His eyes turned cold. The Qin dynasty was really officious. What do they want? Yi Futian asked coldly. They hadn't mentioned the marriage to the Liu kingdom officially. How could they just directly claim to the public this news before the Liu kingdom made its response? Obviously, they want to dominate the Eastern Barren Territory, Shuiyi responded. The Qin dynasty has always regarded the college as the biggest rivalry. That means they think the college will be the biggest obstruction for Emperor Qin to dominate the territory. They once invited the college and the cottage. If the college and the cottage had agreed, the three top forces could absolutely dominate the Eastern Barren Territory. But we rejected, So they hurried to join hands with other forces so the college and the cottage would be isolated and easier to be defeated, Luofan continued. The Qin dynasty finally revealed their true purpose. Will the king of the Liu kingdom agree with the marriage? Yi Futian asked. We have no idea. Luofan and Shuiyi shook their heads. It couldn't be so easy. Yi Futian's good mood was disturbed by this news. One reason was the romantic relationship between Yi Wuchen and Liu Chunyu. Besides, he wouldn't be willing to see Liu Chunyu marry someone from the Qin dynasty. However, from his stance, it seemed that it was none of his business. The cottage had no reason to stop this either. Liu Feiyang and Liu Chunyu were indeed his good friends. They were the prince and princess of the Liu kingdom, but they couldn't decide Liu Chunyu's marriage. Yi Futian didn't want to continue lunch anymore. It was not only the college, but all of Eastern Baron territory heard about the news, causing a sensation. The top forces of the Eastern Baron territory especially knew that Yi Futian and Liu Chunyu were very close. The Liu kingdom even allowed Yi Futian's group to ride its rock when visiting the Nandu nation. Therefore, when the Qin dynasty announced its future relationship with the Liu kingdom, everyone was surprised. A few days later, the Qin dynasty announced the exact date they would go to the Liu kingdom for the proposal. The news rattled the Eastern Baron territory again. In the courtyard the Liu kingdom's imperial palace, a middle-aged figure in a dragon robe sat silently, resting his eyes. Soon, two figures walked to the sitting figure and bowed. Father. The two were Liu Feiyang and Liu Chunyu. What's the matter? Emperor Liu asked with his eyes closed. Father, the Qin dynasty is very treacherous. We can't let them take Chunyu away, said Liu Feiyang. The Qin dynasty had announced the date and he was very worried. The Qin dynasty sent a secret ambassador to visit me. What I was told was that Qin Yuan, the youngest son of Emperor Qin, wants to marry Chunyu. But Chunyu won't live in the Qin dynasty. Instead, Qin Yuan will come to our kingdom and live here. Where they lived could make things totally different. If Liu Chunyu went to the Qin dynasty, she was the hostage. Vice versa, if Qin Yuan lived in the Liu kingdom, he would be the hostage. Qin Yuan, the youngest son of Emperor Qin, was very talented. His mother was Emperor Qin's favorite concubine. Everyone knew that Qin Yuan was the emperor's favorite son. Liu Feiyang and Liu Chunyu were also stunned by the news. The Qin dynasty had sent a secret ambassador here? And Qin Yuan was going to live here? How treacherous Emperor Qin was. Father, you agreed? Liu Feiyang asked. I neither agreed nor rejected them, Emperor Liu answered. Father, even if Chunyu doesn't have to go to the Qin dynasty, but you know the Qin dynasty. Everyone knows their wild ambition. If the Qin dynasty manages to dominate the whole Eastern Baron territory, our kingdom will only be a nation in name. Even though the Qin dynasty is going to be the dominator, they still need someone to govern places, Emperor Liu said. The Qin dynasty promised that no matter what, the Liu kingdom won't be replaced. It doesn't matter whether Qin Yuan is going to live here or not. The Liu kingdom and the Qin dynasty are allies. No need to worry. Father, do you believe that? Liu Feiyang asked. Is there any difference? Emperor Liu opened his eyes and looked at his children. Do you know why the Qin dynasty suddenly established the Dongqin College and revealed its ambition? Liu Feiyang shook his head. I heard that the Qin dynasty has found and opened the grave of the Qin dynasty's ancestors. You should know that the ancestors of the Qin dynasty used to be the dominator of the Eastern Baron territory. As a ruler of a kingdom, Emperor Liu needed to consider what would happen if he agreed to this marriage and what the aftermath would be if he said no. The Qin dynasty had sent a secret ambassador before announcing to the public. They respected him enough to let him choose between friend or foe. Liu Feiyang looked uncomfortable. He asked, Father, are you willing to be subordinate to the Qin dynasty? All the top forces know the Qin dynasty's true purpose. Why still choose to cooperate? He couldn't understand all of this. Feiyang, the world will be united after a long time of division and divided after a long time of solidarity. This is the inevitable rule. Once the balance breaks, the Eastern Baron territory will definitely be united by a power that could override any other forces. Emperor Liu sighed. Sometimes, one could only conform to the trend. But there are the cottage and the college. Liu Feiyang didn't give up. You are too naive. Emperor Liu looked at his son and continued, do you know the cottage? Do you know what they want? Liu Feiyang looked at his father without response. He did not know the cottage very well. He only knew that it was a miraculous place. The Sword Saint, the first disciple of the cottage, is famous enough for he is the founder of the Sword Saint Mountain, Emperor Liu said. Now, third disciple Jiyu Dongliu is also known to all because of that battle. In Chaoga City, everyone witnessed the second disciple's ability. Let me ask you a question. If the second and third disciples of the cottage go out, will there be 2 more Sword Saint Mountains? Liu Feiyang was stunned. He suddenly found that his father saw a much bigger picture than he did. Moreover, the cottage has a 4th and 5th disciple as well as your good friend Yi Futian. You all know his talent now. When those people improve, no one in the whole Eastern Territory will be able to stop the cottage. Liu Feiyang was speechless. His father was telling the truth. But the cottage doesn't want to dominate anything. Liu Feiyang wasn't convinced yet. Indeed, the cottage doesn't want to be the dominator. But they want to build a different Eastern Barren Territory, Emperor Liu murmured, looking up at the sky. Mr. Du of the cottage is a strange man. Chapter 318, Lowly Man. Chapter 318, Lowly Man. Mr. Du of the cottage was naturally a legendary man. Even if he really couldn't cultivate, as rumored, he was still a legendary man if he could build a place like the cottage. In the Eastern Barren Territory, there were many rumors about him but only very, very few truly knew him. His location was always mysterious. It was rumored that the disciples of the cottage often couldn't find him, let alone people of the other forces. As for what he wanted to do, Liu Feiyang didn't know. His father claimed that Mr. Du wanted to create a different Eastern Barren Territory. This confused him more. The Qin dynasty is planning for the world and targeting the college and cottage, Emperor Liu said. Only they are the matches of the Qin dynasty. The Eastern Barren Territory has come to a turn. Under this situation, the only thing we can do is choose an option. As the ruler of the Liu kingdom, these words may seem to underestimate him. However, he understood that the top forces all knew the region was about to change. They knew since the Dongqin College was established. Otherwise, the Donghua clan, Moon clan, Royal Shen Temple, Fuyun Sword clan, and other forces wouldn't go cultivate in the Dongqin College. The Qin dynasty had just given them a reason to choose it. Now, the Qin dynasty was giving the Liu kingdom a reason to choose them. If we must choose, I would rather choose the cottage. Liu Chunyu, who had stayed silent, looked to her father. Her pretty eyes were resolute. The Qin dynasty's proposal was a catastrophe for her. Emperor Liu gazed at his daughter. Liu Feiyang and Liu Chunyu had always been the 2 children he loved. He didn't want to hurt Liu Chunyu but she didn't seem to understand him. There was a clear difference between the Qin dynasty and cottage. The Qin dynasty created the Dongqin College, targeted Yi Futian, married the Moon clan, used the conflict between the cottage and Royal Shen Temple to get close to the latter, and used the rivalry between the Sword Saint and the Fuyun Sword clan to ally with the latter. Now, it was proposing to the Liu kingdom. They would use any tactic to achieve their goal, that was the Qin dynasty. The cottage was just and moral. If they chose the Qin dynasty, the cottage wouldn't do anything to them unless provoked. But would the Qin dynasty just give up if they chose the cottage? Furthermore, the cottage didn't even think of allying with other forces. He didn't know what the consequences for rejecting the Qin dynasty would be. Chunyu, do you have feelings for someone else? Emperor Liu asked. Liu Chunyu looked up, her dark eyes gazing at her father. After a pause, a figure appeared in her mind. Did she like him? She couldn't help but think of many memories. They first met in the ancient barren world. Yi Futian had forced them to be together. It had been like that every time after that and she gradually got used to it, like it was the norm. She thought of the Kangye kingdom. The 2 had strolled by the river, the sky filled with fireworks. That scene had been too beautiful. If she married into the Qin dynasty, married their youngest prince, Qin Yuan. Thinking of this, She suddenly smiled. She understood her heart. The figure that had somehow been planted into her mind was the one she liked. Yes. Liu Chenyu nodded. Yi Futian of the cottage? Emperor Liu asked. I heard that his girlfriend is Hua Jiyu from the Moon Clan. Clearly, Emperor Liu had mistaken Liu Chenyu's lover for Yi Futian. After all, he'd heard that Liu Feiyang and Liu Chenyu often hung out with Yi Futian. He was also so extraordinary. Compared to him, Yi Wuchen was more subtle. This was why Emperor Liu would misunderstand. No. Liu Chenyu shook her head. No. Emperor Liu was surprised. Who is it? Liu Chenyu lowered her head and didn't reply. She could sense from her father's words that the Liu kingdom bore great pressure for this proposal. If the cottage wanted to fight, they might be able to fight against the Qin dynasty. But Yi Wuchen wasn't a disciple of the cottage. He cultivated in the Futian sword clan but couldn't even represent them. He was only a swordsman of the 7th summit. How would her father choose now? Seeing Liu Chenyu's expression, Emperor Liu sighed inwardly. In that case, I will send out invitations for all young prides to come to our kingdom. They will be here for the Qin dynasty's marriage proposal. Liu Chenyu froze. She vaguely understood her father's intentions. The Liu kingdom quickly sent invitations to all top forces, inviting their strong cultivators to come visit. Many people didn't understand. Was he planning on accepting or refusing? But no matter what, they were willing to witness the Qin dynasty's proposal. This event would cause a stir. Once the marriage was successful, the Qin dynasty's force would be even more terrible, taking up half of the eastern barren territory. At the 7th summit of the Futian sword clan, Yi Wuchen was anxious. He couldn't calm his mind and his cultivation was affected. He knew about the Qin dynasty's proposal. Every top force was talking about it. He would know about even if he didn't want to. Some people from the 1st summit purposely leaked the information to the 7th summit. They'd personally seen that Liu Chenyu and Yi Wuchen was close. Li Daoyun, who had liked Liu Chenyu, had also died in Yi Wuchen's hands. Many of the 1st summit guessed that this was one of the reasons why Yi Wuchen killed Li Daoyun. At this moment, Yi Wuchen stood alone on the summit, gazing at the sea of clouds. Footsteps sounded behind him. Swordsman, the comer said. The Liu kingdom has sent invitations for everyone to visit the Liu kingdom. Yi Wuchen turned to look. It was the man he'd ordered to pay attention to the Liu kingdom's news. Other than that, the Liu kingdom also sent a letter. The man walked over to hand the letter to Yi Wuchen. It was marked to be only for the eyes of Yi Wuchen of the Futian sword clan's 7th summit. The handwriting was elegant, as if written by a girl. Yi Wuchen ripped it open and took out the piece of paper inside. The writing on the white paper was the same elegant font. Can you come? They were 3 very simple words. After seeing it, Yi Wuchen folded the letter and put it away. He gazed at the sea of clouds, a smile in his eyes. These 3 words expressed her feelings. He understood. Since he understood, he would go. In the cottage, Yi Futian also received the message from the Liu kingdom and thought that Wuchen would probably go. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng rode the Black Wind Eagle down the mountain. Second senior sister had Lulan Shui follow. They first went to the Guqin Gardens and then brought Silver One towards the Liu kingdom. The kingdom was in the east of the Eastern Barren Territory. There were 2 top forces here, the Liu kingdom and the Futian sword clan. The vast kingdom controlled boundless land and its control of their territory was stronger than all except the Qin dynasty. However, what decided a top force's strength wasn't their control of the territory. Instead, it was the strength of those at the tip of the pyramid. Why could the 8 disciples of the cottage shake the entire Eastern Barren Territory? It was because they had a few extremely powerful disciples. The imperial city of the Liu kingdom instantly grew lively. Strong cultivators of the top forces all arrived. Those from all over the Liu kingdom also gathered in the imperial city to witness the Qin dynasty's proposal. Yi Futian's group didn't head to the palace immediately after arriving. Instead, they went to a restaurant for a meal. All sorts of people frequented restaurants and were great places to get news. Right now, the The restaurant they were in had many people discussing the proposal. I heard that Qin Yuan of the Qin dynasty came early yesterday. Is it true? Of course. Not only is he here, but Princess Qin Mengruo, Chen Shanmu of the Donghua clan, Qin Li, and many others also came as well. After Qin Yuan arrived yesterday, he visited 8 lords in the palace in one day. He's very mannered. It seems that the Qin dynasty has put much consideration into this. There is news today that Lord Kang is very satisfied with Qin Yuan, even praising him that he's like a dragon. He clearly approves of the wedding. Qin Yuan is the son of Emperor Qin and his beloved concubine Nan. Concubine Nan is a famous beauty of the Qin dynasty. Apparently, Qin Yuan inherited the good points of his parents. He's extremely handsome and extraordinary in every aspect. If the Qin dynasty is genuine, Princess Chenyu will not be disappointed. While everyone discussed, many people gazed unconsciously at Yi Futian, Lulan Shui, and the others. There was no reason other than that Yi Futian was a pretty boy and Lulan Shui, with her silver hair and eyes, was an icy beauty. They were both rare species. Yi Futian made a face. What were they looking at him for? Maybe you are the Prince of Qin, someone asked jokingly. Do you think I look like him? Yi Futian asked in reply. Haha, no. If you were the prince, I would see the others as well. Even though you have a nice temperament, something seems to be lacking. Indeed, he is lacking a royal aura, someone joked. I'm just kidding. Please do not feel offended. You two can't be compared. He thought that Yi Futian wouldn't feel offended to be compared to Qin Yuan. Indeed, they cannot be compared. Qin isn't qualified, a cold voice said. It was Yu Sheng. As soon as he spoke, the entire restaurant quieted down, everyone looking at him. Qin isn't qualified. This guy really dared to speak his mind. Since he had the courage, he must be powerful. Could this group be from another top force? But even a top force couldn't dare to say Qin Yuan wasn't qualified to be compared to them, right? Yi Futian shot a look at Yu Sheng. With his temper, they couldn't stay in the restaurant anymore. Let's go. Yi Futian rose and turned to leave. Who are you? You sound too confident, a voice called. Yi Futian stopped at the door. I feel quite insulted to be compared to those lowly people from the Qin dynasty. Chapter 319, All Here. Chapter 319, All Here. Countless gazes fell on Yi Futian's back. Even if he was from a top force, he was being too disrespectful by calling the Qin dynasty lowly in public, right? Thinking of what had happened at Chaoga City, they were close to figuring out this youth's identity. In the Eastern Barren Territory, only disciples from one place could be so arrogant and think that the Qin dynasty didn't qualify to be compared to them. It was the cottage, of course. And other than Yi Futian, which other young disciple came down from the mountain? I didn't think I would be able to meet the 8th disciple of the cottage while drinking here today, someone said, putting their hands up to greet him. The cottage and Qin dynasty has always been at odds. Mr. Yi is exaggerating a bit by calling all of the Qin dynasty as lowly, someone else said. When Qin Yuan entered the imperial city, he was extremely mannered and visited the lords. Many lords had great impressions of him and praised him. How can he be lowly? His voice was calm. Since he knew who Yi Futian was, he wouldn't be too impolite. He just wanted to hear Yi Futian explain his comment on the Qin dynasty. Did he like Princess Liu Chenyu too? Qin Mengruo of the Qin dynasty has married below her rank to the Donghua clan, Yi Futian said indifferently. Qin Li, the grandson of the emperor, is also pursuing Chu Yao Yao. Now, Qin Yuan is proposing to the Liu kingdom. Do they want to have marriage alliances with all of the Eastern Barren Territory? Qin Yuan does not know Liu Chenyu at all but made such a commotion. Has anyone thought of how Liu Chenyu will feel? Entering the imperial city and visiting the lords. Is he preparing for when he comes to live in the Liu kingdom? Yi Futian's voice turned cold. If these actions aren't lowly, then how would you describe them? With that, he began walking out of the restaurant. Clearly, he was upset with this marriage. He would do his best to destroy it. The people who heard him were shocked. Everyone knew how powerful the Qin dynasty was. Thus, The people of the Liu kingdom were happy to see the alliance between the two parties. However, they also knew a bit about the Qin dynasty's ambition. Hearing Yi Futian's words, other ideas appeared in their minds. Indeed, the Qin dynasty was being too active recently, allying with each force. It was clear what they were planning. Of course, they were more shocked by the last sentence. Entering the imperial city and visiting the lords. Is he preparing for when he comes to live in the Liu kingdom? This phrase was accusatory. Who of the lords Qin Yuan visited would dare to support him now? Were they thinking of betraying? The cottage disciples were indeed extraordinarily talented. Their words were sharp as well. What happened at the restaurant quickly spread throughout the palace. Many people were shocked that Yi Futian had arrived in the imperial city and publicly disapproved of the marriage. They didn't know if this was the cottage's attitude or Yi Futian's own. Yi Futian had publicly called the Qin dynasty lowly. He defended them and the people wondered how the Qin dynasty would react. Something else was strange. Lord Kang had praised Qin Yuan to be like a dragon. He clearly supported the marriage. But with Yi Futian's words, he felt ashamed now. The other lords didn't dare speak up for Qin Yuan anymore. However, this didn't seem to affect Qin Yuan. News quickly spread that he continued to visit the lords. Someone asked him why. Qin Yuan claimed that the descendants of the Qin dynasty were mannered and cultured. When asked about his thoughts on Yi Futian's words, he said that he wouldn't speak about someone behind their back. Many complimented Qin Yuan's reply for being classy. Others thought that he was virtually fighting with Yi Futian. Yi Futian suspected Qin Yuan's actions while he just said he was visiting the lords out of politeness. Yi Futian called the Qin dynasty lowly while Qin Yuan said he wouldn't speak behind Yi Futian's back. Many in the Liu kingdom praised his perfect response. Lord Kang stepped out again, claiming that he'd met Qin Yuan, won over by his classiness. He thought highly of the junior but nothing else. As for the comments of lowly people, he didn't care. Yi Futian seemed to have lost in this virtual fight. Of course, some also turned up their noses at Qin Yuan's response. When Yi Futian had only been famous in the ancient barren world, Qin Li had publicly commented on him. The Dongqin College hadn't been established at that time. Yi Futian and the Qin dynasty hadn't had any conflicts either. Now that Qin Yuan was claiming that he wouldn't speak about others behind their backs to show the classiness of the Qin dynasty, it was a bit not genuine. This made people suspect that Yi Futian would also pursue Liu Chenyu. But Yi Futian had a girlfriend who was rumored to be cultivating at the Moon Clan. If he pursued Liu Chenyu now, would Emperor Liu agree? Yi Futian ignored all the talk about him. He'd experienced the fakeness of the Qin dynasty long ago. After learning that a disciple from the Royal Shen Temple entered the Dongqin College to cultivate, he began suspecting that the Qin dynasty had taken part in the assassination at Chaoga City. Second senior sister had arrived and destroyed the gate of the Dongqin College. Why would the Qin dynasty swallow everything and cooperate with the cottage to find the culprit? Were they truly so weak? Looking at the entire plan, it seemed that the Qin dynasty was ruling over the entire world already. Qin Yuan had displayed a great demeanor, but he'd also learned the pretense of the Qin dynasty. Of course, Yi Futian didn't reply indirectly again. There was no need. He'd already expressed his attitude. Liu Feiyang came to the inn Yi Futian was staying at. How are things? Yi Futian asked after seeing Liu Feiyang. Furrowing his brows, Liu Feiyang shook his head. He wasn't clear either. What is Emperor Liu's attitude? Yi Futian asked. The one who could truly decide this was still Liu Feiyang's father. Before Qin Yuan came, the Qin dynasty already sent a secret ambassador to see my father, Liu Feiyang said. He said that Qin Yuan would marry into the Liu kingdom. No matter what happens in the future, the Liu kingdom's status won't change. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. It turned out that the Qin dynasty had already planned everything. This proposal carries a lot of weight, Liu Feiyang said. Naturally, Yi Futian knew that since Liu Feiyang was here, he really placed great importance on friendships and disapproved of this. He wasn't thinking from the perspective of the Liu kingdom's interest. They were friends, but it would be understandable if Liu Feiyang, as a prince of the Liu kingdom, cut off all ties with him. What level is the Liu kingdom's power? Yi Futian asked. It wasn't really his place to ask, but he did so anyway. Liu Feiyang understood him, of course. According to my father, the Qin dynasty might have found and activated their ancestors' tombs. My father estimates that there is a great difference in power. Of all the top forces, only the three in the center were the strongest: the Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and the college. The others were all a bit weaker. If the Qin dynasty reactivated the ancestors' tombs, it would be terrifying. Yi Futian's brows knitted. One's power determined one's confidence. If the Liu kingdom didn't fear the Qin dynasty's power, they could do as they wished. Chunyu revealed to me that she has feelings for Wuchen. This would have been great news in the past, but now, Liu Feiyang said. If Wuchen had your status, he could fight for her, but he's only a swordsman from the 7th summit of the Futian sword clan. Disciples from the 1st summit have gone to cultivate at the Dongqin College. It's highly possible that they will become allies. Under this situation, it is difficult for Wuchen to compete with Qin Yuan. I'm a bit worried. He didn't feel good about this. He didn't expect the Qin dynasty would propose so suddenly. Ever since Qin Yu was given the title of crown prince, the Qin dynasty started taking huge strides forward. They were becoming more and more powerful. The Liu kingdom was under great pressure and he feared his father would choose to sacrifice Liu Chenyu. I hope His Majesty won't agree, Yi Futian murmured. This was the Liu kingdom's matters. He couldn't interfere and could only try his best. In the beginning, he jokingly pushed Liu Chenyu and Yi Wuchen together. If they really had mutual feelings, he couldn't just sit and watch Liu Chenyu marry Qin Yuan. People from the various top forces gradually arrived at the imperial city. The Qin dynasty had visited all the important figures and expressed their attitude. Finally, the day of the marriage proposal was here. Today, guards stood in order outside a place inside the palace. A group came from afar on the golden road outside the palace. The person at the front wore a golden robe. His long hair was tied up. He had handsome features and a pair of bright eyes. He had a slight smile and looked really mesmerizing. Indeed, he could be a flower boy. This was Qin Yuan, youngest son of Emperor Qin. Today, he was the star. Beside him were Qin Mengruo, Qian Shanmo, Qin Li, Chu Yaoyaro, and the others. They were all extraordinary while the girls were even more beautiful. Two of the three beauties appeared together. This group also signified something else. Qian Shanmo and Chu Yaoyaro were respectively from the Donghua clan and Moon clan. Appearing with Qin Yuan, this added more to the proposal. Qian Shanmu was obvious. The Donghua clan had already announced to ally with the Qin dynasty. But was Chu Yaoyaro here as Qin Li's girlfriend or the Virgin of the Moon clan? Another group flew over quickly and landed outside the palace. In the distance, a group of swordsmen came in the air with whistling sword aura. They also landed near the palace. In the distant crowd, many people walked towards the palace. They were all from the top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory and had all arrived. Emperor Liu had invited people from all over for the proposal. They naturally wouldn't miss this event. This could very possibly show the direction of the Eastern Barren Territory's future. Chapter 320, The Proposal. Chapter 320, The Proposal. Yi Futian had arrived. A line of swordsmen descended beside him. It was Yi Wuchen's group. You are here. Yi Futian smiled at Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen nodded slightly with a comparatively serious look. He looked at the palace behind, having no idea about how his story would end. What if he couldn't make it? The strong cultivators of the Qin dynasty in front of them stopped and turned to Yi Futian's group, seeming to wait for them. Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen's eyes fell upon one among this group. It was a very handsome guy they had never met before. He must be the groom in this proposal, Qin Yuan, the youngest son of Emperor Qin. Qin Yuan was as young as little Princess Qin Mengruo and Qin Li, the grandson of Emperor Qin. While observing Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen, Qin Yuan smiled at Yi Futian and said, "Nice to meet you. I am Qin Yuan. I heard your name a lot, Yi Futian." Really? Yi Futian smiled too and said, "But I don't know you." A few days ago, the two had had a fierce conversation in the air. Now Qin Yuan could still smile and greet Yi Futian in a typical Qin dynasty style. He was really hypocritical. In all of Eastern Barren territory, the Qin dynasty was the one that wanted to eliminate the cottage the most. "Never mind, we know each other now. We can communicate more." Qin Yuan still smiled. "I am not interested in that." Yi Futian moved forward. Seeing Yi Futian's group walking away, Qin Yuan smiled. Was that the cottage style? Qin Li's eyes flickered. It would not be so easy for Yi Futian to stop this marriage. "Let's go." The people of the Qin dynasty moved forward too. The guards guarding the palace gate backed aside, letting them in. All forces were guided forward in the mighty palace. Coming to the golden stairs before the imperial palace, they walked up step by step and saw a golden dragon-shaped path leading to the throne. Many people were waiting there. They were all the Liu Kingdom's important men. It was the Qin dynasty's proposal day. The Liu Kingdom invited all forces to be the guests. The Liu Kingdom's nobilities would naturally attend. There was a slope in the front decorated with a painting of a dancing golden dragon in the center. Besides the slope were stairs leading to the golden throne above. Obviously, this was where Emperor Liu was going to sit later. He was not here at this time. Liu Kingdom's nobilities all looked at the coming guests. Except for those guards, most were famous among the young generation. They discussed with smiles. "It is good to see so many young talents of the Eastern Barren territory," a magnate said and smiled. "Those young talents here must be the future of the Eastern Barren territory." They chatted casually while observing. The most eye-catching people should be Qin Yuan's group. They were very outstanding, including Qin Yuan, Qin Li, Qin Mengruo, Chen Shanmu, as well as Chu Yaoyao. Everyone in this group could be seen as a top talent among the young generation. Some people were looking at Yi Futian's group, guessing which force they came from. Soon, they roughly knew the answer by judging their appearances and auras. Some eyes fell upon Yi Futian. They knew who he was. Beside this handsome and decorous youth was another bulky man. Obviously, it could only be Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. The one-armed swordsman by his side should be Yi Wuchen from the 7th summit of the Fuyun sword clan. The woman with silver hair and eyes must be the one from ancient Lulan who was sent to the cottage. Ancient Lulan showed their ambition in occupying a place in the Eastern Barren territory too. Yi Futian was their bet in this gamble. At this moment, Qin Yuan came up to bow toward those nobilities in a very humble manner. Many of the noble elders all responded with smiles and praised the humbleness of the Qin dynasty's prince. "If the Qin dynasty's prince and our princess are going to marry each other, it will be a very romantic story," said someone. People pretended not to hear this man's public approval of the marriage. They kept chatting and laughing. Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen looked at those people with indifference. It seemed that Qin Yuan's effort in visiting around these days helped him a lot. No one knew what the conversations between Qin Yuan and those noble men were about, but it seemed that they were getting along very well with each other. As for Yi Wuchen, he was neither good at social kind of things, nor was he as hypocritical as the Qin dynasty. Qin Li's group stood near Yi Futian. Qin Li looked at him and smiled. "Brother Yi, I heard that you have some complaints about our proposal. Why did you defame us?" "Defame?" Yi Futian stared at Qin Li. He did say that the Qin dynasty was vile, but was that defamation? Qin Li knew what Yi Futian meant. He kept smiling and said, "The cottage and the Qin dynasty are at odds, so I understand your complaint. Brother Yi, I heard that you and Princess Chenyu are good friends. My uncle is here for the proposal. Shouldn't you be happy for her?" "Yes, we are good friends. That's why I won't let her marry a hypocrite," Yi Futian responded coldly. "You played the mutual affection thing. It's your business, but don't play that trick on others. By the way, don't call me Brother Yi. I am not your brother." Obviously, he was alluding to Qin Li's affair with Chu Yaoyao. Chu Yaoyao glanced at Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes. She was still mild and charming. Qin Li sneered. "Let's wait and see. I am sure Emperor Liu won't refuse such a good proposal." "Lord Yi, At this moment, someone laughed charmingly. Yi Futian turned around and saw the witch Jiyu Biue and her brother Jiyu Jiqiu coming together with some strong cultivators from the witch clan. Long time no see. Lord Yi has another beauty around. Jiyu Biue looked at Lulan Shui with a smile. She had met Lulan Shui in the ancient barren world. Do you want to join us? Yi Futian laughed. I'd like to, but my brother won't allow me. I'll have to wait for another chance to serve you. Jiyu Biue smirked at Jiyu Jiqiu behind her. Jiyu Jiqiu and Yi Futian glanced at each other quickly and looked away. Yi Futian didn't care about Jiyu Jiqiu's warning. Jiyu Jiqiu had done nothing to him either. Besides the witch clan, the Ji family, Royal Shen Temple, and Fuyun Sword Clan all came. Many other forces could be seen here too, except the most distant Sword Saint Mountain and the Chenqiu Temple. As for the Moon Clan, only Chu Yaro Yaro came. The Royal Shen Temple and Fuyun Sword Clan were the closest to the Qin dynasty. At this time, a dignified figure appeared above the slope, followed by Liu Feiyang and Liu Chenyu. Looking at the crowd, Liu Chenyu saw Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen. Her beautiful dark eyes were seemingly full of vexation. Your Majesty. All the noble men bowed. Qin Yuan's group walked forward and bowed. Your Majesty, we are Qin Yuan, Qin Li and Qing Mengruo from the Qin dynasty. Your Majesty, I am Qian Shanmu from the Donghua clan. People constantly bowed and introduced themselves. Yi Futian did too. He noticed that when bowed, Chu Yaro Yaro introduced herself directly without mentioning the Moon clan. You are all guests from afar. Thank you for coming, Emperor Liu said with a smile, looking at the people. Qin Yuan took a step forward and bowed again with a smile. He raised his head and showed his handsome face to Emperor Liu. Before Qin Yuan could say anything, a figure stepped forward, stopped before him, and said to Emperor Liu, Your Majesty, I am Yi Wuchen from the 7th summit of the Fuyun Sword Clan. I've always had a strong admiration for Liu Chenyu, the princess. Today, I come to the Liu Kingdom to ask for your permission for our marriage. Qin Yuan was supposed to say the same thing, but he had to keep silent now. He raised his head and looked at Yi Wuchen before him. How could Yi Wuchen make the first proposal? People fell silent. Liu Chenyu stared at that one-armed figure in white standing straight proudly below the stairs. His tone was so determined. Her eyes turned a little red and she smiled lightly. Her feelings were obvious to all. He came in such a direct way. She saw his backbone. How many people in the Eastern Barren Territory dared to contend with the Qin dynasty? She knew what kind of pressure Yi Wuchen was facing. Emperor Liu was looking at Yi Wuchen too. He glanced at Liu Chenyu and immediately figured out that it was him. Yi Wuchen was wearing all white. One of his sleeves hung down loosely. Clearly, he had only one arm. But when he made the proposal, his eyes were determined and his body stood straight, proud as a sword. His arm had been chopped off by Li Daoyun, but Li Daoyun had been killed by his sword. The emperor appreciated Yi Wuchen's spirit a lot. If it was in the past, he would have agreed to his proposal, but Yi Wuchen's rival was Qin Yuan, the Qin dynasty. Yi Wuchen, is this deliberate? Qin Li suddenly questioned. The silence was disturbed. He said coldly, We announced today's proposal many days ago. And now, what are you doing? What do you mean? Qin Yuan bowed toward the emperor too and said, Your Majesty, I am Qin Yuan. I have admired Princess Chenyu for a long time. Today, I come to ask your permission for our marriage. What lies? Yi Futian said coldly. How many times have you met Chenyu? How many conversations have you had with her? Admired her for a long time? How? Yi Wuchen and I knew Chenyu long ago. We were always together when we were in Chaoga City. Don't tell me that the Qin dynasty knows nothing about the affection between Yi Wuchen and Liu Chenyu. Naturally, we come to propose. Who's the one making trouble now? Yi Futian continued, I heard that the Qin dynasty's little prince, Qin Yuan, is very noble. A noble gentleman will not do such a lowly thing like robbing others' love. Am I right? It was not appropriate for Yi Wuchen to say this, so Yi Futian would say it for him. Chapter 321, Turtle Mountain. Chapter 321, Turtle Mountain. Since Qin Yuan called himself a mannered person and wanted to be an honorable man, Yi Futian would make it easy for him. Qin Yuan didn't look back. He stood calmly with Yi Wuchen. Only Emperor Liu could make the decision about this marriage proposal. He didn't seem to want to agree to the Qin dynasty's proposal so easily though, which was why he invited everyone here. Yi Futian wanted to see what Emperor Liu was planning. Yi Futian, your words are a bit illogical, Qin Li retorted. As the saying goes, beautiful girls are loved by honorable men. My uncle has clearly seen Princess Chenyu before. There is nothing strange about liking her. Though he is honorable, there is no reason why he should give his beloved to someone else. Your words are too bizarre. Furthermore, my uncle is here to propose a marriage. The Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and other forces all wish to see this. As for Yi Wuchen of the Fuyun Sword clan coming to propose, is this his own idea or the clan's? The Fuyun Sword clan has never thought of this, Chi Ao of the Fuyun Sword clan's first summit said. Yi Futian looked over coldly. So the clan was on the Qin dynasty's side? Chi Ao's expression was indifferent. The Fuyun Sword clan hated the Sword Saint and thus resented the cottage. He'd warned Yi Wuchen many times to stay away from Yi Futian, but Yi Wuchen always ignored him. In this case, the Fuyun Sword clan wouldn't stand with a traitor like Yi Wuchen. In that case, Qin Li said coolly, Yi Wuchen is just here on his own accord. Doesn't this insult Princess Chenyu? The strong cultivators from the 7th summit who'd come with Yi Wuchen gazed at Qin Li. Was he saying that Yi Wuchen wasn't qualified to propose? Insulting Yi Wuchen was the same as insulting the 7th summit. The strong cultivators behind Qin Li stared back. Faint pressure emanated from both sides. Emperor Liu hadn't said anything. He just watched this scene quietly. He'd invited everyone here so he wanted to see what the current situation was like. He could learn some things from these people's reactions. A group of losers has the courage to brag here? Yu Sheng's large eyes stared at Qin Li, extremely pissed. After Yi Wuchen lost his arm to save them, Yu Sheng began viewing Yi Wuchen as his brother. Now, Qin Li was insulting Yi Wuchen's status. Despicable. The people of the Qin dynasty looked uncomfortable. Yu Sheng was clearly talking about the battle at Chaoga. The cottage never lost against the Qin dynasty or Donghua clan. Everyone, no need to argue. Emperor Liu now waved his hand. Gazing at Qin Yuan and Yi Wuchen, he said, you are both at the top of the Eastern Baron Territory's younger generation. I am a bit flustered that both of you think so highly of Chenyu. Smiling, he looked to the lords and officials. What do you all think? He didn't ask for Liu Chenyu's opinion because he already knew. The people's gazes flashed. They were very quiet and no one wanted to speak first. It was easy to anger people by taking sides now. Qin Yuan bowed again. My father told me that if Emperor Liu agrees to this marriage, it would be too much for Princess Chenyu to move so far away. He ordered for me to remain in the Liu kingdom and serve Emperor Liu with Princess Chenyu. Everyone's eyes flashed. Qin Yuan said that he was willing to move to the Liu kingdom. With his status, he didn't have to do so but he still did. This was the sincerity of the Qin dynasty, as well as the Liu kingdom's pressure. Since the Qin dynasty was this willing, would the Liu kingdom still reject them? Your Majesty, a robed man with an extraordinary temperament said from the group of lords and officials. Since the Qin dynasty is so sincere and Prince Qin is extraordinary, I think Your Majesty should consider it. The speaker was Lord Kang of the Liu kingdom. Lord Kang is right. I agree. Now that someone started, the others all spoke too, approving of Qin Yuan and Liu Chenyu's marriage. As for Yi Wuchen, he stood there alone. No one was willing to speak for him. The sole reason was because Yi Wuchen hadn't visited them before. They didn't know him. Yi Wuchen was also only a disciple of the 7th summit. He couldn't represent the Fuyun Sword clan so it was okay to offend him. On the other hand, if the emperor really chose Yi Wuchen instead of Qin Yuan, the Qin dynasty would be furious. The Liu kingdom would be the victim. They would be involved and wouldn't be able to escape. They had to think for themselves. As for Liu Chenyu, no one cared what she wanted. Only the emperor's statement was needed. These bastards. Liu Feiyang gazed coldly at the lords and officials. Did the Qin dynasty bribe them, or were they afraid of the Qin dynasty? Emperor Liu also looked at them. His serious eyes also seemed to be smiling. No one knew what he was thinking. It seems that everyone thinks more highly of Prince Qin, he said with a smile. He is very talented and I appreciate him. However, this concerns Chunyu's future. I must think carefully. I'll need some time. I am willing to wait. Qin Yuan smiled and bowed. Yi Wuchen glanced at Liu Chunyu. Everything was going against him. He felt an invisible pressure. I invited everyone to visit the Liu kingdom. I will arrange a pavilion for everyone to stay in. The imperial city contains many relics. Everyone can enjoy themselves as they wish, Emperor Liu said. Has anyone heard of Turtle Mountain of the Liu kingdom? Everyone's eyes flashed. People from every force had obviously heard of Turtle Mountain's legend before. According to legend, Turtle Mountain existed for longer than the Liu kingdom. The imperial city was established here because of this mountain too. It was created by spirit stones. Apparently, there were countless matrices around the entire mountain. Of course, this wasn't why it was called Turtle Mountain. It was because there was a turtle hermit there. This turtle had lived for countless years. A rumor in the Eastern Barren Territory said that this turtle was why the Liu kingdom could be established. Before each emperor came into power, he had to climb to the peak and be blessed by the turtle hermit. This old turtle had mysterious talents and was a fortune teller. Of course, this might be exaggerated, but the turtle hermit definitely had abilities like an astrologer. It was the Liu kingdom's totem. People didn't understand why Emperor Liu suddenly mentioned Turtle Mountain. I have heard the legend of Turtle Mountain many times and have always wanted to go, Qin Yuan said. Now that I have the chance, I must visit it. The turtle hermit inn on the mountain, Emperor Liu said, chuckling. I will order the mountain to be opened. Anyone who wishes to visit may do so freely. If anyone can receive the turtle hermit's blessing, he will have no problem in becoming the princess's husband. After speaking, Emperor Liu stood up and left, glancing at Qin Yuan and Yi Wuchen. The lords and officials' eyes flashed. Did the emperor want Qin Yuan and Yi Wuchen to meet the turtle hermit? Only the emperors had the right to go up the mountain. Even if he really did open it up, would Qin Yuan and Yi Wuchen be able to meet the legendary turtle hermit? Even the lords and officials had never seen it before. Qin Yuan had an odd expression. He didn't expect Emperor Liu to do this and make him compete with Yi Wuchen in Turtle Mountain. However, they both came to propose at the same time. Emperor Liu was very polite too. Finally handing them over to Turtle Mountain seemed okay too. He was a true fox. Liu Feiyang and Liu Chunyu let out a breath. Thankfully, their father didn't agree to Qin Yuan just yet. They still weren't optimistic though. They both knew what Turtle Mountain was like. What would he do if both Yi Wuchen and Qin Yuan couldn't see the turtle hermit? Liu Chunyu gazed at Yi Wuchen. They exchanged glances and seemed to understand what the other was thinking. Liu Chunyu turned around. Liu Feiyang walked to Yi Wuchen and Yi Futian's side. He didn't care about the Qin dynasty. Take me to Turtle Mountain, Yi Wuchen said to Liu Feiyang. All right. Liu Feiyang nodded. The group then left the palace. Qin Yuan had planned on talking to the lords and officials. Seeing this, he bid farewell casually and left too. The other strong cultivators also left. They weren't interested in marrying the princess but wanted to see Turtle Mountain too. Countless people were waiting for news outside the palace. When they saw all the strong cultivators leave, they were confused. Did the emperor approve of Qin Yuan? Soon, the palace sent out the definite news that Qin Yuan wasn't the only one proposing today. Yi Wuchen of the Futian sword clan had also proposed. Many people realized that Yi Wuchen was the one Liu Chunyu liked. No wonder they were always with Yi Futian. However, the first summit of the Futian sword clan was on Qin Yuan's side. As a swordsman of the 7th summit, how would Yi Wuchen compete with Qin Yuan? News about Turtle Mountain also spread. The Liu kingdom would soon open up the mountain. Many strong cultivators would head towards it. Turtle Mountain had always been a place that only the emperor could step foot in. It was mysterious. Many people from the kingdom were curious about it. The emperor also said that anyone who was blessed by the turtle hermit could marry the princess. Thus, countless strong cultivators gathered near Turtle Mountain, many miles from the palace. As a sacred land of the Liu kingdom, there were many pavilions at the foot of the mountain, surrounding it. This was where the royalty performed rituals. There were also soldiers guarding the mountain, surrounding it all. In addition, there were high towers in all directions so no one could approach from the sky. But now, the doors of the surrounding pavilions opened. Countless strong cultivators poured through and came to the foot of the mysterious Turtle Mountain. Chapter 322. Climb the Mountain. Chapter 322. Climb the mountain. Mist wrapped around Turtle Mountain, shrouding it so that it looked like a divine turtle. At the foot of the mountain, one could feel bounding spiritual chi. Light of every element shot from it, making it look so beautiful. Right now, countless people were present. People from the important families of the Liu kingdom also came. However, the strong cultivators of the Qin dynasty and Yi Futian's group were still at the foremost. Many youths from the Liu kingdom looked to Qin Yuan, Qian Shanmu, Yi Futian, and the others. These prides from the top forces that were known throughout the Eastern Barren Territory were the goals for many youths. Their existence were benchmarks. Qin Mengruo and Chu Yaoyao are so beautiful, the daughter of an important family praised their beauty. She was also a beauty and had always thought that the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory weren't as pretty as her. But now that she saw them, she discovered their charm. She was far behind. Prince Qin is so handsome. The girl beside her was looking at Qin Yuan. In the crowd, he was definitely one of the top flower boys. Is Yi Futian not handsome? A girl in a long blue dress asked, chuckling. Of course, but I like Prince Qin's gentleness more. I heard that Yi Futian is too arrogant and a bully. The disciples of the cottage don't respect anyone. He called Prince Qin a lowly man, but Prince Qin didn't comment on him. So I like Prince Qin more. He and Princess Qinyu suit each other. Don't you know what Yi Futian said in the ancient barren world? A youth around 18 years old asked. Those who know me understand my arrogance, the girl asked in return. Cottage disciples don't need to care about others, the youth said. They do as they wish and are like true men. I don't like Prince Qin. He didn't say that he thought Prince Qin was insincere. Who do you think will reach the summit? The girl asked, chuckling. If Qin Yuan is competing with Yi Futian, he obviously won't be able to win. But with Yi Wuchen, I don't know. The youth trusted the cottage disciples because he wished to cultivate there. Qin Yuan is only competing with Yi Wuchen, but Yi Futian and the others will also climb the mountain. I heard that Qin Yuan has extraordinary talent. Qian Shanmu, Qin Li, Qin Mengruo, Chu Yaoyao, and the others are all talented too. Let's wait and see. Everyone around them was also discussing this. At this time, Qin Yuan's group made the first step towards Turtle Mountain. Yi Futian's group also stepped toward it. There was no true road on Turtle Mountain. The ancient turtle-like mountain seemed to have been cut into pieces. Strange and jagged rocks were everywhere. The moment they stepped onto the mountain, it was as if a divine turtle was riding them. Every step became heavy. Yi Futian tried flying, but the power forced him down. They could only walk, but this was expected. If they could fly, anyone would be able to climb the mountain. Liu Feiyang was also there. How long will it take to the summit? Yi Futian asked. I don't know. Liu Feiyang shook his head. Only the sovereigns have reached the summit before. I heard that many royalties lost themselves in the Turtle Mountain. We must be careful. Yi Futian nodded. He glanced at the Qin dynasty group in the near distance. They were also climbing by foot. Qin Yuan was in the center. Qin Li seemed to feel something and glanced towards Yi Futian. As they walked, the mountain became covered in a layer of fog. The ground wasn't as clear anymore. Now, other than going up, they didn't know what direction they were heading in or where they were. Many strong cultivators of the Liu Kingdom followed them onto Turtle Mountain to test how far they could go. Time passed bit by bit. Everyone's steps grew heavier. The invisible pressure from Turtle Mountain kept growing. Many cultivators from the Liu Kingdom slowed down. Some couldn't even walk anymore and had to sit down for a rest. Ah! A cry sounded, echoing throughout the mountain. Fear rose in many people's hearts. They didn't feel as relaxed as before. Only those from the top levels could continue forward steadily. Some talented ones from the Liu Kingdom could as well, but they'd slowed too. In the crowd behind them, a girl who cultivated sorcery stopped. "I need to rest," she said to her companions. With that, she sat on a rock and tried to gather the spiritual qi around her to cultivate. Climbing the mountain was too tiring and she'd used up all her spiritual qi. Because she didn't cultivate martial arts, she did not have a lot of stamina. "All right." Everyone nodded and sat down to rest. But soon, everyone's bodies started trembling. Then some invisible force pulled onto their bodies and hurled them downward. That moment, consecutive screams shattered the silence. They kept echoing and the people's hearts weren't as sure as before. This type of scream sounded occasionally after that, shaking everyone up. Yi Futian's group kept going. The people around them disappeared and he didn't know where Qin Yuan's group was. Using freedom meditation, he saw a giant divine turtle. Its pressure was even scarier than the martial arts training field. He had to stop the freedom meditation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to walk much. He could use this to train his body usually. However, he was climbing a mountain now, not cultivating. After one day, they all felt tired. They had no clue where they were. This was the scariest, it seemed endless. "Should we rest?" Yi Futian asked. This was his first time mentioning it. Even someone as powerful as him felt tired. Yi Wuchen and the others naturally did too. Yi Wuchen stopped and nodded. Everyone sat on the ground and closed their eyes. When Yi Futian closed his eyes, he actually felt drowsiness attack him. He wanted to relax and sleep. His body became light as if he was floating in the air. Suddenly, a hand from deep in his mind grabbed at him. "We can't rest." Yi Futian cried out, eyes flying open. Everyone was startled awake. There was a bright flash. They all panted heavily. Exchanging glances, they took a deep breath and stood up to continue climbing. "Is this really a sacred land of your kingdom?" Yi Futian looked at Liu Feiyang, completely done. "My father said before that only the strongest can step foot on Turtle Mountain," Liu Feiyang replied. "Those who wish to become emperor must pass this trial." Yi Futian was frustrated, but he had to keep going. But if they were like this, the others must not be well off either. Yi Wuchen had been quiet all this time. He couldn't relax until this matter was settled. Thus, he looked even more persistent. Days passed like this. It seemed impossible to reach the summit. They were exhausted now. Their legs were heavy and their muscles were taut. It felt horrible to have their mind and body tense for so long. Countless people looked up at the mountain from the foot. Many of the ones who'd tried had fallen down. Some were lightly hurt while others were badly injured. However, people still kept trying to better themselves. Through the mist, they could see people around the middle of the mountain. Those who crossed the middle were from the top forces. Even some of them had fallen down, including those in the noble plain. Prince Qin and Yi Futian seemed to be in the same place, someone said. The people were small in their vision, but they were in the middle. No one knew if they could reach the top. Anyway, Yi Futian didn't know where they were. Right now, they were extremely exhausted, but the road became smoother. It was easier to walk. A sea of flowers appeared in the mist. It was magnificent and beautiful. "Are we at the top?" Yi Futian asked. He looked to the side but realized that everyone was gone. "Yu Sheng, Wuchen," Yi Futian called. There was no echo. His voice just disappeared. Yi Futian frowned. A beautiful figure walked out of the flowers. Her beautiful eyes stared at him, almost melting his heart. "Chu Yao Yao?" Yi Futian was confused. As Chu Yao Yao stared at him, she walked over and reached out a hand. She just looked at him dazedly. A hallucination? Yi Futian stepped forward. He ignored the girl and brushed past her. Then he saw another hallucination. Qin Mangruo, the cold beauty, was playing her guqin. Music floated around her. There was a rapid stream before her. When the music stopped, Qin Mangruo stood up. She placed her hands on her shoulder and pushed her clothes down a bit, revealing her porcelain-like shoulders. Long legs stepped into the water. Her clothes became wet and she turned to smile at Yi Futian. He blinked. Why would he see this kind of hallucination? No thank you. Yi Futian continued forward, ignoring the beautiful image. After that, Lin Yu Yarrow, senior sister Qin Yi, Lulan Shui, everyone appeared in his hallucination, annoying Yi Futian. Was this a test for his mind? Why would there be so many beauties? He wasn't a pervert. Of course, the hardest to resist was still when Jiyu appeared, but he still resisted. There would be chances in the future. Yu Sheng also had hallucinations, but they were much easier than Yi Futian's. There were no beauties. Only two people appeared, his father and Yi Futian. Chapter 323, Battle on Turtle Mountain. Chapter 323, Battle on Turtle Mountain. Yi Futian was annoyed. Climbing mountains was tiring in itself and got even more so as he went. If he could, he wished he could just drop down and rest. It was honestly too tiring. The worst thing was when you couldn't see the end or even the light. And now these beautiful images were trying to lure him. It was horrible. When someone was so physically exhausted, their willpower would go down and they would want to completely relax. The further they went, the harder it was to resist. Even worse, the images that Yi Futian saw kept becoming more beautiful. The girls are skeletons. Yi Futian went forward with his eyes closed, but it was useless. The realistic images were imprinted directly into his mind. He couldn't escape it at all. If this really was a trial on his mind, it was too cruel. No wonder Liu Feiyang said many people would lose themselves here. If he chose to give in, would he get lost? He didn't know. Hua Jiyu appeared in his mind. Yi Futian smiled brightly. He shouldn't be distracted by beauty, but Hua Jiyu's image always appeared. Fox, if you do this, something bad will happen, he muttered. Thinking of Wuchen, Yi Futian gritted his teeth and continued forward. He wasn't the only one going through this on Turtle Mountain. Right now, Qin Yuan also saw many images. With his exhausted mind, he saw his father sitting on the throne and reaching out to him with a smile. It was as if he could sit onto the throne if he wished. Qin Yuan's expression twisted in pain. He wanted the throne so badly, but he knew it wasn't his. The Qin dynasty's throne was Qin Yu's. He could never get it. In his fantasy, he saw Qin Li appear before him, powerless. If he wanted to, he could kill Qin Li. His face twisted. He wished he could kill the man. Everyone thought that Emperor King loved Qin Yuan most, but that was just on the surface. If he did, why would he send Qin Yuan to the Liu Kingdom to marry the princess? It was to distance him from power so he wouldn't have those thoughts. He had to achieve the goal too, but actually, he didn't want it. Marry Liu Chenyu? She was pretty, but wasn't Qin Mangruo, his sister from another mother, also pretty? As one of the top 3 beauties, she was obviously prettier than Liu Chenyu. Chu Yarrow was the virgin of the Moon Clan. Why did Qin Li marry her instead of him? In what aspect was he worse than Qin Li? In his hallucination, he was inside the Qin Palace. A dreamlike scene appeared inside that opulent pavilion. The elegant and arrogant Qin Mangruo, the moving Chu Yarrow, and beautiful Liu Chenyu all lay before him. They only had a thin blanket over them. Their snowy white arms and legs were bare. If he wanted, he could enjoy the best moment in the world. It was so tempting. He could drown in this for eternity. His features kept twisting and becoming menacing. Gritting his teeth, he started bleeding and his eyes reddened. Others would definitely never think that the scholarly and calm Qin Yuan could look like this too. He was completely different from how he usually was. Trembling, Qin Yuan ignored his dreams and continued forward. He knew what he had to do now. If he failed, he wouldn't be able to answer to his father. Chu Yarou didn't know she appeared in so many men's fantasies. She was also undergoing this trial. Exhausted, she wanted to stop and rest against someone. She was so tired, she could fall over any time. She couldn't keep going anymore. At this time, someone appeared before her. He was so handsome and his eyes were so pretty. He had a subtle smile and gave off a playfully bad feeling. The handsome man walked to her side and said, "I'll carry you." With that, he squatted down before her. Chu Yarou smiled brilliantly. That moment, she didn't care whether it was real or not. She didn't care about the consequences either, she just wanted to rest on his back. Thus, she rose to her tiptoes and sprawled onto the youth's back. She grasped his neck and rested her face on his shoulder, smiling sweetly. This image was so beautiful. She didn't have to pretend and could be her truest self. After a long while, the almost utterly exhausted Yi Futian appeared before a path on Turtle Mountain. The hallucinations finally disappeared. White clouds floated in the sky. It was quiet and peaceful. Before him, he could make out an ancient pavilion at the peak. He was almost there. Have I finally gotten out of it? Yi Futian took a deep breath. He walked to a huge rock to sit down and recover his mental and physical energy. After a while, Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen walked out too. They came to Yi Futian and sat down. After that, Liu Feiyang and Lulan Shui appeared too. The silver snow guard never appeared. He was probably stuck in the hallucination. This event didn't have anything to do with him, so it wasn't that important. It was normal that he couldn't get out of it. After resting a bit, Yi Wuchen stood up. Seeing that, everyone else rose and continued forward. The pressure was still great, but without the hallucination, they wouldn't get lost. In the distance, other figures appeared. It was Qin Yuan, Qin Li, Qian Shanmu, and Qin Mengruo. Chu Yarou wasn't there. In another direction, Jiyu Jiqiu and Jiyu Biue appeared too. Unexpectedly, they reached this point too. They must have strong willpower too. Other people appeared below them. Only one strong cultivator from the Ji family arrived, Ji Kong. Zhe Song and Qi Ao of the Fuyun sword clan were there too, as well as one from the Royal Shen Temple. The people walked upward. Here, they couldn't be too far from the peak. The Qin dynasty and Yi Futian's group went up together. Qin Yuan had recovered. His handsome face was gentle and calm again. He kept looking up. Qin Li glanced at Yi Futian. Chuckling, he said, "Yi Futian, earlier, you defeated a pride of the Dongqin College at Chaoga City. I've always wanted to challenge you, but your plane is too low, so I couldn't. But you killed Luo Junlin at the Nandu Nation and showed extraordinary combat ability. How about you let me experience your ability today?" As he spoke, he walked towards Yi Futian. Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengruo walked over too, bodies flashing and releasing their might. Qin Yuan pretended he didn't see it and kept climbing. "Don't think about stopping us." Liu Feiyang's expression was cold. Yi Futian obviously knew what Qin Li was doing. His arcana aura was very strong now. Dragons wrapped around him and one could hear dragon cries in the air. Qin Li stepped towards Yi Futian with horrible might. As a monstrous figure, his talent and ability were both powerful. He'd activated 8 dragon meridians and was one of the rare figures in the Qin dynasty. 9 meridians was the limit. "Wuchen, go first," Yi Futian said. Yi Wuchen and Qin Yuan were the stars today. It didn't matter for the rest, but Yi Wuchen must get to the top. Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengruo's life spirits appeared. Gukins sang and strings of music fell onto Qin Li. His might grew until he became like a true dragon. Qin Li grabbed in the air. Instantly, many dragons roared towards Yi Futian and the others. With bared teeth and claws, they were going to kill the group. The Qin dynasty had people with 8 dragon meridians. Their dragon intent was like true dragons. Boundless sword intent bloomed from Yi Wuchen. He stepped to the side and the sword intent cut through the sky. It streaked towards the incoming dragon while he continued walking like a sword. Qin Li's eyes were cold. He stepped forward and grabbed towards Yi Wuchen. At the same time, a figure appeared before him. It was Yi Wuchen. The five-element rod in his hand enlarged into an extremely big staff. He twirled it and used the power of the world to slam it down. Horrible gravity fell on the five-element rod, making it thousands of pounds heavy. It shattered the dragon and went for Qin Li. 8 dragons roared from Qin Li's body. Strong and sharp claws caught onto the rod and forcefully stopped its downward motion. Countless eyes at the foot of the mountain looked up at the scene. Light glowed from some people's eyes as if they could see through the space. Looking at the tiny figures on the mountain, their insides trembled. A battle erupted. Who's fighting? Those with lower planes couldn't see what was happening. Yi Futian of the cottage and Qin Li of the Qin dynasty. Qian Shanmu, Qin Mengruo, and Yusheng might join in. What about Qin Yuan? Still climbing. He's in line with Yi Wuchen. More voices sounded at the foot of the mountain. Many people were in an uproar. Qin Li really was fighting with Yi Futian and they couldn't see it. They could only see blurry figures. Who will win? Someone asked. He was anxious because he couldn't see. Qin Li, a grandson of the emperor, was scarily talented. He also had a high plane. But they'd all witnessed Yi Futian's abilities. He had killed Luo Junlin. I don't know. The emperor's grandson has 8 dragon meridians while Yi Futian has a ritual implement staff. Someone sighed heavily. It was such a pity that they couldn't see such a battle on Turtle Mountain. Chapter 324, Madman. Chapter 324, Madman. On Turtle Mountain, Yi Futian and Qin Li stood, facing each other. The powerful pressure remained, but they were fighting in this environment right now. The royalty of the Qin dynasty opened up their dragon meridians and cultivated martial arts. Their physical bodies were like dragons, extremely terrifying. Yi Futian used a divine beast's body-enhancing technique. His body was impossible to copy and was also extremely powerful. Dragons wrapped around Qin Li. His life spirit was a dragon and his dharma was a dragon. His meridians had turned into dragon meridians and his bones were like a dragon's bones. His blood roared as if a dragon was inside his body. His lips curled into a cold smirk as he stared at Yi Futian. Behind him, cacophonous music fell onto him, bolstering his strength. His aura kept growing more frightening. At the same time, piercing music traveled into Yi Futian's eardrums, stabbing his fatigued mind. Boom! Yusheng stepped towards Qian Shanmu. Lu Lanshui went to Qin Mengruo. Liu Feiyang didn't participate because even though he'd climbed with their group, he was still the Liu Kingdom's prince. The Qin dynasty was here for a marriage proposal. If he fought with them, the Qin dynasty could snatch this excuse to attack. Where do you think you're going? Qin Li sneered and threw his hands forward. 8 dragons soared into the air, flying towards the 3. The golden claws were extremely sharp, tearing through everything. A huge demonic tripod emerged in Yusheng's hands. With a huge sound, it flew out. The black tripod killed everything, crashing into the dragon. Frightening coldness flowed through Lu Lanshui's body. An ice spell that could seal everything in ice bloomed. The dragons turned to frost but kept going, trying to shatter everything. An ice wand appeared in Lu Lanshui's hands, twirling. Endless ice spiritual qi shrouded the dragon. Then there were cracking sounds. The ice cracked, along with the dragon's body. Yi Futian raised his 5-elemental rod. Different lights flashed as it transformed into a huge staff. It split down from the heavens. But even worse was Qian Shanmu's grating music. Hallucinations appeared in the minds of the 3, making them feel that Qin Li's every move was incredible. Every attack could turn them into ash. Qian Shanmu was only in the lower arcana plane, but as the #1 musical sorcerer in the younger generation, his spiritual energy was much more powerful than the 3. His spells could be very threatening. Holy sound! Yi Futian felt that Qin Li's figure was suddenly boundless. He was as large as a saint. In Chaoga City, this had appeared in the fight with Qian Shanmu. But that had been Qian Shanmu. Now, the holy sound was being used to help with Qin Li's fighting. Qin Li opened his mouth and uttered unclear sounds. They were like a dragon's language. His aura became even more terrifying. The minds of Yi Futian's trio were shaking as if a mysterious power had descended. Yi Futian's dharma bloomed. An ape roared while Yi Futian's body grew more monstrous. His blood boiled and his noble intent rose up. He twirled the 5-elemental rod and the heavens changed. The sky and earth trembled as the 5-elemental rod seemed to connect the two. The ape struck it down, splitting the sky. Qin Li's expression was domineering and cold with the help of the holy sound. He was already an entire plane higher than Yi Futian. He had nothing to fear. He reached out, his arms turning into dragon arms. Various dragon shadows wrapped around his arm, again grabbing at the 5-elemental rod. Following a deafening roar, many dragon figures were shattered. Qin Li still grabbed the 5-elemental rod though. Various dragons snaked over, wrapping around the rod. This was the Yin family's treasure. It should be returned to its owner, Qin Li said coldly. A glow that belonged to him bloomed now. He was the grandson of Emperor Qin, son of the crown prince. He was the future heir to the throne. With 8 dragon meridians and baptized by dragon blood, he had been nurtured by the ancestors' dragon meridians. Yi Futian wielded the 5-elemental rod. The divine ape was on his body. He glared coldly at Qin Li. The man wanted to rob him of his rod. Ice and fire spiritual qi bloomed from the 5-elemental rod. The spiritual qi of Turtle Mountain seemed to have gathered there. The spell gradually covered Qin Li's body. The flames transformed into a furnace. Noble intent passed through the rod into Qin Li's body. You think this will do something? Qin Li looked indifferently at Yi Futian. He was at the 3rd-level arcana plane. He was so strong and gold light covered him. He'd transformed into a golden dragon. He seemed to hide a gold dragon in him and was unmoved no matter how the fire burned. Hiss, hiss. The gold dragon burned like in a furnace. Qin Li's brows furrowed slightly as he felt some pain. He looked down to see that strange golden fire burned in many places. They were like an emperor's fire that could destroy any resistance. Boom. Qin Li hurriedly let go of the rod and retreated. But Yu Sheng and Lulan Shui had already pounced toward Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengruo. It would be troublesome if these two weren't taken care of. The demonic tripod enlarged quickly. It transformed into a dark tripod hovering in the air, looming over Qian Shanmu's head. The demonic pressure hammered down. The world turned dark as if demons had descended. He thrummed his guqin violently. The holy sound fell over him instead of Qin Li. It seemed to turn him into a saint. Yu Sheng appeared under the demonic tripod. His burly body shone with dark gold light. He reached out and the light from the demonic tripod instantly turned into a dark gold halberd. He was like a horrible demon going to kill Qian Shanmu. Lulan Shui arrived before Qin Mengruo. Her silver eyes had become a bit demonic. Snowflakes swirled in the air, sweeping towards Qin Mengruo. The coldness entered one's bones, it could freeze one's soul. Many people looked to this battlefield from the side. Compared to Qin Yuan and Yi Wuchen climbing the Turtle Mountain, they were more interested in this battle. While the battle was still happening, Qin Yuan and Yi Wuchen were still climbing up, practically side by side. It seemed that after climbing up these steps, they could meet the Turtle Hermit. They'd been extremely exhausted but were now suddenly filled with power. Power radiated from their bodies. Yi Wuchen's body was like a sword. He walked forward extremely calm. His eyes were filled with unwavering determination. A special power emanated from the stone steps. It was like an invisible matrix with an endless string. It flowed through the steps like sound waves. The moment Yi Wuchen stepped onto them, the invisible ripple seemed to transform into the world's sharpest sword intent. It pierced his body, almost snapping it. The sword intent flowed through him and then stabbed him. It was using his power to attack himself. The stronger his sword intent was, the stronger the attack was. Even more terrifying, the might of the stone steps grew even more powerful. Qin Yuan also underwent this pain. He used his power to resist the might, but that power turned back against him, attacking his flesh. This was so painful. Not only did he have to bear the might of the Turtle Mountain, but he also had to bear his own attack. Something flickered past his handsome face. It was a shred of pain. Who thought of this horrible test? The stone steps were so long and steep too. Yi Wuchen needed to use more and more resistance to go up, reaching the limit. This growing power would also be used to attack him. Yi Wuchen didn't think of all that. He continued climbing. Sword light wrapped around him, melding into his body. His entirety dazzled like a sword. His steps were slow but very steady. He climbed step by step. Endless sword intent flowed through him, stabbing into his bone marrow. But so what? If he couldn't even protect his love, he wouldn't qualify to become a swordsman. A swordsman should have no fears. He continued climbing, one step at a time. The pain strengthened as he walked. Endless sword intent passed through him. Any misstep could kill him. His sword intent strengthened. The force he had to bear strengthened as well. It was almost at the limit, penetrating his flesh. Blood appeared on his clothes. His sword body was damaged too. His organs seemed to be damaged by the sword aura as well, but he didn't retreat. His steps didn't stop either. In fact, his sword intent was still strengthening. He was amidst a destructive sword scene. Madman. Behind him, Qin Yuan suffered the horrible pain, his face twisted. Seeing that Yi Wuchen was still going forward, his every step so sure, he cursed inwardly. Was Yi Wuchen willing to give his life for a woman? But thinking of his mission, Qin Yuan didn't give up either. He continued. After a while, Qin Yuan was halfway there. Looking at the remaining portion, Qin Yuan was in pain. Yi Wuchen was past that point. Blood kept dripping onto the stone. Qin Yuan didn't even know if Yi Wuchen could survive to the top. Sword intent from the surroundings stabbed into Yi Wuchen's body, ravaging him. He looked up, eyes still as determined as before. However, his steps faltered. It was too painful. A figure appeared in his mind. They didn't have a dramatic relationship. It was as calm as water. When they occasionally met eyes, they would feel shy. But this little trickle of emotions warmed his heart. The 3 words in the letter he'd received at the mountain, "Can you come?" He had come. And since he was here, he would do it. It was his promise, it was his protection. If he couldn't, he would allow all the swords to pierce his heart and kill him. Yi Wuchen continued forward. Chapter 325, Turtle Hermit. Chapter 325, Turtle Hermit. At the foot of Turtle Mountain, countless people gazed at the mountain. There were nobles, Arcana plane cultivators, as well as Dharma plane cultivators. An extremely intense battle seemed to have erupted on Turtle Mountain. However, they could clearly see the stone steps below the palace. There was no mist there, and everyone could vividly see 2 people. Although the 2 figures appeared to be very tiny in their eyes, they could still figure out who they were. Qin Yuan, the youngest son of the king of Qin, and Yi Wuchen, the sword master of the 7th summit of Futian sword clan, had arrived at the final stone steps, trying to reach the top. They seemed to have encountered an extremely strong resistive force. Qin Yuan stopped when he was halfway through the stone steps and did not continue to walk. On the other hand, Yi Wuchen's body looked as proud as a pine and as straight as a sword. He walked forward step by step. Although he was slow, everyone could see him moving. With every step that he took, he was leaving Qin Yuan even further behind. At first, everyone thought that the outcome of the contest was obvious and Qin Yuan would certainly win. But what could they say now? When Yi Wuchen reached the top of the stone steps, sunlight from the sky sprinkled onto his body. At this instant, he seemed to be showered in an endless radiance and had become the most dazzling existence. If a person from the royal family of Liu Kingdom managed to reach the top of Turtle Mountain, he could inherit the throne. Now, Yi Wuchen managed to reach the top. Surprise filled everyone's eyes. Nobody had expected Yi Wuchen to be able to do so. From now on, Yi Wuchen, the sword master of the 7th summit of Futian sword clan, could be compared to the best geniuses of Eastern Barren territory. Qin Yuan was still standing at his spot. He also tried to advance forward, but eventually, he failed and was blown back to the bottom of the stone steps. The battle between Yi Futian and Qin Li also stopped. They raised their heads to look at the stone steps above them when they saw Yi Wuchen's body disappearing from their view. A smile appeared on Yi Futian's face. We won. The peak of the Turtle Mountain. Yi Wuchen walked forward. At the moment, the pressure had already disappeared. He walked past a door and arrived at an ancient palace. It was a stone palace, and there were many complicated symbols on the ground. Looking at the symbols, Yi Wuchen actually found them to be extremely mysterious, but he could not understand them. I am Yi Wuchen. Greetings, Turtle Hermit, Yi Wuchen said. He only had one arm and could not fold his hands. Therefore, he could only bow slightly to salute. At the moment, his white shirt was covered with many frightening bloodstains. A figure slowly climbed out from the stone door of the stone palace. It was a turtle. The turtle extended his neck and looked at Yi Wuchen. His behavior was very much like a human, and furthermore, he appeared to be very old. Liu Feiyang had said that Turtle Hermit was the totem of Liu Kingdom and had lived for countless years. He was literally an old monster. The crawling speed of turtles was extremely slow, often so slow that people would lose their patience while waiting. Luckily, Yi Wuchen was a very patient man. He stood quietly at his spot. Turtle Hermit approached him and extended one of his feet, which looked like the arm of a person. He took a willow branch and started drawing on the ground. The symbols around Yi Wuchen lit up. They released a dazzling radiance and appeared to be very mysterious and unpredictable. The symbols were made up of countless figures and were changing continuously as if they were trying to derive the future. Finally, a diagram was formed. Turtle Hermit looked at Yi Wuchen. His look was gentle but filled with some sympathy. You should leave Liu Kingdom, Turtle Hermit said with a human voice. This was the first thing that he said. Yi Wuchen was puzzled. He looked at Turtle Hermit, stunned, and said, I don't understand. Liu Kingdom's events will bring you misfortune. You will be involved. Turtle Hermit's voice was very soft. Hearing this, Yi Wuchen felt a wave of coldness surging through his body. He was not afraid of danger. With his determination, he managed to reach the top of Turtle Mountain. However, he was afraid that he would not be able to change anything. Turtle Hermit claimed that Liu Kingdom's events would bring him bad luck. Did it mean that he could not change the fate of the kingdom? Senior, can you predict the future? Yi Wuchen asked. Turtle Hermit shook his head. Even this action was performed very slowly. Nobody can predict the future. It is just that I can see what normal people cannot, and from there make some deductions, Turtle Hermit said slowly. There are laws governing everything in the world. I can see more of them because I live longer than others. Furthermore, my talents in cultivation are limited, and therefore I can only spend my time doing these boring things. Senior, since you cannot see the future, everything is still unknown, Yi Wuchen said. Turtle Hermit stared at him and a warm smile appeared on his face. Yi Wuchen had such a firm faith, but he was not strong enough to change anything. Ultimately, he was only a young arcana plane cultivator. Wait for a while. I'll let your friends in, Turtle Hermit said. Then, he walked back through the stone door with the same slow speed. At the moment, many people were gathered below the stone steps on Turtle Mountain where Qin Yuan was at. They included Qin Li, Qian Shanmu, Yi Futian and his team, as well as the people from various top forces. They all saw Yi Wuchen reach the top of the stone steps. On the other hand, Qin Yuan had fallen down the steps. Qin Yuan had lost to Yi Wuchen. Qin Li's face was somewhat gloomy. He looked at Qin Yuan and said, "Go and try again." From his tone, it seemed that he was not very respectful towards his young uncle. Qin Yuan's mother was concubine Nan, a charming lady. He would obviously not respect the son of such a degrading woman. His father was the crown prince of Qin dynasty, the righteous successor to the throne, and he was the grandson of the king. Some gloominess flashed across Qin Yuan's handsome face as he raised his head to look at the stone steps. He knew that it would be useless even if he tried again. Some other people tried, but they gave up after only a short while. They did not want to marry anyone from the Liu Kingdom and therefore did not have to go through this suffering. Suddenly, a mist formed from spiritual qi appeared across Turtle Mountain. The dense mist enveloped the whole mountain and soon everyone's vision blurred. What is happening? A strange expression appeared on everyone's face. In the mist, Futian saw a path in front of him. Then, he heard someone say, "Come up." The voice was gentle but seemed to have a magical power. A weird expression appeared on Futian's face, but he still decided to follow the path in the mist and went up the mountain. After walking for a while, the mist slowly dissipated and Futian's surrounding became visible. He realized that he was in front of a stone palace. Wuchen was standing there. "Have I reached the top of Turtle Mountain?" Wuchen. Futian approached Wuchen. Then, he saw an old turtle crawl out from the stone door. The turtle stared at him with a gentle look, causing Futian to feel very strange. The action and demeanor of the turtle were very much like a human. "Senior, did you bring me here?" Futian asked. Turtle Hermit nodded. He slowly walked up to Futian, after which he did the exact same action as before. He drew with a willow branch and a dazzling light was emitted. Countless symbols started changing continuously. However, unlike Wuchen, many diagrams appeared in the end. Turtle Hermit raised his head and looked at Futian. Smiling, he said, "Too many variables. I can't deduce anything. Senior, what are you doing?" Futian's face was filled with doubt. Liu Feiyang had said that Turtle Hermit had an unfathomable ability and knew the past, present, and future. Of course, Futian did not believe in that. Nobody could predict the future. Even an astrologer could only estimate the upper limit of a person's fate. There would still be countless unforeseen events in his life. Turtle Hermit looked at Futian and said, "You were born extraordinary." Futian was stunned. It seemed that the so-called Turtle Hermit indeed had some abilities. He also knew that he had an unusual background. Emperor Yi Qing, the snow ape, and the behavior of his godfather all proved this. "In the illusion, you saw many beautiful ladies." Turtle Hermit smiled and looked at Futian. Futian was speechless. This old turtle even knows about that. Was that not merely an illusion? Beauties still decay into mere skeletons after death. "That's just an illusion and does not reflect my true nature," Futian said in a righteous manner. "Images spring from your heart." Turtle Hermit looked at him with a faint smile. Futian widened his eyes at the old turtle. "This is nonsense. I was not bewitched by the illusions. The desire for food and sex is part of human nature." Turtle Hermit smiled and said, "It is natural to fantasize about something nice. This desire is normal. Anyone who lived in the world would have desires. Otherwise, he could not be called a human. When one did not have any desires, one would be a saint, but also a devil." Today, countless people had climbed Turtle Mountain. Turtle Hermit saw many things, including normal desires and distorted, evil ones. Some people were elegant and very good-looking. However, the desires hidden in their hearts were the complete opposite. Futian was speechless. He had been caught red-handed. If he knew this earlier, he would not have climbed Turtle Mountain. This turtle was really a bastard. He could actually peep into everyone's illusions. Could this be the reason why the king of Liu asked them to climb the mountain? Thinking about this, a strange look appeared on his face. This meant that Turtle Hermit also saw the illusions that the people of the Qin dynasty encountered. "Senior, let's talk about my friend." Futian changed the topic. "You are blessed." Turtle Hermit smiled. Futian did not understand what he meant by blessed. "As for your friend, I advised him to leave. Otherwise, he will face misfortune," Turtle Hermit said. "But he seems to be really stubborn." "Misfortune?" Futian's look froze. Was it not enough for them to climb Turtle Mountain? "Senior, what do you know?" Futian asked. "Let's not talk about this. Come, follow me." Turtle Hermit crawled slowly into the stone palace. Wuchen and Futian looked at each other. Then, they followed him into the stone palace. The interior of the stone palace was actually very unusual, as if they had entered another world instead of just a stone palace. In this place, there was the radiance from the sun, the moon, and the stars. Rain and snow fell from the sky, sand danced in the air, as well as lightning and cold wind. Together, the many scenes depicted a picture of the entire world. I have made this over my whole life. It contains the simplest laws governing everything in the world. My level is not high enough and I cannot understand the real laws, but it should be of some use to the two of you. How much of it you can comprehend depends on yourselves, Turtle Hermit said slowly. Yi Futian started to feel the world. The sunlight that was pouring down, the wind blowing across, the violent lightning, and the other elements were all running according to their own laws. It was fascinating indeed. Senior, I have a few other friends on Turtle Mountain. Can you let them in as well? Yi Futian asked Turtle Hermit. You slippery little guy. Turtle Hermit looked at Yi Futian, then he smiled and nodded. Anyway, my days are numbered. I'll fulfill your wish then. Chapter 326, Conspiracy. Chapter 326, Conspiracy. At the moment, those trapped on Turtle Mountain and those who had climbed it had all returned to the foot of the mountain safely. Qin Yuan, Qin Li, and Chu Yaro were gathered together. Countless people were looking at them. Qin Yuan failed to climb to the top of Turtle Mountain. On the other hand, Yi Wuchen succeeded. According to what the king of Liu had said, Yi Wuchen would be married to the princess of Liu Kingdom. This meant that the Qin dynasty would have to return in failure. Does the Prince of Qin plan to give up? Someone in the crowd asked. Would the Qin dynasty let it go like this? Qin Li looked at the crowd. Then, he smiled and said, Liu Feiyang, the Prince of Liu Kingdom, is a good friend of Yi Wuchen. He accompanied Yi Wuchen up the mountain, so naturally, Yi Wuchen could reach the peak of Turtle Mountain. This is the holy land for the royal family of Liu Kingdom. There is thus nothing surprising about this outcome. Everyone's eyes sparkled. Qin Li did not want to admit Qin Yuan's failure. Qin Yuan looked at everyone with his handsome face. Smiling, he said, I really admire Princess Chenyu. How can I give up so easily? A strange expression appeared on everyone's face. Was the Qin dynasty so determined to win this? Qin Li raised his leg, and the group left the place. Chu Yaro followed beside him and glanced at Turtle Mountain. They have not come down yet. I wonder where they are now. Thinking about the illusion that she had experienced on Turtle Mountain, she felt very uneasy. Qin Li and his team returned to the Imperial Palace. The people from various forces also followed them curiously and returned to the palace. They wanted to see how the event would progress. The king of Liu, however, was not in the palace at the moment. On the peak of Turtle Mountain, there was another sloping land behind the stone palace. At the top of the sloping land, there was a huge rock, on which Turtle Hermit was lying on at the moment. The king of Liu also appeared on the slope. Turtle Mountain was the holy land of Liu Kingdom, so only the kings could climb it freely. Senior, what's the progress? The king of Liu asked. He was the king of Liu Kingdom, but Turtle Hermit had lived for countless years, so it was naturally all right for him to address Turtle Hermit as senior. When the king was young, Turtle Hermit was already the Turtle Hermit. Have you ever thought of bringing your people away from Liu Kingdom? Turtle Hermit looked at the king of Liu. King Liu's expression turned serious. Was the situation really this bad? This is the product from the hard work of our ancestors. Even if I was willing to leave, what should I tell my people? The king of Liu sighed. Can I tell them that we are escaping from an unknown threat? How about surrendering? Turtle Hermit said again. The king of Liu shook his head. He could feel a wave of coldness surging in his heart. Turtle Hermit turned silent and did not say anything else. The king of Liu understood his meaning. This would be a disaster for the Liu Kingdom. Qin dynasty claimed that it would leave Qin Yuan the Liu Kingdom to be the king's son-in-law. However, he would not believe in such words easily. The problem was, what could he do even if he did not believe in that? How's Yi Wuchen? The king of Liu suddenly asked. Very stubborn. He will definitely be involved, Turtle Hermit said. Although he is not as talented as some people on Turtle Mountain, the purity of his heart for the sword is almost unparalleled. He will certainly be more accomplished than you in the future. It's no wonder that that person on the 7th summit granted him the title of Swordmaster so quickly, the King of Liu said. How about the few others from the cottage? Their potential is limitless. Eastern Barren Territory will surely undergo a major change over this generation. Turtle Hermit shook his head and said, unfortunately, Qin dynasty has come too quickly. I'll go and take a look, the King of Liu said. He did not ask about anything else. Turtle Hermit could deduce many things, but he was not a prophet. His attitude already revealed that Liu Kingdom would face a crisis. The outcome of the deduction was that, whether he agreed to the marriage proposed by Qin dynasty or not, the crisis would still exist. In other words, the purpose of the Qin dynasty this time might be more than just proposing the marriage. All right, Turtle Hermit nodded slowly. Then, he started to climb down the slope. His action was slow, and the King of Liu waited very patiently. At the moment, Yi Futian, Yi Wuchen, Yu Sheng, Lu Lanshui, and Liu Feiyang were all in the stone palace. Turtle Hermit had fulfilled Yi Futian's wish. The group was quietly feeling the mysterious powers in the stone palace. In the scene depicting the world, a willow branch moved gently and danced in the wind. However, it actually cut mountains into two and split rivers wide apart. A trace of flame bloomed, but it could not be extinguished until the entire heaven was incinerated. Yi Wuchen felt these pictures and sword will flew on his body. Even a willow branch could cut mountains apart. Then how about a sword? He had a sword body and was therefore very sensitive towards swords. He was immersed in the scene as if he had turned into a sword, or a trace of sword will himself. In the past, his master had told him that the sword will from a really powerful person cross thousands of miles and kill his enemy. This was the so-called killing a person from thousands of miles away and not leaving a trace behind. Yi Futian was similarly trying to feel his surroundings. Here, the laws governing various elements were running. When he activated the freedom meditation, he was able to see everything more clearly. He recalled the battle between the third brother and Lu Nantian from Donghua clan in Chaoga City. The powers that Lu Nantian released that time had given him a similar feeling. Could it be that the control of various laws was the ability of a sage? Did Turtle Hermit manage to understand the secret of the sage plane? That was a legendary plane. Suddenly, two figures walked into the stone palace. Seeing them, Yi Futian and his team all stopped the cultivation. Your Majesty. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. He was surprised that the King of Liu actually appeared here with Turtle Hermit. The King of Liu smiled and did not release his might at all. Instead, he looked very friendly. Smiling, he said, "How do you feel?" "We have learned a lot," Yi Wuchen said, looking at the king. "That's great. You should spend some time cultivating here. Don't worry about things down the mountain." The king walked to Yi Wuchen and patted on his shoulders lightly. Yi Wuchen stood at his spot, feeling somewhat puzzled. What did the king's attitude mean? Was he going to agree to the marriage between Yi Wuchen and Liu Chenyu? Why then did Turtle Hermit say that Yi Wuchen had to leave, or else he would face a disaster? The King of Liu walked past Yi Wuchen and approached Yi Futian. Then, he stared at Yi Futian. "Your Majesty," Yi Futian said. "You don't have to be so polite." The king smiled and said, "Yi Futian, I have a favor to ask of you." Yi Futian's face was filled with doubt. Looking at the king, he said, "Your Majesty, please speak." "Take care of Feiyang and Chenyu in the future," the king said. Yi Futian stared at the king. Liu Kingdom was a top force of Eastern Barren Territory, and the king was the lord of the kingdom. Why would he say such words? It must be that the king knew something bad was going to happen. "I'll definitely do my best." Yi Futian nodded solemnly. "Thanks," the king said, smiling. He similarly patted Yi Futian on the shoulder. "Work hard to cultivate. The future of Eastern Barren Territory belongs to all of you." After that, he looked at his son Liu Feiyang. Then, he turned around and left the stone palace. Turtle Hermit accompanied him out as well. Yi Wuchen frowned and kept standing at his spot. After sending the king out of the stone palace, Turtle Hermit returned and said, "Don't worry and concentrate on cultivating. Since the king has promised you, Nothing will happen in the imperial palace. Clearly, he was referring to Liu Chenyu. Yi Wuchen nodded and continued to cultivate. In the Liu Kingdom Imperial Palace, Qin Yuan went to the princess pavilion where Liu Chenyu was at. Prince Qin, what is it? Liu Chenyu asked softly. Her tone was flat, but it gave people a sense of distance. Just now, I went to Turtle Mountain and experienced the illusion there. During the trial of character, I actually saw you. Therefore, after I return to the palace, I just want to come and see you. Qin Yuan's handsome face was filled with a gentle smile. The distortion and ferocity he had on his face on Turtle Mountain had completely vanished. Furthermore, Qin Yuan's smile seemed to contain a magical charm that would cause others to have a good feeling about him. Even though Liu Chenyu did not like him, she still could not really hate him after looking at his face. It was not because he was good-looking, but rather it seemed to have a special power. Liu Chenyu did not reply to his words. What could she say? I have nothing else. I only wanted to come here and take a look. Bye. Qin Yuan was very polite. Then, he turned around and left in a very appropriate manner. Beside Liu Chenyu, her servant said, Princess, the Prince of Qin is really handsome. He seems to have been born with such a charm. I'm sure everyone wants to get close to him. The servant said so only because Liu Chenyu's character was good. Otherwise, she would not dare to say this. A strange expression appeared on Liu Chenyu's face. She knew that her servant was right. However, at the moment she suddenly thought of another person and a gentle smile appeared on her face. He really made it to the peak of Turtle Mountain. After Qin Yuan left, they waited for the king of Liu to return. Then, they paid the king a visit, but the king of Liu did not give them a reply. He only invited all the visitors to a feast and said that he would announce the result after Yi Wuchen and the rest returned from Turtle Mountain. The people from the Liu Kingdom Imperial City were also waiting for the news. Yi Wuchen climbed Turtle Mountain, and they were all wondering if the king would really choose him. In the few days that followed, Qin Yuan would visit the princess pavilion where Liu Chenyu was at every single day. Each time, he would only stay for a short while, which was very appropriate. Even the king of Liu knew about this. However, he also had no reasons to stop Qin Yuan from doing so. After Yi Wuchen returned in a few days' time, he would announce the outcome. By that time, what other excuses could Qin dynasty find? One day, in the pavilion where Qin Li resided, there were only Qin Li and Qin Yuan. You still haven't settled Liu Chenyu? Qin Li frowned and stared at Qin Yuan with a sharp look. Liu Chenyu's level is only slightly lower than mine. I need time, Qin Yuan said. But we don't have time. You already saw that old king's attitude yourself. After Yi Wuchen returns, he will announce the outcome. By that time, our plan will have failed, Qin Li said coldly. This failed because of you. I'll give you 2 more days, and you must take down Liu Chenyu completely. Don't you like such a beauty? Some gloominess flashed across Qin Yuan's eyes. He was more interested in Chu Yaro, the lovely virgin of Moon Clan. If he had the chance, he would certainly make Chu Yaro submit before him. Isn't it too risky? Qin Yuan asked. Even if it is exposed, Liu Kingdom will not dare to kill you because of your identity. If Liu Kingdom really assaults you, you will have contributed to the success of the plan instead, Qin Li said emotionlessly. If father's plan is affected, you'll be responsible for it. I got it. Qin Yuan nodded. Then, he turned around and left. Looking at his back, some coldness flashed across Qin Li's eyes. Naturally, he knew that Qin Yuan would love to kill him. Such a worthless idiot actually dreams of obtaining the throne, but he is good-looking. He is indeed the child of that slut. Chapter 327, Outrageous Murderous Intent. Chapter 327, Outrageous Murderous Intent. In the evening, Qin Yuan came to the pavilion Liu Chenyu was at again. Many people in the imperial palace were already used to it. Everyone also knew that Liu Chenyu obviously liked Yi Wuchen. Qin Yuan was but wasting his time. Nevertheless, Qin Yuan was a guest. Every day, he would greet the rest politely, so the Liu Kingdom also could not chase him out. Stepping into Liu Chenyu's pavilion, Qin Yuan's eyes were filled with gloominess. He was in an extremely bad mood. In the first place, he was already unhappy that he had to come to Liu Kingdom to be the king's son-in-law. Today, he actually had to do such a dangerous thing. Qin Li was correct in that he indeed hoped that Qin Li would suffer a miserable death. But what could he do? Although his mother, concubine Nan, was loved by the king of Qin, he knew clearly that it was because his mother had relied on her ability. The king of Qin loved concubine Nan only because of certain reasons. However, the king's real goal was the world, and only the crown prince Qin Yu was his heir, while Qin Li was Qin Yu's heir. On the other hand, he appeared to be having a good life, but in reality, his status was extremely petty before Qin Yu and Qin Li. Today, he did not want to come here at all. This was the Liu Kingdom Imperial Palace. It was easy for Qin Li to do merely the talking, but he knew that this would be very dangerous. However, what else could he do? Qin Yu was already the crown prince at the moment, and the king of Qin was passing his authority to Qin Yu gradually. Qin Yu was very powerful in Qin dynasty now, and nobody dared to disobey his orders. The fate of Qin Yuan and his mother was all in the hand of Qin Yu. This time, the order Qin Yu had given him was that he must complete the plan. Otherwise, he would bear the full responsibility. Before Qin Yu, he could not fight back at all. That bastard. Qin Yuan's eyes were filled with ferocity. He stepped into the courtyard and, very quickly, his look turned normal again. The usual charming smile appeared on his face. Prince Qin. The servant came to welcome him. Seeing the charming face of Qin Yuan, the look of the servant turned somewhat infatuated, as if she was lost. Out. I have something to discuss with Princess Qin Yu. With a gentle look on his face, Qin Yuan smiled at the servant. His eyes seemed to be filled with a mysterious color. The servant looked very lost and she nodded gently. Then, she walked outside the pavilion. It was as if she would obey all of Qin Yuan's orders at the moment. Qin Yuan continued walking and approached Liu Chenyu. Seeing Qin Yuan come again, Liu Chenyu was quite unhappy, but she could only tolerate it. For some reason, every time Qin Yuan arrived, she could not really hate him, as if his face really had a special charm. Chenyu. Qin Yuan's voice was very gentle and he looked at Liu Chenyu with much admiration. Prince Qin, what is it? Hearing the way Qin Yuan called her, Liu Chenyu frowned gently. Are you willing to be my wife? Qin Yuan asked. Prince Qin, please do not drivel. I have something else to settle. Please leave, Liu Chenyu said in an unhappy tone. Qin Yuan's eyes sparkled. Bitch, you want this yourself. Qin Yuan's look changed suddenly as if he had turned more intriguing. A mysterious spiritual power was released from his body and turned into an invisible radiance. It made him look so charming that anyone looking at him would feel lost. Liu Chenyu looked at Qin Yuan and felt as if she was being attracted to him. It felt very weird. What's happening? Liu Chenyu felt an ominous presentiment. A mysterious and powerful spiritual energy engulfed Liu Chenyu directly. At this instant, she only felt somewhat lost and very tired. Faintly, it was as if the person standing before her was not Qin Yuan but rather Yi Wuchen. Liu Chenyu knew that something bad was happening, but her spiritual will was constantly being weakened and eroded. Eventually, she stood motionlessly at her spot, looking lost. Bitch, since you chose this path, I'll fulfill your wish. Qin Yuan's look was extremely gloomy. He did not want to do this, after all, this was at Liu Kingdom. But what other choice did he have? His heart was filled with resentment at the moment. He hated Qin Li, hated the king of Liu, and hated Liu Chenyu. This bitch. Am I any lesser than Yi Wuchen? Qin Yuan's personality was distorted due to the environment he had grown up in. On Turtle Mountain, when his willpower was at its weakest, he had already exposed his true, distorted self in the illusion. At the moment, this was also the case. He was like a two-faced person. He was the gentle, talented, and handsome Prince Qin, but also the petty Qin Yuan who could only live in the shadows. Even his ability was one which was unpresentable and disdained by others. However, whenever he used this ability on women, it had always been very effective. His smile became gentle and charming again. He approached Liu Chenyu step by step and looked at the pure and proud beauty before him. He reached out his arm and stroked her fine hair and beautiful face. "Chenyu, you're so beautiful." Qin Yuan's voice was extremely gentle. Although Liu Chenyu was not one of the top 3 beauties of Eastern Barren Territory, she was also a famous beauty. She was the noble princess of Liu Kingdom and had a unique kind of charm. At the moment, she was standing quietly before him, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. This further stimulated the distortion in Qin Yuan's heart. Didn't she want to reject me? Then, how about after I get her body? His fingers slid down from her stunningly beautiful face and touched her exquisite neck gently. Then, he placed his hand on her shoulder. Reaching out both of his hands, Qin Yuan took off Liu Chenyu's outer clothing. Her white shoulders were flawless, and her sexy clavicle was so captivating. Liu Chenyu's body trembled gently. She looked like she was in pain, and her spirit was also struggling. She seemed to have realized what she was experiencing and wanted to break free from the control. However, she felt so powerless at the moment and could not concentrate at all, as if there was a prison that locked her spirit inside. She felt terrible. "So beautiful," Qin Yuan exclaimed. He had only seen a small part of her body, and it was already so fascinating. His look alternated between being gentle and being distorted. He moved his head close to Liu Chenyu's ears and neck, and enjoyed the smell from the beauty before him. An enchanted look appeared on his face. "Help!" A soft and low voice came out from Liu Chenyu's mouth. Qin Yuan frowned and walked closer to Liu Chenyu, continuing to release his powerful spiritual energy. She actually can still resist. He heard some footsteps behind him. The servant was walking back again. Because it was in the imperial palace, Liu Chenyu only had a servant to take care of her. There were no guards because none were needed. Who would dare to assault the princess in the imperial palace? Unexpectedly, this happened today. Qin Yuan was not in a hurry. He turned his head slowly and glanced at the servant. He released his spiritual energy and a special charm bloomed. He said to the servant, "Wait outside." "Okay." The servant felt somewhat lost. She nodded obediently, after which she left. "Chenyu, nobody will disturb us. You will feel happy, and in the future, you will be my wife. All I have done is to bring this fantastic process forward," Qin Yuan said with a ferocious look on his face. "You're really strong and can still shout even in this situation." Qin Yuan took off another one of her shirts, and there was only a thin undergarment covering Liu Chenyu. Her sexy body caused Qin Yuan to take a deep breath. Even Yi Wuchen has probably not enjoyed this scene before. Tears flew down from the corners of Liu Chenyu's eyes. Her body started to tremble. At the moment, Yi Wuchen and his team landed outside the imperial palace and stepped into the palace straight away. They could have spent more time cultivating after all. It was really a rare opportunity, but Yi Wuchen was too bothered by the events in the Liu Kingdom and could not concentrate. Therefore, the group returned from the mountain. Fortunately, after their return, they did not hear any bad news. The king of Liu was waiting for them to announce his decision, so nothing bad should have happened. "Shall we go to Chenyu's place?" Liu Feiyang said. "Yup," Yi Wuchen nodded. After experiencing the events on Turtle Mountain, he seemed to know his thoughts more clearly. Even his feelings towards Liu Chenyu became more intense. The group headed towards the princess pavilion directly. At the same time, in the pavilion where Qin Li was at, a noble informed Qin Li, Yi Futian and his team are back. They are heading towards Liu Chenyu's place. Some sharpness flashed across Qin Li's eyes. Qin Yuan has already been there for some time. What a perfect moment. Making Qin Yuan the king's son-in-law had never been the goal of Qin dynasty. They were already not interested in allying with the Liu kingdom anymore. In the pavilion where Liu Chenyu was, Qin Yuan was still enjoying the beauty before him. She was really beautiful, much more beautiful than any of the women he had played before. He was thinking how she would compare to the top 3 beauties of Eastern Barren Territory. His hands slid across her tender skin and were about to remove the last barrier. Tears flew down Liu Chenyu's cheeks continuously. Her body trembled constantly and she was in great pain. A crying beauty will make people want to pamper her even more. I'll treat you very gently, Qin Yuan said, placing his hands on the thin undergarment. However, suddenly, someone outside shouted, "Princess, are you here?" Qin Yuan's hands froze at the spot. He quickly picked up the clothes on the ground and put them on Liu Chenyu. Some footsteps came from the outside. They sounded very urgent. Very soon, a group of people appeared. Yi Wuchen, Liu Feiyang, and Yi Futian walked in first and saw the scene before them. Liu Chenyu's shirts were messy as if they had been put on randomly, while Qin Yuan's hands were placed on her clothes. Liu Chenyu stood there motionlessly and her face was filled with tears. Boom! A violent rage erupted from Liu Feiyang's body. "Bastard!" Liu Feiyang roared in a hoarse voice as he rushed forward. Yi Wuchen approached Liu Chenyu like a straight sword and shouted, "Chenyu." As he spoke, he helped Liu Chenyu to put on her clothes properly. "Her spiritual energy has been attacked," Yi Futian said. A trace of sword will emerged from the center of Yi Wuchen's eyebrows and entered Liu Chenyu's mind. "Chenyu." Yi Wuchen's voice spread continuously in Liu Chenyu's mind. Suddenly, her body trembled and she broke free from the control. She stared at Yi Wuchen and tears flew down her face constantly. Her body trembled fiercely as if she had just experienced the most terrifying thing. Looking at her expression, Yi Wuchen only felt extremely guilty and painful. He hugged her tightly and said gently, "Chenyu, it's all right now. I am here." Yi Wuchen stared at Qin Yuan who was behind her. His look seemed to be from the deepest part of hell and his murderous intent filled the sky. Chapter 328, Kill. Chapter 328, Kill. Seeing Yi Wuchen's eyes, Qin Yuan's heart trembled gently and he felt somewhat scared. "I didn't do anything," Qin Yuan said. Then his body flashed into the air in an attempt to escape from the place. Qin Li had said that his life would not be in danger, but clearly, he did not believe in that. A person could do anything in anger and would not care about the consequences. Now, all he needed to do was to escape from the place and wait for these people to calm down. He also did not expect them to come here at this moment and interrupt his business. Originally, after he did what he was going to do, Liu Kingdom would be forced to take him as the princess's husband. "You still want to leave?" Liu Feiyang charged towards Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan's look turned monstrous and his spiritual energy erupted wildly, piercing into Liu Feiyang's mind. At this instant, Liu Feiyang finally understood what a terrifying thing his sister had experienced. Everyone knew that the king of Qin and concubine Nan had a son named Qin Yuan. He was very talented and liked by the king. However, his existence was not really strongly felt in the outside world, because he seldom appeared outside. Very few people knew what his ability was. Only at this very moment did Liu Feiyang finally know Qin Yuan's ability. "Stop him!" Liu Feiyang roared. Immediately, many imperial guards appeared outside the pavilion. They ascended into the sky and stopped Qin Yuan in midair. "Take him down," Liu Feiyang shouted coldly. Among the guards who had appeared, there was a noble. His might enveloped the place and he reached out his hand towards Qin Yuan directly. "You dare to touch me?" Qin Yuan roared coldly. However, the incoming hand still continued forward and grabbed him directly. "Let me go!" Qin Yuan shouted in anger. "I am the son of the king of Qin." Many people ran over from the distance one after another. The king of Liu was here himself. Today, he had invited several lords and ministers to discuss the proposal of Qin dynasty. Little did he expect something to happen here. When the king and the rest arrived, they saw Yi Wuchen hugging Liu Chenyu whose shirts were messed up. Then, they noticed the scene in front of them and roughly understood what had happened. Immediately, an appalling might was emitted from the king of Liu and engulfed Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan could clearly feel the murderous intent spreading from the king. "Your Majesty, I didn't do anything. You can't do anything to me." Qin Yuan looked at the king in fear. This was the Liu Kingdom imperial palace after all. If the king really wanted to kill him at all costs, he would certainly die. Crack. The king of Liu clenched his fists and his murderous intent did not weaken at all. Did Qin Yuan do such an inhuman thing because he was confident that the king did not dare to touch him? This place was, after all, the imperial palace of Liu Kingdom. Qin Yuan actually wanted to do something to the princess of the Liu Kingdom in the princess pavilion. How daring that was! This was more than just going too far. Qin Yuan was certainly frenzied. Your Majesty, please calm down. Suddenly, someone walked to the king and bowed. It was Lord Kang. Your Majesty. Another person walked out and bowed at the king. Although they did not say much, everyone knew that they were reminding the king to be calm. They could all feel the rage and murderous intent of the king at the moment. However, if he really killed Qin Yuan impulsively, the consequences would be unimaginable. The cultivators from Qin dynasty would surely come to Liu Kingdom. Calm down. The king of Liu glanced at those who spoke. His face was gloomy and his murderous intent did not decrease at all. Suddenly, Liu Chenyu walked out from Yi Wuchen's arms. She stared coldly at Qin Yuan and an extremely strong murderous intent could be seen. Kill him, Liu Feiyang said to the noble who was holding Qin Yuan. Your Majesty, we must not do that. Lord Kang tried to stop him. Looking at the king again, he shouted, Your Majesty. The king of Liu clenched his fists firmly. He knew that once he said the phrase kill him, the Qin dynasty would have an excuse to attack the Liu Kingdom. Suddenly, there was the sound of people moving in the air, and another group of cultivators arrived. It was Qin Li and the others from Qin dynasty. In the distance, the people from other top forces were all alarmed as they observed the situation from afar. What is happening? So many people have actually gathered there, they thought. Your Majesty, what do you mean by this? Why are you seizing my uncle? Looking at the scene, Qin Li frowned as if he did not know about this at all. Qin Yuan heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Qin Li and the people from Qin dynasty had arrived, so the king of Liu should probably be calmer now. Qin Li, I really admire the princess and only wanted to be closer to her, but I didn't do anything else. Help me to persuade His Majesty, Qin Yuan said. Qin Li's eyes sparkled. He looked at Qin Yuan and said, Uncle, how could you be so confused? After that, he looked at the king of Liu and said, Your Majesty, perhaps my uncle was attracted by the princess and was worried that you would not agree to our proposal. Fortunately, he did not do anything. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. My uncle will be responsible for this and will be married to Princess Chenyu in a proper manner. Everyone was puzzled by Qin Li's words, especially Liu Feiyang and Yi Wuchen. Their look turned extremely icy. Qin Yuan did such an inhuman thing, and yet Qin Li said that luckily, he did not do anything. Furthermore, he said that the price Qin Yuan would pay for this was to be married to Liu Chenyu in a proper way. There were no punishments, and Qin dynasty and Qin Yuan would benefit instead. How ridiculous this was. Yet, Qin Li said it as if it was only reasonable and right. The king of Liu stared at Qin Li. Did Qin Li even take his existence into account? Father, kill him. Liu Feiyang's eyes were blood red. His sister had been humiliated in such a way, but Qin Li actually asked Qin Yuan to marry her. How absurd. Do you know what you are saying? The king of Liu said, staring at Qin Li. Qin Li bowed slightly at the king and said, Then, Your Majesty, please kill him. Everyone stared at Qin Li, including the king. However, Qin Li looked at Qin Yuan and said, My uncle did nothing too terrible. You kill him and the army from the Qin dynasty will come. Your Majesty, is that what you want? Are you threatening me? The king said. I would not dare, Qin Li said out loud. He bowed at the king and continued, I am but telling the truth. Your Majesty, if you have agreed to our proposal earlier, this would not have happened. But it already did. Are you really going to destroy the relationship between the two kingdoms, or even start a war, just because of this? For now, the best way not to ruin the princess's reputation would be to let my uncle be married to her properly, Qin Li said with much confidence and composure as if no one was beside him. Many people stared coldly at him, but he did not seem to mind at all. Nobody knew what he was thinking, or why he was behaving so wildly. Your Majesty, if the Prince of Qin really marries the princess, it would be good for her as well, Lord Kang urged. That's right, Your Majesty. Many people nodded one after another. They could clearly see Qin Li's dominant attitude and were frightened as well. If Qin Yuan was really killed and the army from Qin dynasty came to attack the Liu kingdom, their safety would be compromised. You bastards, someone scolded. A noble also said emotionlessly, you can actually say something so shameless. There were obviously also people who had moral integrity. The king of Liu looked at these people. When the people from Qin dynasty just arrived at the imperial city, they visited all the lords and ministers. Was that why the situation was like this now? Your Majesty, calm down first. You are also doing this for the princess. Some people did not speak aloud but instead transferred their words to the king's ears secretly. Thud. Suddenly, everyone heard a soft noise. Chinyu. Everyone looked below them where they saw a sharp blade formed from spiritual qi pierce directly into Liu Qinyu's body, right before her heart. Her black eyes were filled with hatred as she stared at the people in the sky. So many people from the Liu kingdom actually suggested that she should be married to Qin Yuan. Chinyu, why are you doing this? I told you that I am already here. Yi Wuchen hugged Liu Chinyu in his arms. He did not look at her directly, and his eyes were filled with guilt and self-blame. I know. Liu Chinyu nodded. She looked at Yi Wuchen very gently and held his hand tightly as if he was the only person she could trust. Chinyu. The king of Liu also did not expect his daughter to be so determined. He similarly felt very guilty and that he had mistreated his daughter. Princess, your reaction is too intense. You don't have to do this, Qin Li said. My uncle will not disappoint you. Shut up. Yu Sheng roared at Qin Li and clenched his fists, producing a cracking sound. Suddenly, Yi Futian stepped out and walked towards Qin Yuan. Yi Wuchen also approached Liu Feiyang and said, Feiyang, help me to take care of Chinyu. Then, he passed Liu Chinyu and went to Liu Feiyang. He walked forward and caught up with Yi Futian, after which he said, let me do it. Yi Futian looked at Yi Wuchen. Then, he stopped moving forward. What do you want to do? Qin Yuan stared coldly at the incoming Yi Wuchen. A terrifying sword qi whizzed on Yi Wuchen's body. In his hand, there was an extremely sharp sword will. Everyone stared at him. Someone from the Liu kingdom shouted, how dare you? Yi Wuchen, how dare you do this? Qin Li also roared, but his body remained in the original spot and he did not move at all. Yi Wuchen accelerated and turned into a blade of light. Bring him away, someone from the Liu kingdom shouted at the person holding Qin Yuan. Let me go. Qin Yuan also struggled as he tried to break free. However, Yi Wuchen had already arrived. His palm struck out like a sword and a beam of light flashed across before vanishing. The noble from the Liu kingdom let go of Qin Yuan, but Qin Yuan only reached out his hands, trembling, and covered his neck. There, blood was flowing out slowly. His body trembled fiercely, and his usually charming eyes were only filled with an endless fear at the moment. Holding his neck, Qin Yuan turned around with difficulty and looked at Qin Li, who was still standing at his spot. He stared at Qin Li firmly and his face became distorted and looked very ferocious. He wanted to say something, but the blood from his neck started to gush out like a spring. He could not speak and only stared at Qin Li with a vicious look. Finally, Qin Yuan's body collapsed to the ground and started twitching. Even he did not expect himself to actually die here. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.